Testing. Are we live? Wait for it. Wait for it. There it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it is not said live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press high chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly Watchlist and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. But good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We're off to an interesting start here. U.S. stocks are kind of down here a little bit, 100 points on the Dow here. So not too bad, not too good. You got Jackson Hole and people getting ready for that. You're going to get the Fed this week. We're going to hear from Mr. Kaplan, Mr. Powell at a, what's it called? There's just a little meeting there. And then you got, what's his name? You got young Powell. And then what's the one thing where we got one more Fed speak here today. One more Fed speak here. It's going to be good. It's going to be good. Ah, here we go again. So, we got an exciting morning here. Good morning. I hope you're doing good. Most global stocks here all across the world from China to Europe not looking too hot here. So, to see how we play out for the rest of the day or by Euro close, we might do our own thing. So, we will see what happens. But, yes, hello. Good morning. Good morning. It's Monday. Hi, how are you? Oh, yeah, run up the likes. Run up the Monday smiles. Oh, it's good to be back, huh? Oh, yeah. Oh, we need the random play. Man, look at you. KKR, look at you, man. I almost forgot. Let's see. Where is the random play? We need the random play. Amen, 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 amen. You know what I'm saying? Woke up and drive, baby. Amen. Oh, you ready to go? You hear that? Oh, he said he's ready. Bro, he said wake up and drive. Oh, my gosh. Are you in drive right now? Oh, man. Yo, who woke up and drive, Chad? Chad, any Chads? Did y'all wake up and drive this morning? Y'all woke up ready on Monday? You said, oh, the weekend. You yawned it out, and you're like, woo! Let's go, baby. Oh, if you're reading this, you're blessed. Let's go. I just I just got hyped. I just knocked over a bunch of things. It's great. Oh, yes. Let's go. Monday, baby. So, let's get the random comment here. We got the random account. Shout out to everybody who has posted a play. Let's bless it. It's going to be good. God willing. God willing, it'll be good. Let's see what we got. All right. Oh, blessed, baby. That's a good first one to get to, though. Ooh, he says you're blessed. Let's get the play. Ooh. First, and we got the first. Blessed and first. I like both of those. I like both of them. That's a good sign. 75 September. I think we could do it. 75 September. Why? We gonna get her. I'll take it. Let's see what happens. I don't know. For September. Let's see. All right. Let's take it. I've never played a REIT for like a option play. That's why I said that's going to be interesting. We'll see how that one turns out. I will take it. Good morning, Chads. Good morning. Hopefully you're feeling good. Mm-hmm. Woke up in econ mode. Well, we could talk a lot about econ. There's a lot of different things today. I mean, global politics is probably going to come to light. We're going to have to watch oil and a couple of other things. So we will see what happens. It will be good. Y'all ready? Y'all feeling loose? Mm-hmm. Woke up in sport mode. That play doesn't look too bad. Let's see it. I'm excited. So let's get to our news here. Let's see what we got to look at in the morning. Hopefully you guys are ready. You did get earnings out of UWMC. We'll see if I got an update on that one. But the U.S. temporarily suspended air operations at Kabul airport. CNN reported after desperate scenes as thousands rushed to exit, the Taliban took control of the capital. At least 5 people were killed and the crowd tried to forcibly enter the planes, Reuters said. The airport is the last area under U.S. control. The UN Security Council will hold an urgent meeting today. President Biden wasn't prepared for a third decade in Afghanistan, said Jake Sullivan, National Security Advisor. U.S. futures fell and the dollar rose on signs of a faltering growth and investor nervousness in the run-up to Jackson Hole. Hold on. Jackson Hole later this month. European and Asian equities were also in the red. Treasuries were little changed. Commodities slid after economic gauges in China slowed activity as well, more than expected last month. I think retail sales or industrial output in China was trash. Retail sales only grew 0.4% for them, which is tiny. back above $2 trillion. That's the latest milestone for the total market value of crypto as Bitcoin continue to climb as the likes of Cardano, XRP, and Dogecoin advanced as well. Bitcoin traded around 47,000, and Ethereum touched a 3-month high. The U.S. opened a formal investigation into Tesla's autopilot system, citing collisions with parked emergency vehicles. Shares dropped pre-market, so Tesla is getting a investigate. Man, I was just using autopilot this weekend. That's scary. That's so scary. Anything could happen. BHP is it talks over a merger of its oil and gas unit with Woodside Petroleum to accelerate a retreat from fossil fuels. BHP's unit may be valued at more than $15 billion, a person said last month. Saudi Aramco in advanced talks to buy a stake in Reliance Industries oil refining and chemicals for up to $25 billion, people said familiar with the matter. Reliance Rosen Mumbai Aramco also plans to raise $17 billion from the sale of a minority stake in its gas pipeline. T-Mobile is investigating the validity of claims of a data breach said to involve personal data of more than 100 million people. We talked about it on the watch list. Police investigating Alibaba's employees' sexual assault allegations. They said the former manager was suspected of committing forcible indecency. Nancy Pelosi offered a compromise to moderate Democrats after they threatened to withhold the budget blueprint. It involves a procedural vote next week on a bipartisan infrastructure bill, as well as an already planned budget vote, but the group rebuffed her and demanded an immediate infrastructure vote. The party will hold a caucus call tomorrow to iron out differences. More fissures over the Fed. Neil Kashkari, an FOMC voter, reiterated he wants a few more months of jobs data before making a decision on tapering, but former Treasury Larry Summers said QE should end quickly as possible as it's triggered a bizarre situation in which government has a floating rate short-term liability outstanding rather than a long-term fixed interest rate liability. Oh, that's a very good point. I've never heard that. Treasury Chief Larry Summers, he said the government has a floating rate short-term liability as opposed to a fixed. That's a very interesting point. Have any of you ever heard about it like that? That's a good way to go. Oh, I was like, damn, that's crazy. That's crazy. State Street is vacating its 2 NYC offices. Execs at Boston firm told New York staffers they won't be returning. It expects to sublease the 2 offices near Rockefeller to other companies. Twin tropical storms, heavy rain across Florida. We'll see what happens there. Taxing the rich is popular in the polls, but the policy is doing little to ease a global housing crunch. The world's biggest cities are targeting the wealthy with taxes on empty houses, but economists say factors like record low interest, population growth, and imbalance between supply and demand, and lack of affordable housing have a bigger impact. China's economy loses steam. In July, all of the main data missed forecasts. Retail rose 8.5 on the year. Industrial output gained 6.4, and capital investment grew 10.3. The jobless data rose. Let's see. Again, 11 a.m., we're going to get a bond auction. 1:30 to 1:45, you're going to get another one. And then net flows for TIC on 4 p.m. That's it. I thought, what's tomorrow? Tomorrow, you're going to get more stuff out of the Fed. You're going to get the Fed taper debate. That's going to dominate Wednesday's minutes. Any hints on whether anything is imminent at Jackson Hole. FOMC hawks prefer to kick things off sooner rather than later, but recent data, including July CPI, favored delaying it. U.S. data docket, July retail sales tomorrow with the soft start to the quarter. Then you're going to be getting retail sales, housing starts. Excuse me. Oof, had to burp. It's going to be good. It's going to be good. Let's see what a retail sales, home building, industrial output as well. UAL on the low. No. Biden's attempt to duck responsibility, maybe one of the most shameful in history. There's an article about Biden and Afghanistan. So that's going to be important here today. I mean, we'll see. Usually global events like that doesn't really affect us too much. So we do want to watch how that situation plays out. It's only because it's so, what happened in Afghanistan is just heavily tied to our last 20 years of military involvement in the Middle East. Justin Trudeau called for a snap election. White House plans to announce the biggest increase in food stamps. We went over that. Fuel tank explosion in Lebanon. Polish news channel. got a license. China widened curbs on soaring house prices by temporarily halting land auctions in major cities. Several large cities suspended centralized land sales after attempts to limit the number of auctions per year backfired. China also stipulated the price premium for land should be capped at 15%. Japan's economy returned to growth in the second quarter as consumer and business spending proved resilient. GDP expanded another 1.3. Thailand's main economic planning cut their year's growth forecast to 0.7 from 1.2. China's port, the world's third largest, the Ningbo Zhusan, remained partially closed for a 6th day. The port hasn't published any updates on its operations since Wednesday when it halted. Oil dropped for a 3rd day. China's crude refining slumped to its lowest level in 14 months as teapots scaled back operations amid lockdown by crackdown authorities. The Just What If. Welcome. Oh, DVR is on. You have a DVR? Uh-oh, watch out. Be careful. Like the video and make it refresh. Oh, man. Hyatt will back KKR Apple Leisure for $2.7 billion. Google and Facebook will participate in a new subsea cable for 2024. We got that news on Friday. 90 companies, including Toyota and Nissan, will form a group to prevent cyber attacks on cars. U.S. lawmakers take a direct shot at Apple and Google over the app stores. That drama. China's auto chip hoarding probe should be worrying distributors. We got the Aramco. Walmart seeks digital currency and crypto product lead. And then Walmart's going to have earnings this week. Jay-Z gets into the sports betting industry. And then I think that's it. Do you guys know yesterday was the 50-year anniversary for gold losing its for gold losing its status as backed by the dollar. That was 50 years ago yesterday. I think that's about it here. Let's see what else we got. So to start off this morning, futures fall. China data sours the mood. Dollar gains as Fed chair town hall may yield taper clues. China economic data showed economic rebound is faltering. U.S. stocks fell. The dollar rose as weak China data and the spread of Corona and Delta sparked worries that the global economic rebound is faltering. Contracts of the S&P declined 0.4 after the underlying gauge reached another record high on Friday. Commodities declined after Chinese retail sales and industrial output showed activity slowed. Alibaba Holdings slid pre-market after China's state media criticized the online game industry. With Asian economies under stress from a resurgent pandemic, the U.S. consumer sentiment near a decade low. Investors are turning to signals from the Fed to sustain market momentum. Town hall by Jerome Powell on Tuesday may act as a precursor to the Fed's Jackson Hole Symposium later August, providing clues on what to do. U.S. data qualified as adequate progress for the central bank to consider stimulus. Shares remain vulnerable to a short-term correction, with possible triggers being the upside in global coronavirus cases, the inflation scare, and U.S. taper talks, said Shane Oliver, head of investment strategy and chief economist at AMP Capital. Treasuries were higher, though they trimmed gains with the 10-year, given a drop as much as 3 basis points. Equities in the U.S. and Europe hit a record last week, bolstered by vaccines, but the continued risk from Delta pushed European stocks lower on Monday. Benchmark stocks Europe 600 broke a 10-day streak without a loss, with retail and commodity stocks the biggest drags. Faurecia jumped 9.6. What the hell is that? Let's see. Let me get where my pre-market movers. We got 1 minute ADMA Biologic surges 14. They got FDA approval. Alt Global DPW got 8% after their company reported 1,000% jump in second quarter revenue. Crypto stocks are going up. CureVac CVAC up 9% after they got a second generation COVID vaccine candidate showed promise in test. M&R gains 9%. Samzel's equity Commonwealth boosted the value of its deal to acquire them. Rata gains 3 after the company said they have a form for a joint venture. Sonos are up 7. Tesla falls 1.8 on the news. And then UWM falls 6% after they posted second quarter results that missed estimates. Ooh, so get ready, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be a good one. The random play is for September, I think. A real estate one. But ladies and gentlemen, whether it's stocks, whether it's real estate, it don't really matter what it is. But the point is, you got opportunity. and you're probably doing it here in this country. Some of you may not be, but we love everybody no matter where you're from. But here at the Cult, before we try to do anything in the morning, before we try to enrich ourselves, before we try to chase the dollar, we must pay homage to the people who've sacrificed more than most of us ever have. I think a lot of people don't realize it, especially when you see what happens overseas. I mean, it's been a situation, you know, the veterans have been fighting and holding it down for a long time. So it's easy to take it for granted, but you see what happens without the veterans, man. So, and people fighting for this country. So we love you guys. We thank you. On behalf of everybody here, not here, we want to give a huge shout out to all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country, stood behind the American flag. Thank you for doing what you're doing. Shout out to the police officers, the firefighters, the doctors, the nurses, the teachers, all the other public service out there too as well. We love you. God bless you. And thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Son of the Jets! Oh, it's game time, baby. Hard! Let's go. Good morning. Good morning. God bless America. God bless America. God bless the Cult. God bless everybody here. It's Monday, baby. We love Mondays. I know you love Monday too. Deep down, you secretly love Monday. You know that? I know you do. So get ready. Get ready. Get loose. Get ready. Hopefully you've liked the video. Hopefully you've got your call-outs ready. Hopefully you got your portfolio ready. I don't know if you're doing the random play. Whatever it may be. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? You got to be good, bro. You got to be good. Okay, let's see. How much time left? Got 1 minute. I'm going to be watching Coin, UWMC, Boeing, Lockheed Martin, Walmart, Disney, NVIDIA, Airbnb, Ford, GM, UAL, and Roblo. Those are the plays that I like. We'll see again. Got a lot of different opportunities here today from different industries. Again, we got stuff going on overseas. We got data coming in. You got the cryptos. Then you're going to have the earnings still. So it is going to be fun. Round one. Fight. So there it is. Call it out. The Dow Jones, I think we're going to be about down 100 points. It's showing 80 right now. So we'll see again. There's certain companies, Tesla, they got the bad autopilot. They're only down 1% though, so that could be a lot worse. Watch the chip makers too. DOW, Walmart, NVIDIA, good ones. LMT for what's happening in the Middle East, yes. Any of that. But again, I am just worried because traditionally you won't see the market react to what's going on over there until it like really escalates. Believe it or not, that means the situation has not escalated that much. But it is in the last couple months, but I don't think to the point yet of like really messing the market. We will see. Amazon down 11. There's no way Amazon is down 11. No. I see it. $11. I was like, oof. You scared me, bro. UMC clap, the random play. Oh, I need to go get that. Eli Lilly, FDA approved. Uber down 1.4. Ford, because of the case. So Ford and GM, they're taking each other to court. Watch how that one plays out. All right, I got the random play. Okay, we got that one out the way. Let's see what else we got. EM got nuked. Square down 0.5. UWMC, they missed earnings. Netflix. Watch Roku as well, too. Amazon still kind of down there. So, yeah, you got 100 points down on the Dow. Again, about the same 0.3%. Everything's down 0.3. And, again, bonds are ripping up here, too. Coinbase selling off. Watch the crypto stocks. See how that plays out. Apple is up. That's interesting. Tesla's down 2%. Facebook, big move. Oatly, AMD now green. That's good if the chips stocks close green again. Remember, they had a bad day yesterday. Where's UAL? Yeah, travel again down 2. So UAL still down. Coinbase probably about to go red there. AMD's up 0.5%. Netflix up 1.2. The Marshallian K, you're going to have to get an update on that. I don't think it's a daily thing. I think it's pretty much going to come in every month, every quarter, as we get the updates on money supply. Qualcomm on the high. Let's see, Boeing's still down 1.4. UWMC down 5. How's Archite? Abivai plus 8.4. Even Archite got clapped a little off that. Still Starbucks puts. Microsoft. All the big techs are actually up, so that's kind of crazy. I think Amazon's the only one that's not up. It's Nasdaq's down 0.34, but you got some green on some of the bigger leaders. KWAB puts coming back to life. Yeah, Baba. So again, Baba clapped back, or China clapped back at some of the online gaming stuff there. So SPY's coming down a little bit. Bonds have moved 0.6. Where's the dollar? The dollar's going to be key. I got to remind me, I got a couple of tinfoils with the dollar. That little tinfoil theories you might like. I don't know if it's tinfoil as much as it's more global and what's going on there. NVAX clapped 6.5. I forgot about those. Remember last week you saw Myrna, NVAX, all those. They ruled a lot. Yeah, Myrna's down 8% right now, or 6% as well too. So that's definitely weighing on the market and overseas. So Europe, they all did bad. All of Europe did bad. They did worse than the like button ratio. And we were like, okay, that's crazy. So Europe, China, they all dropped. So, again, just keep that in mind here for the next 2 hours. Abivai 0.09, Bowen on the low, Bumble on the high. UAL still dropping. So we talked about that. Apple's still on the high there, though. Bowen's down 2%. GM and Ford. Oil selling. XLF clap. Yeah, watch oil again. I think oil, I feel like it should go up. But if oil does start to drop, oil's down 3.5%. That's what I was telling you guys the other day. Once oil starts to break through key levels, that's when we'll probably start getting the market responding where the market won't be able to ignore it. Down. FanDuel leads Michigan online sports betting race for 7th straight month. Baidu down 2.75. Spies is coming straight down here, down 0.4. Dow is down 0.6. NASDAQ is holding up a little better again. Most of your big cap names are up. Bonds have been moving this whole time. XOM is starting to react there. The Walmarts, I wanted to hold them into earnings. I think they're up like 80%. They're still doing good. How is eBay hitting a high? Damn, eBay literally flipped? What the hell? When did that happen? eBay must have had a really good Friday. That's crazy. Yeah, the random play was O for September. The real estate one. Yeah, eBay's hitting a high. That's actually really surprising. Skills on the high. Again, oil stocks are dropping. DraftKings wants to try. GLD on the high. Oh, Roblox came down. PayPal on the high as well. Yeah, I already got the O play. Check for eBay Motors. Yeah, Ford, GM, they were both down. I just had them up there. TVTX, Uber down 2.4. Ooh, 41. Uber below 40 starts to get interesting. So we saw it at 38 that one time? NVIDIA dropping. NVIDIA has earnings this week. A lot of people don't realize that one. I think chip makers are all doing good, though. That's weird. Nvidia's down. Micron's back up. AMD came down. So it looks like you got a mixed bag today. I think Micron's the only one that's up, but that could save it a little bit. Higher AMC. Oh, AMC 32. Coinbase dropped. Man, I'm surprising. Bitcoin went crazy over the weekend, or at least on that Friday. We got Abivi drip coming. Yeah, Abivi's up 1% though. How they gonna let this stock go up right before our drip, man? That's crazy. Trading halted on Alpha. Oh, that's Toronto. U.S. Treasuries fall to session low 1.2. So headlines coming in with the rates moving. XLF big red. Oh yeah, banks are down 1.6 or 1.2 on XLF. Micron on the high again. Hood is clapped. Hood has earnings again. I thought they would have done good there with the crypto. They're down 4.5. And that news on Friday. Disney down another one. eBay's on the high, 52-week high. That's crazy. Neo gains from EPS. eBay highs again. Yeah, eBay is crazy. It's absolutely insane. Netflix is holding up 1%. Amazon is down 1/4. I think Apple's positive. Apple's positive 0.5% and running. Microsoft up 1/3%. So the bigger names are holding up. NASDAQ only down 1/3. Dow Jones down 0.6. LMT selling off. Down 0.5. They're even at the bottom there. They have not looked good in this last 100 days. UPS on the high. Let's see, FedEx. PayPal 0.8. Transport's down a little bit. Citibank still selling off there. XOM, Google, Boba. Upstart on the high. Remember them on Friday. They kept going crazy. eBay calls print. Let's see, WMC. Apple on the high. Baba as well, too. Apple is printing the high ticker. Apple and Baba right now. Apple and Baba both going crazy. Yeah, Apple's near all-time highs. Almost up 1%. It's heavily outpacing the market right now. Yeah, it's a record high, 150.28. There's a report that, or just an automatic headline came in through there. Yeah, UWMC's chilling out there. Roblox, East Brickton. That was fun. Baidu. That I missed their hits on those calls. Amen. Shout out to Cole. Ooh. TVTX, 28%. TVTX. Travere Therapeutics. Where was I want to see Target. Valander straight down. Upstart 3%. Yeah, Upstart's moving. Valander. That's 695 below 7. That's clapping. BA more red. Uber little bounced. Boeing's still down. Boeing down 2.5. Uber 1.65. Square not going up with that, but I think Square and PayPal were kind of doing their thing. I mean, I'm surprised what's it called, Rip, though. eBay. I mean, I think that could offer some for PayPal. Very, very surprising. Because I know eBay ran up. Square still has earnings. Am I right or no? Hey, Matt. Sell, you fools. Okay, sell it. Like the video. We're almost at 1,000 like resistance, but it's too far from the Fibonacci, dude. You know, like 700, dude. It's nowhere near like the 7859 Fibonacci, dude. You know what I'm saying? So like, You know, it's just a different, now it's going to like 800, dude. I don't know, dude. If it could get to 1,000 resistance, dude, the fibs are gonna go, like, it's gonna be crazy. You know what I'm saying? Oh, dude, you didn't like it, dude? No, not your bad, dude. It's the Fibonacci's bad, dude. You know what I'm saying? The fibs will always do it to you, dude. Ah. Y'all getting it good. It's good. It's Monday. The market is just settling in. You gotta get ready. You gotta yawn a little bit. You gotta wake up. You gotta take in the news. You gotta see how it all plays out. It's gonna be an exciting week. A lot of Powell, a lot of different events. I think a lot of different things is gonna go crazy here and there. Oh, where's Wendy's? Ah, there it is. Wendy's starting to uptick a little bit. Again, that was getting some activity there. Got a lot of mentions over the weekends. I thought I would get an update on UWMC for their earnings report. Let me see. I didn't even see it. So they got EPS 7%. The range was 3 cents to 9 cents. Estimate came in at 9. Revenue 484 million. Estimate was 531. So they came in on the lower end. Cash and cash equivalents at 1.0. Sees production at 57 billion to 65. Expects margin between 75 basis points and 100. I want to see if there's anything on the call, but for the most part, them coming in that low on the numbers is kind of surprising. It's not a good report. Let's see. Actually, I guess still over. It's not a good report, but I think that estimates were kind of high. So their originations came in still at 59 billion, which is a 90% increase from the same time in last year. So that's good. I guess purchase originations, that's another bright spot. Equity. I think it looks decent. Would you consider dumping some of your UMC? Nah, that's not. I mean, I don't invest like that in the sense of, buy something, hold it for a really long time, get clapped on it, and then once the earnings isn't there, the whole idea here with UMC is I'm expecting it to kind of mature. In the sense that this is it's a new company. They do have a good history out there, but the longer you hold, the less riskier it'll become. Right now, it's just going through its thing. UMC, I don't know when, but I know what. That earnings, it was a mixed bag. It wasn't at first glance, it doesn't look good, but that's if you just only look at it from estimate sides. But all of those numbers are still up 40-50% year over year. So I could still see some level of growth there. Wendy's still going up. Buying more Uber. And then UMC, I think we got one more month before the dividend. So we can start doing something. Another earthquake in 5.0 in South Indian Ocean. That was crazy, bro. We saw just so many earthquakes between this last 2 weeks, even over the weekend. SPY's coming down here now, so let's see what's giving up. One looks like it wants to go. It looks decent. Backstops clap. These Kabul airport videos are wild. Bro, people are they were trying to grab onto the plane to catch a flight. Like legitimately grab onto it while it was moving. UPS great trade. Bowen's still at the bottom now, 2.6. Tesla down 3. Damn, that escalated quickly then. Yeah, Tesla's starting to sell off again. Only news they got was the autopilot investigation this morning. It did not sound good, but I think they should be good overall. TLT back to 150. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. So now you're starting to enter the top end, the topper end of the range, I would call it, the higher end. So wherever that goes from here now, I think the market is it's showing a lack of conviction in this market move here. Not move coming down, but in general, the fact that we're up near all-time highs and you're still getting the bond rates moving like that, it's saying something. Let's see a golden cross on TLT. What would this mean? TLT bags, NVIDIA sub 200. Currencies, they moved a decent amount, and even I think within like 0.5%, and then every South Asian Pacific and Europe both dropped about like 0.8 to 1.5. So it's not looking too hot. AMD on the bottom, Square, NVIDIA, Visa, those are all hitting the low tickers. Apple back below 150. If Apple starts to go, that'll affect us a little heavier. As you can see, NASDAQ quickly just dropped back down to 0.5%. They're only down a third. So S&P and NASDAQ matched up. Dow's almost down 1%. What's up with all the blood? We had an interesting weekend. I mean, again, there was a lot of stuff over the weekend. Just kind of a lot of stuff that it wasn't necessarily too bad, but it kind of, it put some dirt into the pool. The waters are very muddy now as we get ready for Powell. We're going to hear from Powell, the minutes this week, a couple of economic data points. Even China's economic data this morning was not hot at all. And that's just adding it to everything else you've already seen over the weekend. So it's factored in there. Shop still up 1.9. MOXC. Probably on the China news. Yeah, and everything else going on overseas. I mean, that's where I wouldn't be surprised to see more volatility. And, I mean, maybe we could appreciate what we're getting today. You're actually getting movement. So hopefully this isn't our first day this week and then we don't see it the rest of the week. But don't forget what last week looked like. Last week we barely moved. You know what I'm saying? So you're actually getting a decent range here. So let's see how this plays out. That's at least the one thing I could appreciate in this. So we'll see how the volume is. When our economy rides off a war with Afghanistan, it could go both ways. I mean, and it would have to escalate. It's still very early, but until then, there is still going to be, there's a lot of negativity priced into that situation or potential. Anything could happen. I mean, it's just the last thing you really want here. And if there's anything else going on overseas, and it just, what happened over the weekend in the Middle East, it wiped out about like 20 years of work in a crazy, crazy logic. Oh my gosh. And we're 60 likes away from 1,000. Is there 60 people that hear me right now? Can we communicate? If you hear me, you hit the like button. You hit that. I can see you right now. If you look at that. Oh my, that was 100 people. Oh, you did it. Wow. You can hear me. Isn't that cool? I just know. So like, listen, listen, if you hear me, and I'm coming through your speakers right now, and you heard me enough to click that button, I just hope you know you're going to have a good day, okay? You're going to have a good weekend. You're going to have a good week. You're feeling blessed. You're alive, okay? You were meant to smile and enjoy life, so please smile. Enjoy it. I'm just telling you, whatever issue you're dealing with, this too shall pass. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? It will pass. That's why I'm telling you, it will pass. So I hope you're good. I hope you're feeling blessed about it. You know, you need to keep your chest to the sun so you could always be looking ahead to see your next opportunity. But we're glad you're here. But if you're hearing me, just you. I mean, again, I already did this. You could hear me specifically. That's why you liked the video. I said, hey, could you do this? And then you did it. This is for you. You're going to have a beautiful week, okay? So please enjoy it. Please enjoy it. I'm excited for you, honestly. I'm excited for you, baby. Amazon, Apple, red. Uh-oh. Apple did flip red. Dude, that's a 1% move top to bottom. Oh, Bradley Frizzle in the peach. Oh, did I tell you it was going to be a good week? Oh, man. Oh, man. Amen. Amen. That's what I'm talking about, baby. We love Mr. Frizzle. Mr. Frizzle in the peach. Happy Monday, baby. Ooh. I'm surprised Apple just flipped like that. That the one that got to me by surprise. Much surprise, you know? Gap is dropping down 3. Damn, son. Where's that RL? Oh, that play is up? I didn't even know that play was up. I got $120 on there. 83 cents. What I get for him? I got $1. Oh, that's not bad. Hood, and then all of retail's down. Oh, they ain't closing that one. How much I get? I got $1.11. Damn, they ain't showing no love, bro. How much should I collect off this play? 430. That should be like 537. Oh, there ain't no love. Oh, it closed it? Oh, yeah, it closed out of the RL. So that was just only like probably, what, 20% there? I don't even know. I don't even know there. I will take it, though. I will take it. Because that one, remember, I was down like 50% on that one. It was a bigger play there. I'm back from Miami. Oh, you went to Miami? Ooh, Patrick Parker. Do your thing, baby. So I got to the RL. That's good. Now we just need to figure out the AMD, the TLT one. I forgot what the AMD one's at. I might write that one out. Yeah, AMD was 68%, so there's still a little bit left on the table. Oh, shit, but that's this week? Damn, this is the week of the 20th. Interesting. Amazon and Shakeout. What do you think about Corsair? I like Corsair. I'd want it to kind of chill out here. I hope I'm not too patient for it. And then it kind of, you know, if I am, I am. And then it kind of kicks back up into gear. Otherwise, I'd like it. So it's on the list. I would just keep a watch on it. But if you've already been building out a position, if you like it, you could do what you need to. What price range would I be looking to buy more Snap shares out? It doesn't really matter the price as much as everything else. So if I started to see a lot of things, you know, outpace Snap, I would go there. But in this case, Snap has been outpacing a lot of other investments. So that's why I'm looking for, you know, I'd look for relative to what other names that I want are trading at, essentially. AMD on the bottom. Apple coming down. UPS 200 calls. Abify 1.1. Airbnb. Airbnb, you look so good on Friday, bro. You look so good. That's crazy. You look like a mess today. You look like a mess. You look like a mess. Kroger 0.9. Shopify 0.9. Uber down 2. UVXY. Let's see what we got. TLT look like UVXY. UVXY, the VIX ain't even at 20. That TLT look crazy, bro. We're dumping heavy. You got a lot of pressure here in the market, I'd say. I think you got overseas pressure as well as news pressure, but I don't think it's too crazy just yet. Again, don't get fooled. I mean, you saw the slowness of last week. I mean, it didn't just disappear out of nowhere is what I would remind you. Harry, quickly, get to the bonds. You don't have time. You see TLT. They're like, Harry, everything happening overseas. You must get to the bonds and then Powell this week. Harry, come with me if you want to yield. Please. Roblox after hours. Facebook big candle. A little bit. Take you to the bonds. Like the video. You did awesome with that. I have ability to save you to the bond yields. Hopefully Jerome does not do anything stupid. Yes, come with me if you want to yield. Please. Get to the chopper taxis. Brought to you by Joby. It's not a sponsored post. But I have just loved the excellent transportation methods to get from point A to point B. Harry. Powell, this week you said September. Last week, Powell is it's like Powell like reading books in front of a preschool this week. No, I mean that's how I view it because it's like educate. He's like going to be talking in front of students and educators. So it's not really he's not expected to drop anything groundbreaking. It's not going to be like a Fed meeting. And then you don't get anything else from him August, then September we'll hear. So we're going to hear from Powell, but it's not going to be, Powell's always in official capacity, but it's not going to be like a sanctioned Fed meeting where we're not going to get any hints at anything and there's not going to be any announcements of anything new. But we'll see. And then Fed Kaplan this week, he's speaking with the CEO of the Dallas International Airport. I think that one's going to be interesting. Other than that, we're pushing it into September there with the actual real Fed meeting. You guys, make sure you check out the main channel. Every night there's a nightly watch list. We love it. We love it. We love it. I'm not even going to look at my account today. Just listen on stream. Good. Just follow my voice. Follow my voice. We'll see. Again, we're coming off of a very slow week. So we'll see how it factors into here. But a lot of moving pieces. I mean, the only thing, I think the only issue that came up is just now, we're juggling a lot of different things. And I think the Afghanistan situation kind of just gets thrown in there now as we're juggling a lot of stuff. But as we come into finishing August, get rid of summer, let's see the volume of September, and then we go from there. NYC plans to require museum visitors to be vaccinated. Carl's Jr. Brondo on the high ticker. Abby, I look at it. It sucks, though. We're about to get Abby by drip, and now it's expensive. Stoked to be here. Let's get this bread. Amen. Good morning. Good morning. Happy Monday. Day 3, tuning in from the weight room in the morning. Ooh. Now we're talking. Now we're talking. Is that point 0.8? Oh, wow. NASDAQ is leading on the downside now. I didn't even realize that. I thought I was tripping out. I thought that said 0.6, and then I looked closer. It said 0.8. I'm live? Yeah, man, I am live. How are you? Good morning. VIX drop, not pop. I would just watch TLT. TLT came down a little bit. Yeah, I turned off DVR, so if you refresh, you'll be good. Walmart reports tomorrow. One bear turned into a bull. Analyst Scott Mushkin double upgraded Walmart to buy from sell on Monday with a 169 price target. The rationale for our dramatic change is that our research suggests the sales are strong, much stronger than we had expected, he wrote, noting that sales probably have grown even more. So you got some analysts switching from bearish to bull on young Walmart. And then we have that other Walmart play. I don't know where it's at. It's still up. It's up 108%, so it's holding. Do they report Tuesday or Wednesday? And then we also have the, what's it called? The Roblox. Come on, Roblo. You could have done. You could have had it all. UAL still down 2.5. Green candles on Dow and S&P. Walmart tomorrow. Twitter, Roku on the low. They're actually selling, even Tesla, Twitter, Roku, selling off decently, but they're still not. They're down between 2 and 1.5. Birthday. It's not my birthday, but I love you. Thank you. Back to school. Are you guys back to school now? Is that it? Y'all get the Jan Sports. You get your Jan Sports and staplers. Y'all back in class? Is that what you guys? I'm old. That's all that statement showed you. So TLT chilling out a little bit there. My brother's back at ASU. Airbnb, yeah, staplers and Elmer's glue. That's not what you guys bring to school. I don't know. I thought that's what you do. Like mechanical pencils. CNBC talk about Fed tapering in September. Just you're gonna hear this word so many. If you haven't already heard it enough, you're just gonna hear it more and more over the next few weeks. Taper, taper, taper. And they'll be like taper. Then be like, I thought they were tapering, and who's gonna taper? And like I thought the taper was tapering, not the taper, but then they're tapering. Are we even gonna taper? They're like, what's a taper? I thought you're tapering the tantrum of the taper. Don't taper the taper tantrum. Are you going to talk about talking about tapering, or taper about talking about taper, or taper about tapering the talk? You know? That could happen. Doge, man, outperforming again. All the cryptos, man. Crypto was nutty this weekend. Absolutely nutty. Make me smile, baby. Amen. Say that again faster. I honestly, I just blacked out, and I had no idea what I said. It was just I got possessed by the taper talks. So it could happen. You know, if you look in the mirror and say taper tantrum 3 times, dude, it'll be crazy. It'll be crazy. Taping the taper using the stapler. DEA strong. Have you looked into it? I've not. DEA. Easterly government property. Is this a REIT? Kind of looks like it. That's an interesting one. I have not looked at DEA. Yield could be good. 4.7 yield. I thought it would yield higher. Damn. Oh shit! It's called DEA, government properties. NARC. No. BA got that dough. Apple's still kind of at the bottom here. Some stuff picking up. Airlines. Redfin using any other real estate platform. Would love Josh's thoughts. I like Redfin a lot. I even like Zillow too, though. I mean, I don't like Zillow as much, but I have even been using Zillow every now and then. Square on the low. A lot of things are starting to slip up here still. So you got some stuff bouncing. Some of the stuff, Travel Bank showing weakness earlier this morning. They're bouncing back up. But then other stuff is flipping. So you got 177 names up on the S&P. 323 names that are down. Or 327. Then the Dow Jones. What do we got? Oh, come on. Then you got 10 names up in the Dow, 20 on the low. Boeing, CRM, Goldman, Disney all leading the downside on the Dow. Upstart flip. Oh, yeah. Upstart went, dude, that thing looks crazy. UPS all day. Oh, they're up 1%. Same with FedEx. They're doing really, really good. So SPY's coming back here. TLT absolutely just reversed right there. So, again, you got a little bit of the pressure here. It's been about 38 minutes. Asia Pacific and Europe both did bad. So, again, we're only expecting so much here. I'm only expecting so much. You can see here, Euro stocks down 0.8, the DAX down 0.5%. China pretty much sold off all across the board, and then we're right where we're at right now. The SC13s there's a couple. There's only Starboard Entertainment. They came out the other day, but here in the by next Monday, every company with over 100 million in assets, they should be filing their SC13 in the next few days. I don't know if Burry did. We looked last time, but we could see. He never emailed me back, bro. I thought we were friends. Nah, he hasn't. I only got one filing from Burry. SPY bouncing up, but last purchase was a couple days ago. He sold some London one, bought more Hyundai, and then sold another Japan stock. Remember, he has a lot of overseas holdings. See, we have his new buy. We have it. We got the whole breakdown though. We know what he's doing. We know we on him, bro. We on him. Oh, FedEx is rocketing right there. You're getting volume, and then you're breaking through 280 on the top. Why is AMAT pumping? I do not know. FedEx on the high. AMAT's up 1.2. Just some stuff is just looking good. MMM pop huge. Yeah, 3M. Kind of looks like FedEx. Some of the more solid names. Ironically, NASDAQ is almost down 1%. Dow's only down 0.39 right now. So that was a flip-flop from earlier this morning. Russian foreign minister says situation in Afghanistan is stabilizing. DraftKings strong bounce. I'd watch FedEx, UPS. A lot of eyes on them, and they're still both holding up right there. And 3MM is going. So premium on FedEx. You can if you want to, but again, I think, we could go anywhere from here. Tesla hitting another low. Tesla's down 4.6 now. UAL on the high. That's bounced. We're gonna add a new low of the day. The UN, they're talking right now on Afghanistan. I don't know if you want to watch it.
Mr. President, we're extremely concerned about Taliban's not honoring their promises and commitments made in their statements at the
Keep cut.
images of Taliban's mass executions of military personnel and target killings of civilians in Kandahar and other big cities.
Oh, so it's a special meeting. I think you could watch the briefing and then the rest of it is actually closed to the public. Believe it or not, Tesla is selling off. He says, sounds like anonymous.
He started house-to-house searches in some neighborhoods, registering names and looking for people in their target.
Do you guys hear it?
There are already reports of target killings and looting in the city. Kabul residents are living in absolute fear right now. Mr. President, there is no time for blame game anymore. We have an opportunity to prevent further violence, prevent Afghanistan descending into a civil war and becoming a pariah state.
Ford, UAL, airlines, they're all jumping right now. But yeah, I mean, that one will be interesting. We'll see what happens. It's quiet. Now I'm back. And Tesla's still selling off. So it sounds like lending tips. I can see that. But the guy didn't have an Apple Watch. So it can't be lending tips. You know, lending tips loves his Apple Watch. He's like, oh, I love Elon. Yeah, I wear my Apple Watch while I go on autopilot. Hey, why they sue Elon? I love autopilot. It gets me from point A to point B, and then I track how many steps I didn't take on my iWatch. It's so fun. Why does LT sound like Elmo? He usually sounds a lot more like manly, but then right when he steps into Tesla, it just, I don't know, full Elon fanboy takes over, and then he just, yeah, it's weird. Very weird. Roblo down foe. Tipping all fofos. Square, I'm surprised. Square, PayPal, and then eBay bounce. That one's nuts. Myrna, I think Myrna's getting clapped. Tesla kind of bouncing off the bottom there. AMD, chip makers, is Micron still up? Yeah, Micron went. If Micron, bro, if we only had a 1 day relief pretty much. Abivi implied volatility surges as shares rise. Kraft Heinz volatility surges as shares rise. Associated Press, many Bible Belt preachers silent on shots as COVID-19 surges. Check rail, XLNX. They're on the low. Cat, big candles on the dip. Oh, Cat kind of came back up. Micron Jones. Back then, they didn't want me. Now I'm hot, they y'all on me. Micron Jones. Micron Jones. AMC. Myrna's down 10. Amazon slipped heavy. Amazon's down 2% right now. So this is looking like last Monday. You guys remember last Monday, Amazon was down about 2%. The bigger names dropped. So this looks a lot like last Monday now that I'm thinking about it. Where was it? Was this it? You guys remember? You had the sell-off, then we had that kind of bounce. It did end up kind of coming back up here, but then you got picked up by the Dow and the other names, and then the bigger NASDAQ names kind of stayed down. So if that plays out again, it might look a lot like what we saw last week. Because we have a similar, we're going to be getting news with just economic developments, but nothing too crazy. AMD, Amazon, NVIDIA, they're all coming down. What do you think about Disney? I got clapped on. I thought it was going to do very, very well. I thought anybody who did good in this environment, especially if they haven't moved too much. So, I was totally wrong on that one. Walmart's at least holding up. That's where I'm kind of worried now because I want to see how, a positive earnings result would play into them. If DVR's on, you got to refresh. We turned it off. You'll be good. Costco 450. Upstart flipped again. Netflix complete flip. Netflix was showing some strength in the morning. Bro, they all did. ETC holding up very well. I was excited about it. I would talk about it, but anytime I talk about it, it will continue to go straight down. So I will just smile in my head every time I see Ethereum Classic. I don't want to upset the crypto gods. They will say, humble yourself. I say, okay, I'm sorry. You don't do anything. Just keep going higher. I don't care. Just don't I won't tell anybody. Please. Roblox broke 80. Wally World. Let's see. How's UAL? Roblox bad sell-off. I was liking it, man. It barely moved last week. I mean, last week the candles were a little bit smaller there, but this is not a good Monday to open up to. FOMO ETC, I'm on 130. If it drops again from here, I mean, at that price, if your second purchase you could wipe out to the average, make it a lot there. Like I did, I added up everything yesterday. Like I'm only down like $4 or $5 grand now from the top of where I was at, and that was because I had some nice averages, or even that latest one below 60 it helped out a lot. Possible rebound Thursday, Friday. I think it just depends on what happens. I mean, with the economic data, as long as we don't get anything too crazy negative. Again, you got a little bit of the China stuff. Obviously, we got whatever going on overseas. And overseas, it's going to sound very aggressive over the next few days, but then don't underestimate the market's ability to ignore it. And that's unless it gets really, really bad. But then at that point, I just think it's going to start weighing in on commodities and oil and all that. But even then, oil's still down 2.5, but it bounced today. Yeah, the Afghanistan situation, it just sucks. I mean, it really, like, you got, we say the Pledge of Allegiance every day, like, Afghanistan and what happened with our troops over the last few years. I mean, it's crazy. It's crazy. I already saw jokes. Did you guys see the diamond hand jokes? I'd already seen memes. People were posting pictures of the Taliban in the, prison, or in the what's it called, the presidential palace, and it's just like they literally waited for 20 years. I mean, it's a pretty nutty concept. Oof, not funny. I laughed. I mean, I looked at him. I said, that's kind of, I was like, but it is just a shitty situation. If you think like that's where most drama, most of you guys who are younger or even older, like Afghanistan and troops, those words go hand in hand together. So to see it, to spend all that time in there, and then now the situation gets reversed. I mean, a lot of people don't realize one big part with it is it has a huge effect for women. I don't think people realize that they're, back when the Taliban controlled Afghanistan back then, like women weren't allowed to go to school. Women weren't allowed to work. They had a couple of different things. So that they're already starting to do that right away. So within a few days, they're already starting to reinstitute some of their laws. Like they already told some women to go home who are working in any government position. Vietcongs. Oil and gas companies, they could be decent. They could be decent. They could be decent, but right now there's going to be a lot of back and forth with oil. You know, there's everything now from this situation in Afghanistan all the way to China and demand that. So again, flipping over here to Asia Pacific, we got news this morning out of China. Their economic data came in weak, but another part was their oil refineries. So they're not refining their oil its lowest rate in 14 months. So the demand with oil and everything again, and now Russia, you got to realize Russia is one of the only places that's choosing to stay in Afghanistan now. So it starts over. It starts a lot of shit. It's quite the theater that you have. But OPEC, Russia, and now tied in the Afghanistan situation, it's gonna get interesting. It's not big facts. I mean, or it's not big tin. It's that's just Afghanistan, United States, and Russia. All three of those words go together over the last 2 decades, maybe longer, even since the 80s. AMC pop. So I think it's and again, we're at the early stages of everything. It may not develop into anything crazy, and usually stock markets, we never really reacted to Afghanistan, so it's not like even though we see it on the news right now and we're talking about it, it may not turn into the biggest situation, but I'm already trying to connect the dots here with what it could lead to. I didn't see all the airport videos, but a lot of people have told me. I have not seen the ones of the people like clinging onto the plane or falling. I saw them clinging onto it, but it's a sad situation. This conversation could be from 02, 08, or 2000 or 2021. Yeah, it's wild. No sound effects. Not too many pops. I totally forgot I have a soundboard, honestly. To be honest with you. That's good to know, though. Nothing's popping. I just wanted to pop a smile on your face. That sounds really weird when I say it out loud. But in my mind, it came across, I just wanted you to smile. Okay. That's it. I'm going to stop there. Don't sound Afghan. Yeah, I think some. I just won't use. I won't use this one. We won't use that one. I needed that soundboard when I was arguing with my girl. Well, why? So you're getting an argument with her, and you're gonna be like, I don't want to hear it. Yeah. I'm sorry. No. This conversation, what you're saying right now, I'm sorry, sweetie, but no, nobody likes it. You hear them? Yeah. Nobody likes that. Yeah, you need to shut up. Just shut up right now. Thank you. Okay. I got you. You're not that guy, pal. SPY coming down here. NASDAQ down 1.25. That was a very epic flip-flop. I don't think you guys saw it here. NASDAQ was very strong. And then Dow was the leader on the downside, so it switched very, very heavily. Apartment REIT, Xiaomi, Smarter Living. Now it's coming down. So, yeah, hitting another low. Is that K-Web on the low? I don't know. K-Web down 4%. If those puts didn't come back to life, I'm going to attack somebody. Yeah, I'm still down on those puts. That's crazy. Literally insurance on a burned down house. The ones with more time are holding up better, but yeah, they're coming back. But that's, I mean, again, it's showing you how difficult the situation is. I mean, whether we got the timing or not. I mean, whether you're early on it or a little bit later, you're not getting, the house is on fire. So that's why the volatility is crazy there. It's very difficult to even hit on the head even if you're correct. So that's good. It's good to watch though. Oh my gosh, what am I down on here? Well, a lot of shares are clapping. Oh, UMC is part of it too. AMC on the high. GME. AMC's rocketing out of nowhere now. SPY's hitting a new low. You're down 1.23 on the NASDAQ, almost 0.75 on the S&P. NASDAQ just above 0.5%. TLT kind of climbing back here. Boeing, not everything's touching a new low, but it's balancing out. Little hood chicly on the upside. Remember April where AMC would inverse the market on red days? Yep. We haven't seen that in a while, so you're kind of seeing that here today. We'll see if it holds up. Bouncing a little bit off the bottom. Yeah, Spotify got just ran over, and they left it to die. It's good though. If it comes down a little bit lower now it's wiping out the Joe Rogan gains. This is where it starts to get good here. GME, bless the vets, pray for all, amen. SPX, NASDAQ outpacing their equal weights to the downside. Yeah, the bigger caps are down a lot more, but then you're getting a lot of pressure here today, but it's not as, I feel like it would have been a lot bigger if it wasn't kind of one of these summer days. I mean, volume's pretty decent. First hour, we're slightly above average. Let's check. Where's your VWAP at? Orf, little pop. Tesla's still dumping from the lows. Yeah, Tesla just hasn't had a bad news article in a while like that. I mean, usually they get over any like investigation type stuff. I mean, it's not like when Tesla was early on in the day. So, or earlier back in the day, Tesla used to react really negative to these types of recalls and stuff like that. But it's just an investigation. So I want to see. But I think as people start to, people start to see the news, they react to it in the morning, we will see. I'm at work, I got you in my ears. Let's go, baby. Don't get fired, you know what I'm saying? No, don't. My European close. Well, Europe is down. So everything, even European close, Asia is down. Like, so once European closes, we'll be able to see kind of how the market feels about it domestically. Yeah, UMC, they didn't meet expectations. I think the expectations were a little too high, but I think they expected it to be high. I think the company priced in high expectations, but it wasn't good in the sense that they missed expectations, but the numbers are still there. I mean, the fact that they're still doing about like 60 billion in originations or something like that, it's still increased year over year, that they weren't always doing that much. So that was good, but again, the guidance was not good. And then they had the the charge-offs. I forgot how they valued. They took a loss on how they're valuing some of the mortgages, the MRS or whatever. Roblo hovering around 80. McDonald's green. HD was on the high too. They have earnings. AMD. Walmart's up 122. You know, it's UWM taking my mortgage on the SD crib. Ooh, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Most you'll realize how big they are. Like they're everywhere. So a lot of people have the what's it called? UWM does a lot. Oh my God. Yo, bro. I saw one of y'all. Why'd y'all send me the video? Damn. That's crazy. That's sad. That's awful. That's awful. Yeah, the falling from the stew. That one's crazy. That's crazy. HC Wainwright just price target. SQM. Solely sad. SQM's dropping a little bit of cheekly. I have no idea what it is. Pizza on the low too. Your used car is probably worth a lot right now. What you should consider before selling. FedEx is still up. Good morning, Chad. Good morning. It's Monday. What a way to start off Monday. Oh, what a way to start off Monday in the global world. All red. Leslie moving up. AMC looks nice. DraftKings is looking a little bit better. TLT is coming right back up though, so you got a little bit of a flip flop here between the market. See 4-year-old Chad. No, I tried to load up the video. I'm going to try it on my other computer. Because I got the email and it was a video, but I can't. It wouldn't let me open it like embedded. I have to check it on my other one, though. I was excited, though. I will let you know when I do, though. Shout out to young Chads. And shout out to father Chads getting their kids a long term. Hey, man. Now I want to open up my long term. You got me started. Sonos, are they moving up? Yeah, 10%. They're holding up. Remember Friday they got the Google deal. Uncle Chad's work as well. We love Uncle Chad's too. That's fine. It's good. My son still says 1 minute. Ooh. GME, AMC, they're both still running. Interesting. Upstart going green? No way. That thing went green to red. That was 6% red over here. I think it just moves a lot. Military flights from Kabul expected to resume shortly. That video, why would they take off with people? I mean, I think it highlights the situation. I mean, a lot of people bring this up with any sort of quote-unquote immigration. It's just different because they're just trying to leave the country. They're not trying to go into another one. But, I mean, if somebody sees that as their best option to hang on to a plane versus stay where they are, I think it highlights the graveness of the situation over there. Yeah, and that's part of it too. Anything that is, you can't leave anything. You can't leave any equipment. So any planes, any cars, anything else that they cannot remove there, they have to blow it up. Otherwise, it literally gets taken by terrorists. And yeah, it's a crazy risk. Like, there's a lot of stuff out there at the same time. There's the safety of our troops, the people there. You can't just stop a plane on the runway. You don't know who's who out there. If anything, it's like a movie scene, right? You guys, I forgot what movie. Have you ever what movie was that? I forgot. There was like a movie. It's like you've seen several movie scenes like that. Just people getting loaded on like an airport, and then it's just bad. I don't think World War Z. I think it was a new movie. I think Greenland. I think the one, it was like an Amazon one. Greenland. Yeah, Greenland. That's the one. And then they literally had everybody on the loading into those cargo planes, and then eventually, people panicked, and it led to a problem, or Mars attacks. AMC. Apple's still on the low. Facebook, man, what a shift. Even Google, I think Amazon and Google are the worst. Amazon's down too. Remember when market dropped and meme stocks did the reserve? This is going to happen. It might. I mean, that's what some people some of you guys quickly brought that up. You're like, wait a minute. SPY coming down, AMC, GME going up. So people are thinking about that. I mean, we'll see. And right now, just small caps are the second leader next to the NASDAQ. Hong Kong security chief warns disbanded teachers union and protest organizers can still be investigated for crimes. Tomorrow, you're going to get an update on some other stuff in China or something related to Hong Kong and Macau. Where's crypto? Oh, Ethereum fell from market open. It was looking good yesterday. Let's see. Microsoft on the low. TLT kind of right there in the middle, but still elevated. Market SPY's near the low of the day. I think so is the NASDAQ. NASDAQ's down 1.25%. That escalated pretty quick. We'll see how the rest of the day plays out because, tying this into what we've seen, it looks a lot like last Monday, but you saw how small last week was. It took us this whole week pretty much Most of the gains came in on Thursday, so it's interesting to see a little bit more volatility and movement today, and the volume is slightly higher than anything last week. Burry's 13F out. Are you sure? Yes. 1028. Hold on. It's coming over here as of 6:30. Yeah, it came out 20 minutes ago. Let me see. I don't think he changed anything though. I'm not seeing even the 13F. It didn't have too much there. I'm trying to double check. A 13F is a ownership form. So any changes in ownership, if you own, if you have a fund worth a certain size or you own a certain amount of a company, if it's available company, you have to disclose your holdings, any changes to it, so on and so forth. Yeah, there's no holding. So the 13F came out, but it says it's even, they checked the box. There's no form updates. Summary page, sign asset capital. So we'll see. Keep an update on that. I'd be on the lookout for that, depending on what he does. Could affect Tesla bonds and some other things. No time. 7:45. It's still very, very early here. We've only been here for an hour 15. Facebook taking another step down. AMC is still going. So you're getting that weird flip-flop. That we haven't seen that flip-flop since like April, I would say. Kind of died out in May. Docs. 13F looks neutral. Do you see the holdings? It's saying I see one that says the holdings. The other one doesn't, but I want to see. Jesus. This is what a headline. I'm 50. My new husband is 80. I'm not on the deed of the house. Instead, he gave me a credit card with a $1,000 spending limit. Okay. All right. I asked for a credit card. He gave me one with a $1,000 monthly spending limit. That's the headline. I don't even. Maybe we'll come back to that one. You say king shit. He said, "I get the house. I give you $1,000 credit." I get the house. You get $12,000 a year, huh? Sound like a good deal, huh, sweetie? Okay. Mm. You say very good deal. Very good deal. So the war over there is like our civil war back in the day. Kind of, not really. I mean, they have, like, the Middle East has multiple civil wars to a degree. I mean, there's a lot of difference in opinion there, and then even when they agree, they'll agree for the most part, but then disagree on some of the other ones. But it's more so, between the U.S. and Afghanistan, as well as just the role Afghanistan has kind of played in the Middle East. It's an interesting place out there, and how it's played out over the years, and why. I mean, it could be a breeding ground for a lot of different things, but there's many conflicts. It's not just civil, if anything. It's not like because there is a lot of different what's it called? I'm blanking on the word. Denominations. I don't know what you call it. I've not been there. No. Factions, ideologies. Yeah, so it's not like, but then there's different factions and ideologies, but then a lot of people can agree to, F you, United States, like back there. So it goes, but then there's also some people, since our influence over the last 20 years, some people like it, some people don't. It's a very, very complex, it's a complex situation with what it is, but it's not, I would say you're a little further than civil war. I think you're more close. I don't know what you would be closer to. So it's more war than civil war. Yeah, I would say probably. Mm. It's more like, yeah, it's like Lord of the Rings. Right now, it's just a powder keg, and right now, if anything that doesn't have development or support, anybody could come in there. Whoever's the strongest, whoever could wield the most influence, you could just take it over. That's it. So it's a powder keg. It's just right now, and that's what happened. The minute we left, it just set off a spark, and there was just a lot of things ready to go. The speed to which it happened is breakneck. It's crazy. That's the thing. Again, you guys don't remember? I put it on the watch list the last week. The expectations by the United States government. You remember Biden came on and he said they need to learn to defend themselves. All of that. They were operating on a logic that it would take 90 days to take over Kabul. So to get into the presidential palace that they were in yesterday, they were pricing in 90 days, and it happened in 2 days, essentially. No, now they lowered the expectation to 72 hours, meaning everything will be overran in the next 2 days from here now. I did not look on Snap Maps. Says starting August, ready to install CPSC approved repair to ensure touchscreen remains securely attached. Oh yeah, whereas Peloton got the lawsuit, but it's just a class action. I don't know how much weight it has. So Taliban beat earnings then. Yeah, sure. You could put it that way if you'd like. It's funny. I mean, I was even joking about it leading into this. We were making fun of the Taliban, but dude, I did not even expect that to happen. I did not think that by the time we went to bed on Friday, or even like Thursday till waking up today to seeing that. That's why I'm like, damn. It's the situation that escalated very, very quickly. Very, very quickly. It was definitely a surprise. Did you hear about them in Clubhouse? Bro, yeah, bro, the Taliban. Bro, they got a Clubhouse. They got a Twitter. You don't see, they got photo ops. Bro, they're like, yo, everybody circle around the desk. Come on, go, come on. Barry, put your AK up. Come on. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Don't smile. Don't smile. Look aggressive. They got photo ops. They got people sitting outside the Toyotas, the Hummers, man. They got all I'm saying is this is what somebody texted me this. They gave me a Trump joke. They said, I'm confused. How does Taliban have a Twitter, but Donald Trump doesn't? I said, wow, that's interesting. That's true. That's very. They got everything, bro. They got a way better PR team, I would say, even than Trump nowadays. So, yeah, I mean, it shows you a lot. It shows you a lot. No, it's a fact though. They're very tech savvy, bro. Very tech savvy. They're trying to look like a legit. Oh, bro, they've learned a lot in 20 years. They didn't even say they're like, come on. They would have been like, this is our land. We're a Taliban country. They're like, nah. We gonna rename it. We gonna be the Emirates. They're like, you like that word Emirates? Yeah. We gonna be the Emirates of Afghanistan. You know, they're like, we gotta make it look we gotta make it look a certain way. Bro, they changing the wordings. They're doing rebranding. Bro, they got a PR team. I'm telling you. Yeah, they're all 1099 employees. It's crazy. Clapped today. I got clapped too, surprisingly. I mean, I think UMC started adding some pressure, but then you're getting a sell-off across every single index here this morning, and it's a lot bigger comparative speed-wise to what we saw last week. Aren't you from Afghanistan? Nah, we're from Egypt, so kind of close there. But this has been even my last 20 years of life since the early 2000s. I remember, again, and as somebody, I know I love our military and everything. It's a very big situation. I've been confused as an Afghani my whole life. That's back before people were nice about things or like politically correct. I would get made fun of a lot during the early 2000s. People even treated our family very interesting. Again, this situation runs very, very deep. So it's just crazy to see how in 4 days, we've came back to a situation that we thought was over for the most part. But now, how it's going to factor into the global economy right now, even with Delta going on and everything else. I mean, it's a weird black swan, I would say. It's not necessarily going to have the same market effect. It's not going to necessarily be this like black swan big thing, but it is now a new piece of information that, depending on how it unwinds from here, we'll see what happens. They're taking over half of. No, yeah, they took over the airport and the what's it called? The presidential palace in the capital. Let's see, Facebook's still dropping. Amazon is hideous. Amazon 2%. Is it on Snap Maps? Now I want to look. China will start aiding them like U.S. aided them against Russia. Well, Russia is still there. the situation. I mean, you think if Russia, that was one of Russia's biggest investments, and some people would even argue what Russia did with the Afghanistan in the early 80s probably contributed to some of the decline there with the Soviet Union. Russia has made a large investment in Afghanistan. And even on top of this, Europe, France, Denmark, a couple of places have all withdrawn their embassies and diplomats. Russia has actually chosen to stay in the middle of all this, and this is currently. Driving force behind the red market, a lot of different info. You have the Soviets was back then. I'm not talking about now. So if you think it's misinformation, I encourage you to look it up there. I could be wrong, but I'm not speaking of the currents. I'm talking about back then, because when there was the Soviets, they invested into Afghanistan to spread communism. But the cause of today, there's a lot of different things, but primarily, some of this situation, I don't think it's the biggest effect as much as it is the effect of China. So China data, retail sales, industrial output, that came in this morning. That wasn't good. And then Europe dropped their first 6-day streak, or they were on a 10-day streak, and then they finally dropped it today. So there's all of this other pressure, and now getting ready for some of the other data this week. No, you're correct. The Soviet collapse after its Afghanistan move. That's what I'm pretty sure of. Again, you could double check it, but that's why I'm saying it's the Afghanistan is very important to Russia. So now it's called Russia, but back, when they started making their investments, it was the Soviet Union. If Afghan escalates, does gas price shoot up? It could in the next coming weeks or months. I would want to see what happens with oil. Because oil, again, if Afghanistan, you got to realize it's one thing about Afghanistan, but now the next part is going to be who do they work with and who do they align with. I mean, and anything can happen out there. So that's why I do think, with oil, oil is key. Hoops are up at least. Yes, we'll see. Come on, Jeffrey. You can do it. Pave the way. Put your back into it. AMD still down. Ooh, we got the long term. Ooh, getting clapped. Ooh. Damn, Snapchat. Damn, what just happened here? Snapchat took us down. Airbnb came down. Overstock. Got a little bit of a gain there. Abivi's looking nice, though. Okay. Biden is speak about Afghanistan at 3:45 p.m. right before close. Yeah, he's returning from Camp David though, so that's a big deal. Because again, he was either, because remember he went to Camp David on Friday, I think. So then I think he's coming back to address the situation. Yeah, he was supposed to be on vacation, so that's good. He's going to return at 1 p.m. and then talk about Afghanistan at 3:45. Mm-hmm. Jeff Bezos, Blue Origin, sues NASA, escalating his fight for a moonland. Damn, bro, Jeff. He's like, hey, I'll pay all the fees. He's like, hey, if you guys give me the contract, you don't have to pay me. And they're like, sorry, Jeff, we already got somebody. He's like, okay, I'm suing you now. Now I'm going to sue you. I try to be nice. He literally is gonna litigate his way to the moon for real. He's like, okay, that's fine. Try to do this the nice way. Try to do this the nice way. I try to pay for it. I try to be the savior. But no. Mm-mm. Fly. Mm-mm. The Blue Origin sues NASA. That's coming across the wire now. Or another update. Or you to think Taliban is as bad as people make it out to be for Afghanistan. I don't know much about this situation. Well, I don't think we could like poll the people as easily as here. But a lot of the easiest thing people point to is is like some of what the laws would require. So under Taliban control, it was kind of like what you saw in the UAE back in the day. Like women aren't allowed to work, so like you can't have any women working. No school. There's just certain effects on what it is, and even how they view certain things. But that's one thing that people really quickly say that's not fair. But it's totally, it's hard to say for the most part. But I mean, I wouldn't, Taliban is a terrorist organization. Is when it's just all said and done. So how good that will be for the people, it's hard to say. But a lot of people can argue over the last 20, 30 years, what has been the what is good or what do they want? I mean, is America influence better? Who knows? Mm-mm-mm. And we talked about it on Friday. I even said it. I said as much as a lot of people would like to blame Biden, that situation has even developed because no one expected to see what we saw. It's like you can't really blame Biden because a lot of people have talked about this. Even Trump wanted to get the troops out of there, but what I think it was, what's his name, McConnell, Turtle, he said, yeah, they're blaming Bush. No, people just said the execution was just awful. So, a lot of people talked about withdrawing the troops. And they said, to do this, but the actual execution of it was very, very difficult. But yeah, you forgot to blame Bush. Yeah, you gotta get in there. People are furious who didn't evacuate the civilian. Oh yeah, there's a lot of bad things that happened with it. Yeah, Bush, Obama, Trump, Biden, they could all share the blame pretty equally. Wording, Josh, execution. Well, yes. I don't think it's that's funny. But yeah, it's how they went about the withdrawal was not too good. AMD, everything you see, we're getting. Well, at least it's chilling out here towards the bottom. I mean, only 803. Some things have slowed down now. Qatar aiding Afghanistan evacuation efforts. How does China play into this? It's just going to potentially be a China ally over there, and then tying it into the Russia situation. But we will. I mean, honestly, right now, we don't know what's going to happen. I mean, at the end of the day, however this plays out is very. There's a lot of unknown now. Even to the effect of the market. I mean, that's why it's introducing a certain level of uncertainty. It's not going to have the biggest market effect in the sense that it's not going to translate into something too crazy, but it is, it's introduced some uncertainty here. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, clap first experience doing calls, but not quitting. No worries. No worries. That's good, though. You can paper trade, too. Remember, controlling the budget is the key. especially as you get started. Do Egypt banks pay 13% for savings? They might, but that's like anything with the what's it called? Anything with like a yield. So like foreign country bonds, they yield very, very high. Like India, you could get like 13 to 15%, but that means the home currency that you're in probably fluctuates. So like if you're getting a 13% on a savings account, that means that your chances are every year your value of your currency probably fluctuates more than 13%. Does that make sense? So I had a friend, he tried to get me to buy India bonds. This guy, he put in a couple million into Indian bonds, and I was like, he's Indian. And I was like, wait, what are you doing? And India's 6. It wasn't. I think India used to pay 20% on the bond. This was in like 2017. Let me see it. But I told him he it ended up working out for him because it used to be it wasn't like, yeah. No, it was yielding like 9% or 8% in like 2018. And then 2015 around 8%. And then early 2000s, it was up at around like 15 to 12. Yeah, no, it's not that. I forgot which one it was, but I remember it was high. I was just like, damn, that's high. But even in that time frame, the currency, it didn't move as much. It's actually kind of stabilized, believe it or not. Only thing my parents invested in Indian bonds. Interesting. So usually high yields from bonds or savings accounts, it's usually implying a higher volatility in the currency, higher risk essentially. But that's where you win, because if you take one of those high yields and then the stock doesn't, or the currency, the home domestic currency doesn't fluctuate that much, you make bank. But that's just the risk of anybody at a government offering you 5, 10, 15%. That's a lot. You wouldn't diversify into an Egypt savings account and see how it performs. Nah, it's not worth it for the relative risk. Again, that's like, because now at that point, like Jerome Powell's cool and all, but the minute you put your money into a foreign account based on a different currency, you're relying on their Jerome Powell. So I trust Jerome Powell, not Mr. Jerome Abdul. I don't know. Is it possibly over diversified? Yes. I think a lot of people do that, especially when they start out, to just buy a bunch of different names and then have so much diversity where you're not really capturing a majority of the move. It's good for compounding, good if it pays dividends, but if it doesn't, it's slower. Blood in the streets. I think some uncertainty, but then again, some of the tech stocks really got clapped here. NASDAQ 1.2, Cigna, UNH, they're doing good. I'm like 80% crypto. Oh man, 80%. Ooh. Like crypto is doing great. That's a little bit of tinfoil. You guys want some tinfoil? Are you ready? It's like kind of tinfoil, but I also think this is the general use of the coin. I mean, you get this highlights situations like this highlight why Bitcoin and crypto is so important to a degree. I think you got some extra demand in crypto this weekend because of the Afghan situation. So essentially now think about it, if you had money overseas there, anywhere in the Middle East right now, I think a Middle East demand for crypto is going to skyrocket. Because again, as any of these situations unfold, traditionally back in the Middle East, like if you ask my parents, like my dad told me this once back in the day, he said, when anything goes to shit, what do? He said, you go to the dollar. That's it. NYC to issue 1,000 fine for not complying with vaccine mandate. Ooh. So he said, you switch to the dollar. A lot of people would go to gold, but now considering the speed at which things are happening, everything else, you don't need to actually run to the bank. I think a lot of demand from overseas is going to come into crypto, or Middle East specifically, as these, as there's volatility there in those countries and people want to preserve their wealth. That's what they're due. I mean, again, 1980s, the Iranian Revolution. That's why a lot of Persian people own a lot of real estate in the United States. So, I have other family who's Persian, and what they did was in the 80s during the first Iranian Revolution, they took all their money out because they were scared, and then they were forced to leave however they could, or if they knew they couldn't stay there. And then they took that, switched it to dollars, and then whatever they bought with dollars outlined the next 20, 30 years, 50 years of their family futures. So I think Bitcoin and crypto is going to have some benefit off of this. And then Lending Tips said that he thinks the Taliban is using Doge. So I said, that's interesting. Probably, I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, it's in the realm. It's in the realm of tinfoil. Afghani should leave. They're going to start executing people. That would be the next very bad step. I mean, you guys, it's, like here in politics, like here, if you don't like somebody, you ban them off of Twitter. Over there, you make a public display of what it looks like when you don't follow along. So that would be the next step. And that's why some people are looking to leave. But again, it's uncertainty for the market here. I wouldn't be surprised in the next 3 to 4 days, you will see our markets kind of ignore it here in a little bit, though, depending on how the situation plays out. Ahmad, welcome. It's a good day. It's an extravagant day. Not in a good extravagance. Oil's popping up here. OPEC sees no need to release more oil in the market at the moment beyond what is already planned despite U.S. calls. Oh, they want high oil. Ooh, Russia trying to get a bag. OPEC needs to up production. Germany must be misjudged situation in Afghanistan. Bad day. Market great day overall. What do you plan on? XOM, I'm holding until January. I mean, I think oil, even to that, I still like that play, especially as it will come back in premium when oil trips out. So I think in oil right now is part of my keys here, especially with China, the demand, everything else. I think it's key. Pakistan Prime Minister makes a comment. CNN, common fear on the streets of Kabul as jubilant Taliban celebrate their victory. So again, it's dominating the headlines right now. like all throughout last night, the morning, every single, and they're gonna those headlines are just gonna drop all day. Still like Roblox. I do. It's not gonna give us the earnings setup play that we would have hoped for, but I still a fan. Well, we got 1.12. NASDAQ coming back a little bit. SPY's back at VWAP. Facebook. Well, I had an old XOM play at the beginning of the year. I grabbed XOM puts on a leap. So they were down like 80%, and they came back down to positive, and then on the last like volatility with oil, and then now they're back down 40%. Let's see, where's K-Web? Again, there was more China escalation, but it's funny, the China escalation doesn't even get that much hype anymore. Is that CDMO? I thought that was Como on the high. You guys, that's the thing too. If you guys ever compliment a female, you have to say no Como. So it's just a new way of doing things. You know, I saw a girl, I was like, wow, you look beautiful. I said, you look beautiful, no Como. So it's important. Yeah, no, it works. I'm telling you, it's like just straight like, you know, it's just like no Como. Like it's not like you look wonderful today, no Como. Yeah, that's a good one. Like, damn, you fine as hell. No Como, no Como. I didn't mean it like that. I'm just like, you look good. See, you learn something new every day. Flight operations at Kabul to resume. I'm not flying into Kabul. Why? Just close it down. Okay? Stop. Y'all can take a day. It's fine. Just take an extra day. Take 24 hours. Y'all, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, you do whatever you need to do. I'm not. Oh, look at that. I got an Amex travel. It said 5 times points to Kabul. No, thank you. That's crazy. I could book an AC 130 for $200. That's nice. Tropical storm Fred intensifies. May hit Florida panhandle near hurricane strength. Yeah, Wen hasn't moved at all. I mean, again, Wen got the Barron's article over the weekend. Spirit Airlines AC 129. Oh, no. Joby 130 still pricey. Yeah, Wendy's is decent. I mean, I think remember it had that run up. It only lasted for like 2 days and then just came back in there. So we will see. I got the UMC clapped me, and then a lot of stuff, the premiums, and even stuff that should have worked in my favor, it didn't come up as much. I'm clapped too. I'm very surprised. It's a very interesting clappage. Name your price. Oh, Michael Burry reveals a big bet against Kathy Wood's ARC Innovation. Bro, how come I didn't? Man, where is this? How come I did not see anything in the 13F? Sold out of Lumen and Oxy, I think. I think he sold out of Lumen. I saw one thing. I'm just trying to. It's just weird how it's playing out. I think it's showing up as a different. Mm-hmm. $35 is portfolio. Yeah, they're big. Because this one shows stocks. I want to actually look up the actual filing. UWMC Pain. I'm looking at the Burry stuff. I'm trying to get the full filing. There it is. See, because I had the original one. It didn't show. I have to go to actual Edgar to get the filings. So here's what he got here. ARC. He bought 235,000 puts on ARC ETF. And again, these are all in the last. This is pretty much from what, 3 months ago? This is as of June 21st. Yeah, he filed it today, but what else did he get? Oh, he bought Walmart calls. Oh, Burry's in on Walmart calls. He has 378,000. I think that's 53 million on Walmart calls. Tesla, he's still holding the puts. Pro Shares Ultra. Is this the UVXY? Or is that with rates? I don't know if that's TBT. McKesson calls. Kraft, he bought puts. Marinus Pharmaceuticals, he got calls. Facebook, he bought calls. I think that's from last time. CVLC bought calls and he bought shares. So he doubled. He went hard on CVS. Cardinal Health calls. ARC puts, and then Alphabet calls. And then Tesla, he still has 1 million puts. $730 million, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Yeah, he got Walmart lottos, though. Look, bro, he put $53 million on Walmart calls. Very interesting. He added to the Tesla puts. That's crazy. That's crazy. He has $730 million on Tesla puts. It doesn't say the strike. And then wait, did he close the TLTs? Did he add to the TLT put? Let me see. I'm looking. I'm trying to double check. I'm trying to see what else we could find. Reed Hamilton. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff in the filing. I'm going back through it. SPY bouncing up again. We're just chilling out. I mean, again, you got the reaction. Get ready. You got 1 minute till European close. Europe was not good, nor was China. So depending on how we close from here, the market may be able to kind of do its thing here, hopefully. Mill Road Capital. Who's this? State Street. I'm trying to get T-Mobile selling more. Treasury will strongly oppose coal energy developments. Worried about VYGG SPACs, UWMC crashing. Let's see our baby. Oh, $7. Down 9%. Gave up a lot of. Damn, it's been lower. It's been lower. It's been lower. Let's do some really culty stuff. I'm feeling mad culty today. We could look at our long terms. If you want, we could do that. Did anybody do what I told you to do this weekend? Did anybody take a step on it? I was gonna make you a video on it, but then I got busy. Came out of nowhere. I hope anybody did it. The Airbnb, did you try it? I'm short interest. I've not checked in a while. Today, though, even then, Airbnb 147, not too bad. SPY's starting to come up here. Again, Europe has closed. PFE, BNTX, Pfizer phase 1 safety is individuals who got a third dose of Pfizer. Shows favorable safety and robust immune responses. I forgot. I already buy more UMC. I might. You couldn't find anything. I got 4 no's. Ooh, 4 no's. Better than 0 tries. 0 tries. Yeah, Pfizer and biotech file initial data on FDA booster dose. Airbnb, my mom's house. Hey, man. Yeah, I was going to make a video on it. I was going to go over, like, even if some of you wanted to do it, I was going to just go over what you need to get done on it. So we could go from there. Airbnb, I'm not popular. What town do you live in? You don't live in Kabul, do you? If you live in Kabul, I don't know how the Airbnbs are going over there. But most places, if they're somewhere decent, you would be surprised. You get a lot of surprising places. The cover page, you just go on Edgar, you just go search it. You could be like, search like Scion Capital 13F and whatever, and click through them until like it'll show you one of them, and then it'll have like, it's just harder to read. I forgot. I just click buttons till I find it. Hey, it's push-up time. Ladies and gentlemen, how y'all feeling, man? Is there anybody in here? Oh, we got 7. Oh, dude, it's 1,700, dude, and you hit the Fibonacci, dude, and it's like 700 likes or 17, dude. It's like a Fibonacci resistance, dude. So, like, if you're here right now, I'm glad to have you here. But, like, here, Josh, tell them. So, there's 1,700 likes. I mean, if you hear me right now, I hope you're having a wonderful day. I hope you enjoyed your weekend. You're back now. I need you to like the video. And if you don't know, we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Hit the subscribe button. Oh, look, I saw 50 people right there. You hear me. I love you. Hey, I just saw you hit the like button, man. I know you can hear me, so God bless you. That's good to come. I hope you have a wonderful day, man. Okay, make sure y'all subscribe. But we've been here for 2.5 hours. We got 4.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. I need you to get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. Can't do 10, you do 5. Can't do 5, you do 4. Can't do 4, you do 2. Can't do 2, you do 1. Can't do 1, get on your knees, do a push-up, plank the worm, anything. But get the body moving. Then, optometrist recommendation, stare at the object 10, 20, 30 feet away. You're on mobile, press hide chat. I don't know, wait, why did I do that? Stare at 10, 20, 30 feet away. Blink a few times. Relax those pretty lips. Monday. It's Monday. Blink, 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 blink. Bang, 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 bang. Bro, I just told you to do the eye thing and then make sure you close out the chat. That's weird. Okay, but next, I need you to drop your shoulders, relax your shoulders, fix that nerd neck, chest to the sun, flex the core, tuck the hips in. Boom, baby. Shoulders back and relaxed. Legs in front of you, huh? How does that feel? Legs in front. You look good, man. I'm not going to lie to you, man. You look really good right now. You know, with your legs in front of you and that good posture. Some of you look awkward as hell right now. One of you looks like a croissant. You know, your chair, your like legs are wrapped behind your computer chair. You're leaning forward. Looks like you're riding a dolphin. Some of you look really, really awkward, but some of you look good. Stop sitting crisscross applesauce in your computer chair. It's Monday. Come on. Come on, man. Hey, no como. You look good as hell. Okay, I'm just saying. No como. No como. You look really good right now. You know what I'm saying? Shit, I might go full como. Okay, no como. I'm just saying, all right? Yeah, sit up straight, baby. It looks good. Next, relax your jaw. Breathe in really deep. Breathe out with your tongue out. Do the dragon breath. Go. That's it, man. It's good, right? It's good, right? How you feeling? You feel good, man? You feel good, man? Hey. You got a 17-leg pony? You forget about me? Huh? It's summer, man. I'm gonna come through. I'm gonna get a couple of ponies. I'm gonna build to the long term. And anybody who tell me I can't do a credit spare with 18 legs, I'm gonna show them. I'm gonna show them how it's gonna happen. Okay? So listen, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. You need to relax. Okay? They don't like me. I know that. You need people like me who need to go to the bathroom. Yeah, so you can point your finger and say, hey, where's the chat? Huh? Is it muted? No, I'm just taking a potty. Okay? So what do you mean Panda Express? No one's talking about Panda Express right now. It's 8:30 in the morning, huh? This guy want a Kung Pao chicken? 8:30? He said, hey, you, let me get an orange chicken. Huh? Right now? That makes no sense, man. It makes no sense. So relax. Okay, get a long term. I'll be right back. Hey, Uncle. Ah! I almost dropped my phone on me. That was scary. It could have took out my pinky toe. Ah! Dude. Man, this is bullshit, bro. I feel like I'm balding. I'm not even stressed out. Why am I losing more hair? This is bullshit. What do I do, Chad? Happy Monday. We love you. How they doing me like this, man? Woo! Good to be back. Good to be back. We love it. Woo! Mm. We're back. Spy moving off of UPS. Are you looking? Nah, man. I'm like losing more hair. The hairline's getting pushed back further, and I'm like, bro, like I ain't even stressed out. I've been eating good. I've been working out. Maybe it's because I had a root beer. I've been getting too many sodas every now and then. Too many carbos. It's clapping me, bro. It's clapping me. Why don't I day trade anymore? Because I noticed that I do better when I don't force the catalyst. So if I wait for like a kind of an easy one, I usually hit them. But then when I kind of get bored and I start trading, or I kind of get pressured to make plays when everybody in the hot money's moving, I'm more likely to force a lower quality play. So I can do a lot of day trades. I mean, I have the capital to do it, but I have noticed, and I do like it a little bit more when I have if I wait for the easy ones, we could make a lot more, and I could at least, get a higher rate versus slowly burning. And then that's why I shifted to the credit spreads a little bit here. So it's about finding the right one. I mean, I just don't want to force it. I'm feeling pretty content given we're coming towards the end of August here and the summer's slowing down. But we also have, a lot on our plate from Jackson Hole to what the Fed's going to do to now China, economic data, everything else. Archite CEO on CNBC. Visa small runner. That was in the gutter. Who knew the stock market was so simple? It is. The emotions make it difficult. If anything, that's what I'm saying. If you could just wait for the right catalyst, you'll be pretty good to go. 7 killed in Kabul airport evacuation. Bro, I saw 7 people fall. What do you mean 7? That's nah, man. That shit was crazy. So if you can't find the Edgar, so go up to Edgar, search for Scion Capital. You could search their thing, and then go to the filing date, and it'll say documents. Then primary doc won't show it. You want the information table right here. This is a 13FHR. And then right here, you'll find it on the information table. I'll post the link for you. So this is Michael Burry's. If you wanted to see this, CNBC charges you for CNBC Pro, or you could just learn how to get it. And then Whale Wisdom has it as well, too, and they make it look all pretty. And then there's no way to visualize the options with any of my programs. And then that's what you have to be on the lookout for. Some are shares, some aren't. So just notice the difference there. And then this is how many he bought. Like the shares or the amount, and then here's the dollar value times by 1,000. And that's the 13 FHR. Someone remember that. 13 FHR. Let's see. Kirby, threats and attacks will be met with appropriate response by U.S. forces. CFS. River Marathon. CFS. Let me see. RYI on the high. RYI, Ryerson. Check news on RYI. The Archite, the solar one, remember they're doing like this solar refinancing. So they're going to allow people to consolidate their solar loans into a normal loan. I'm not seeing anything on RYI. CNBC just use hodl as a verb, a serious verb. Oh yeah, it has been normalized. That is it. Where's cryptos? Ethereum still at 3,200. You're showing for Scion Capital, not Scion Asset Management. CFMS. Didn't have activity yesterday or Friday? Sounded familiar. Apple, Nvidia's, or excuse me, AMC still at the high. Dow Jones is only down a quarter now, SPY 0.37. NASDAQ just below 1%, but NASDAQ is ugly. Yeah, the CureVac, you got the good vaccine news or something there. Myrna and some of those bounced a little bit, but those are still a lot of pressure. See, travel is down a lot and then bounced back up. Vava, I meant Baba. Baba's still down. Baidu's hitting a low. AMC hitting a high again. We haven't seen this type of move in a while, but you see the SPY coming up, but it's definitely flip-flop. TLT chilled out. TLT, where's the dollar at? Dollar chilling out. AMC squirting. So our covered calls expire this week, so we'll get that capital, and then if there's a run-up after our calls expire, that would be awesome. Then we could just sell some more. Where's oil at? Oil bounced. Oil was down 3% today. So it came back. That's very, very good. Very, very good. Thoughts on Roblox? I think it's going to be good. AMC finally back, ignoring Delta. That was part of it, the recovery there. AMC, it's hard to say. I mean, it's been moving a lot there. Roblox, I still like it. I think it's going to be an interesting earnings. I thought it would hold up a little bit better here, but I still think, I mean, given the situation, some of the underlying factors that could benefit them, I think it's looking good on both ways. But, I mean, we will see, just like UWMC, you know, there's a challenge between beating expectations, even though you're still growing. So Roblox may do good, but Roblox did guide down their users middle of or right after their last quarter. So I don't know. Roblox will benefit as long as expectations aren't high, I would say. So either way, I think it'll be good. The contracts are both depreciated on both sides, so I think it'll be nice. OPEC sees no call. Yeah, that was earlier today. That's what started the oil rally again. Vail 6% dividend. It could be good. I mean, I didn't know it was yielding 6. It's still yielding 6% up there. No way. No, it's yielding 4%. I think it was yielding 6 at a lower price. But that's why I was like, if it's yielding 6, I could have considered that. 4 makes sense. I think if it starts yielding 6 again, I think that one could be that one could be decent. Otherwise, I wouldn't get into it just yet. But if some of these commodity plays with a good dividend and safety kind of come down a little bit, they could definitely be a good one. UWMC almost yielding 6. Ooh. Yeah, one more. UWMC is very attractive, though, right now for me for the long term. Again, Uber's coming down as well, too. They came back up there. I still like the Airbnb, but thankfully we already got to grab some. But I do like the dividend offering being presented there. But then we have like another month. Did they announce dividend? I grabbed Uber. So I think September 6th is the ex-dividend. Yeah, ex-dividend is they declared it today. Ex-dividend is on September 9th. Record date is 9/9/09. Dividend frequency. That's interesting. I'm trying to see this. I never saw that one before. Looking at the 12-month yield on the dividend versus the indicated yield. So based on the announcement, if you bought it today, you're getting 5.56, but it's saying the sum of the dividend per share amounts that have gone ex-dividend over the past 12 months based on the dividend frequency. So given the fact that people bought in at different prices, where they're getting them at and all that, and since there's only been 3 dividend payouts in the history of the company, it's indicating a 2.78. So that's showing you kind of pretty much where most of the shares are yielding at, even though you could get it at 5.56 right now. So, but then announced today, ex-dividend day is on the 9th of September. Record day is the 10th, and then payable August 16th. So you pretty much got like 2 weeks. 2 weeks of UWMC. How much cash do we have? Got $800 there. Small account, I think we have a little bit more. There are decent amounts more. Open new positions, Cypher Capital, ABC, ACC. Yeah, if you see any big new additions, stakes above 10% in a company, those will be important on the 13Fs. But yeah, keep posting them. Those are dope. I didn't get your dividend on UMC won't be coming in. It comes in every 3 months. So we got our last UWMC dividend on what? On 7/5. So the next one gets paid on the 10th or October. So then ex-dividend here is in a month. Everyone adding AbiVi. I mean, AbiVi is solid. Very, very solid. When's our drip on AbiVi coming in? We got it on 5/13. Oh, so you should be getting it here very shortly. Yeah, we should be getting it actually. Yeah, Biden speaking at 3:45. And regarding the Afghan situation. How does dividend risk work for people who are short or have puts? If you are short, you're required to, you don't get the dividend. Whoever owns it, or whoever bought the shares will. But if you have puts, it doesn't apply to you. But if you sell a put, or if you sell a position where you're required to give up the shares, you will be liable for the dividend. Mm-hmm. I could recommend the expiration date. I'd rather go with shares. That's why I was looking at UWMC. I was looking for the options to see how we could play that one out. How many share? We only got one share Airbnb on the small account. Yeah. I have 250? We got 250 in deposits left. Brazil new business plan will show higher oil production to target Petrobras official. Oil balance heavy after that Russia is saying, nah, we don't need to do anything. Look at where you come from. Look at you now. Yeah, Burry added to the Tesla puts and I think to TLT. That one's going to be interesting over the next few days. Again, or next few weeks. This week in general, I mean, I think we got a lot on our plate so far. I'm ready. VFF going off. Yeah, Village Farms, that's up 8%. Wasn't there a food buyout last week or 2 weeks ago? You were able to like the video 2 times. Let's go, baby. You know, is there 80 people out there? We're at 2,000 like resistance in the morning, dude. Yo, if you hear me, dude, just like perp skirt that like button, dude. It's a Fibonacci. Look at 20 people heard me, dude. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm freaking talking about, dude. Oh, dude, 978, dude. Oh, dude, we need like 20 people now. Oh, dude, 2,000, dude. Yo, if you hit that one, that was all you, baby. That was all you, dude. Hearn. Oh, dude. Dude, the Fibonacci, dude. Telling you, dude, that's all fibs right there. Stop fibbing with me unless you're Fibonacci. And that was you, dude. Good looks, dude. That's what I'm talking about. You came into play. India overseas listing rules delayed. Wells Fargo, they got their 13F. So a lot of the bigger filings are going to come in here. It's interesting to see. I would expect more movements out the S&P. I think you're not seeing it with the tech stocks, but there could be some things moving beneath the surface. Dude, stop fibbing with me, dude. You know what I'm telling you, dude? Oh, dude, you love it, huh? Oh, dude, it's going to be a good day. It's Monday, dude. Oh, dude, perp skirt Mondays, dude. You know, you get to wake up from the weekend, dude, and you're like, oh, dude, it's Monday. Can't wait for the market, dude. And then, like, oh, dude, so many fibs are going to hit, dude. So just, like, get ready, dude. I hope you're smiling, dude. It's great. I honestly, I was walking through the store, and I couldn't stop talking like that. Bro, I was legitimate. I didn't realize it until my boy was like, what are you doing? I was like, I can't stop. I was literally just like, I was walking through the grocery store, dude, and I was like, oh, dude. I was like, yo, where the little egg bites at, dude? And then, like, everybody was looking at me. I'm like, dude, what are you looking at, dude? I'm just trying to find my Fibonacci breakfast in here, dude. Yeah, dude, where the drinks at, dude? They got any good ones? Oh, dude, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Oh, yeah, dude, iced, non-iced. We can figure it out. So, yeah, I kept getting stared at. I got stuck into the voice, though. It was bad. It was bad. Oh, dude, you sound like you're from Encinitas, dude. That sounds like an enchilada. Those are awesome, too, dude. You know, a little bit of a perp skirt, dude, and a little enchilada. Enchilada, dude. I don't know how to say it, dude. But, like, Encinitas, dude, it's great, dude. Trust me. Trust me. Look, listening inside Target, laughing. People are looking at me. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. The best thing ever. So Village Farms, that's going up. I don't think we have anything. AMD, all I did was I closed the RL credit spread today. I just wanted to get out of that. So now that one actually hit. I only have to get out of this Sam place still screwing me. Bro, don't tell me that almost $7,000. I'm gonna have to. We have until the end of this week now. We're gonna either have to roll this one over or just eat the bullet. I don't know. I think I might give it one more rollover, if anything. And then the AMD works in our favor. So we'll see. You just sent another like your way. Let's go. Y'all did good on it. We're killing it. We're killing it. It's beautiful. Why do you always make the horse noise? What do you mean? Do I neigh? Like that? I don't think I've done that in a while. Burlington on the high. Oh, that's gonna be a long time. That's 620, dude. All right, we'll keep. We got some options. Pentagon spokeswoman says U.S. Defense Secretary is not offered resignation and does not plan to. Damn, they're already calling for resignations. Aristotle Capital reports position in Pet IQ. No flights are leaving or landing at Kabul. Lebanon, they said that if power cuts, they'll die immediately. Russian officials staying in Kabul saying they have nothing to fear as others race to leave. Fox is calling for every person involved to step down. I mean, I could get it, but like, I feel like if everybody just quits now, and then you have to put in new people, I feel isn't that counterproductive? I don't. This is why I don't do this. You know what I'm saying? I'll be like, I want to fire you, but I feel like if I fire you and put somebody else in, I don't know if the new people would do as good. It's not like y'all did good anyways, but still, it's crazy. China's economy rebounded to pre-pandemic growth levels, but the momentum is losing steam. I should actually even see some of our top companies instead of waiting for some of the 13Fs. Because I think what's his name is the only one who uses options. We should just go back, do what we were doing last week with the holder ownership. Should all be held accountable. Invesco bought more Coinbase. None on. It says Roblox got 200,000 shares. Let's see anything else. RYI 80K on the minutes. Wasn't that one running earlier? I'm looking at filings right now. RYI, that one had a pop. We didn't have news on that one. Yeah, a lot of firms sold out at Uber. That seems to be getting the most activity. Dogecoin low-key been outpacing. Yeah, they did good. Ethereum Classic yesterday, that was like one of its best streaks since like 2018 apparently. It was outpacing heavy in the morning, but then Dogecoin is doing good. Even crypto in general. It's not out. I think it's just on the shorter run. Like it's up 13%. That's how it was yesterday. So like Ethereum and everything didn't good the other day, but then out of nowhere, Ethereum Classic was up like 15% when everything was chilling. It looks nice. I mean, no, and Dogecoin doesn't look bad. I mean, the fact that you got Dogecoin kind of, this is what you want to look for. Is it coming back to the June levels? I guess they were already dropping before because of Elon's SNL. That's what we liked, but then like ETC, this is the thing I like about it is that now, it's pretty much back to May levels. Again, here's where it was in June. So if you get back up to May levels, and again, last time it broke 70, this was the time we got into it. When it broke out of that 70 range, that's where it went crazy. So good to see it back up there. Oh, LT posted a video. Oh, dude. Dude, day in the life of a real estate agent, dude. Oh, dude, let's see what's going to happen in this one. Oh, dude, let's see what's going to happen, dude. You're like, oh, dude, what's up, man? It's a lot of Ladanian tips, Lincoln. I've just been, like, working out here. I took off my Apple Watch the other day, and it was, like, saying, whoa, dude, if you put it back on, you could run a lot further. So I was like, okay, buy Apple Watch. I'm going to try to get it. And then I was like, dude, all of this perp skirp in the real estate market is just, like, it's going crazy. So I bought more Bitcoin, and then I'm looking for another Bitcoin house to sell. But if I don't sell the house, then I'm going to buy more Bitcoin, Dogecoin. So just diversification a little bit until I perp skirp it. And then, like, that's it. Like, I think it's really going to be good for the longer term. So there you go. That's lending tips, ladies and gentlemen. Lending tips. That's my other channel. That's my face reveal. Oh, I meant, I got to go. What'd I say? Did I say that out loud? Ah! Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. D-Nut clapped. I was going to go to D-Nut the other day. I was craving it. We were driving to a property and I saw it. And I was like, oh, dude. Let me get some of that perp skirp, huh? But no, I couldn't. Hi, idiots. Time to get wrecked. Wizard of Oz, bro. This guy went from like showing up every day in the chat to like just he's falling off, bro. Are you okay? We love you, man. I hate to see you go down that road. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to even hit you with the ban because I feel like you're going through a tough time right now. So that's good. You love me? I don't think you love me. I think you're caught up in your feelings right now. So someone here to support you. Get that chest to the sun, baby. Relax. Just don't just relax a little bit, okay? You know what I'm saying? It's okay. You don't miss your next opportunity. Don't miss your next opportunity. It's fine. We've all lost. We've all lost before. Some more than others. Some more than others. Like the video. Watch the video, can confirm that's what he said. Yeah, that's what he was saying. Oh, it's definitely the Fibonacci, dude. He probably needs to learn the fibs, dude. Chest to the sun. No comment. Sounds like we live in Teletubby world. Yeah. Chest to the sun. I love you. The fuck? I love you too, man. God bless you. Not that guy, pal. Not that guy. SPY going under 440. I think there's a chance at anything right now. And again, I mean, you have to see how the world really plays into everything. You got the Fed, all that. Remember last time, we quickly went to 426. So I still think this is a range. Like if you drop, you have your ranges down at the 430s, and then from 430 to 424, those are your next two stops if you did go down. But anything could happen. It's just how it plays. On the biggest poor whale you ever met. I'm frustrated. 21. Well, listen, whales don't talk. Okay, so you just got to focus and keep swimming. Okay? That's all. Just keep swimming, man. Have you ever seen Finding Nemo? It's very good financial advice. Just keep swimming, swimming, swimming. What do you do? Do, do. That's it, man. Just keep swimming. Just keep swimming. You'll be good. You'll be good. First day at Square. Oh, with the job? Hell yeah, bro. Congrats. I just noticed no soundboard. Uh-huh.
You're not that guy, pal. Trust me. You're not that guy.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Okay. Cold are friends, not food. Amen. Amen. New York reports 11 new COVID deaths, 3,000 new virus cases. Tesla AI event. Tesla. I think Tesla's going to be interesting this week, especially after opening up with that investigation of the autopilot. It sucks, man. I feel, bro, if I might turn into a Tesla defender here. I really don't like, I don't like them getting clapped on any of the meetings. Like, again, GM and Ford is getting all of the highlight. And then if you start seeing more benefits offered to the legacy automakers, and then all of a sudden Tesla just slowly gets clapped at one step at a time, I'm like, come on. Ain't shit wrong with autopilot. I know. I mean, I used it the other day. That's the horse noise you blow out your mouth and clap with your lips. I don't know what you're saying to me. I don't know if you're trying to throw shade at me or not. I don't. Okay, you want to get horsey in here? That's fine. I'll drop kick you. That's fine. I don't want to, so I don't know. You trying to horse around, huh? Huh? But no, the autopilot, it works like legit. I mean, I was using it this weekend. Scooby? Horsing around, don't horse around, please. They're trying to class Tesla. I don't know. I don't like it. Wells Fargo, 13F. Again, by Monday, every company with 100 million or more in holdings will have filed a 13F. Have you noticed your battery not holding since you... Yes. Thank you. I've been trying to explain this, though. I was trying to explain that to Lending Tips, that the Model S, when I leave it there, if I don't plug it in the charger, or even if it just sits there overnight, it'll lose like 20 miles in like a day or two. It's crazy. So I was like, you're going to replace the battery soon. I need a battery change. But either way, though, I think Tesla is just with all the news and all that, how it plays out, I think it'll be interesting. Blows your mind. There isn't more regulatory support for self-driving vehicles. Plenty of data that proves they're safe for human drivers. I think it's just the freedom to use it. Like many people definitely they treat it like a game, and then obviously it's something new. It's a new technology. Like it is trippy. Like I don't know if you've ever used the Tesla autopilot. Like that shit is wild. Like your car is actually driving itself. So there's so many things that could happen in the sense that it's just like, yeah, you got to get used to it is I think the best way to put it. Obama shuts off Instagram comments amid Afghanistan collapse. U.S. rushes in more troops. So again, that's been dominating the headlines. On the long term, I don't know the percentage, but the long term, I mean, it's clapped. It got clapped today because of Snap. That brought it down to 48%. I want to say that it's what percentage is that? 2,000 on 90 something. Well, 95, so 97. It's about 2% at least. B&B, Walmart, Burry, bro. Burry went ham into Walmart. You listening to UMC earnings? Is it on right now? Pentagon scheduled 3:45 Eastern. So right before the market closes, right? Yeah, Burry did like 50 million in calls, I think, on Walmart. So again, he did it a couple months ago. So the filing's just coming out today, but yeah. Walmart earnings tomorrow pre-market. Apple came up, Microsoft, Amazon still down almost 2. Would Stripe, it doesn't say. For what's his name? Oh shit. 13F, the Mormon Church. The Mormon Church secretive 100 billion fund cashed out GameStop profits and trimmed Tesla by 13%. So they disposed of 46,000 GameStop shares, pocketing as much as 14 million. Then they sold 13% of its Tesla shares, leaving a stake worth 382 million. Yeah, so here it is. Oh, come on. Where's the actual form? So you need the, what's the other one I told you? 13FHR, right? Well, that's right. I'll have to take a look. But that's the Mormon Church. HD has earnings this week. Kirby says U.S. will have about 6,000 troops back in Afghanistan. AMD's good. I mean, the chip makers are just, it sucks that they're going down because they literally had 1 day of a green, but versus that, this was your only green day. This is continuing one of the biggest downtrends since October 2018 or March 2020. So it's not looking good at all. It's kind of what you saw at the beginning, honestly, of the pandemic there. The SOX, SOXX, the semiconductor fund, and just any of the semis, they're very, very telling as far as future guidance. Is that Ensign Peak? Yeah, that's Ensign Peak is the Mormon Church. So blame Trump is trending on Twitter, and so is hashtag Where's Biden. It's very, you got this is very, the Twitter world is even going crazy. They don't even know who to blame. They're like, Trump, Biden, who do we support? This is crazy. That's crazy. That's good. You love to see it. Love to see some real world division, I guess. Politics at its finest. The tally blame. 11 out of 10 dentists agree uncle is not to blame. Yeah, that's true. I think the song Powell Put would really hit right now. Would really, I think it says a lot. I don't see what you just said about Trump or Biden on Twitter. Well, here it is. This is the homepage of Twitter, at least mine. What's happening? Blame Trump, 82,000 tweets. Oh, they just hid where Biden's hiding. Oh, Biden disaster. Where was hiding Biden? Oh, it was just there. That was kind of, then where's Kamala? No, man, come on. Blame Trump. No, they took it off. What? Dude, it was just up there. Jeez, that's creepy. Well, this is awkward now. Blame Trump. Where's hiding Biden? I just saw it on there. That's on For You. It should have been on trending. There at Afghanistan, Monday Motivation, National Tell a Joke Day, Hawkins, 25th Amendment, Madonna, Blastoise. That's word. Nope, I guess it fell off. I guess on my For You, I had hiding Biden and blame Trump. Or what's happening. Yeah, bro, they just gaslighted me. I swear it was there. Right when I put it up on stream, it disappeared. Y'all saw it. It disappeared. I'm telling you, it was on there. I swear. I know what I saw, man. I know what I saw. I know what I saw. What are you talking about? I'm always on Twitter talking shit. I'm never on Twitter. That's why I just had it up there. I was looking at other news stuff. I swear it said it there. I swear it's not what it looks like, man. It was there. Now I see where's Biden. Look it. It's still on my okay, good thing I kept. No, it changes. Look at when I switch the tabs. Look, hold on. Do you see it? Look, it's still right there. I haven't let go of the tab. See, it says where's Biden? Where's Biden? See, then there was the other one. Then there was hiding Biden. Okay, I know I'm not there. And then Taliban takeover. Okay, I'm over this shit. Walmart looking a higher cryptocurrency lead. Ooh. Bro, I imagine you had a Walmart token. I don't know how I feel about that. About SafeMoon. Wait, SafeMoon got a rug pull? Damn, so SafeMoon wasn't safe? This is crazy. Walter coins. Yeah, what happened to SafeMoon, bro? I just put it in on Twitter. All I see is I just bought the dip. Hashtag SafeMoon. Hashtag SafeMoon Army. So we tell them. Like, this is it. I have 70 in SafeMoon. Now it's at 66. That's not bad. It's the power put called Howard. No, it's the power put called Howard Schultz, the old CEO of Starbucks. I think I need some coffee quick. You don't like me? Hop off my. I know it's sounding ominous. The market drop a pocket list, but I just use a common sense. The same thing happened once before. I'm talking 1936 or 32 through 38. Markets, then employment rates. The Marxists say the system breaks. The right side says it's because trade. The left side blames the words that said. The Russians in our election. Historical recession trend. Incumbency Republican. Damn. That's what he says. The opposite of pro is con. So Congress, what is going on? Microsoft wants to use Ethereum blockchain to fight piracy. Ooh. Ooh. Is Microsoft getting some? Kind of little candle there. Microsoft spies towards the high of the day. NASDAQ still struggling. Dow could still go positive. Let's see. Did Ether get a boost? Not really. It has been coming up a little bit. Someone use ETC, please. I like ETC. Some on the high or on the low? Oh, there it is, my friend. Good work. There's Apple. Microsoft, I didn't really have too big of an effect. Anyone's super chat's not working. They try to hold you down, man. We still love you. We love you. CNBC Weiss sold Jimia coin in Vuzi. Roblox I like a lot. I think their earnings will be key. I don't know if the expectations are too high because remember Roblox got that little they got that middle thing in there. They had that, they placed the middle what was it? They gave like a middle of the update, like user update, and it brought the stock down a little bit. So I think that could help it out. We'll see. How's my XLM? Surprisingly, I'm down more money on XLM than I am Ethereum Classic. And I put in double the amount, I think, into Ethereum Classic. So I was very surprised with that. New invested, like watching their live streams. Keep it up. We're glad you're here, baby. Get that long term. So even if you're trading, we have a long-term investment portfolio. We even got a free service with it. You could always follow along. We've built this from YouTube from the very beginning. $500 is what we started with. It's grown to a nice amount, but make sure you are getting some holds in the process. Damn, AT&T and Altria are yielding 7.2. My goodness. Then we should have an Abivi drip coming in, right? Do you guys know where ETC originated from? The better question would be, do you know where Ethereum originated from? Technically, given the fact that they've now split apart. But the real question is, where did Ethereum come from? Yep, August 16. Dividend is pending. Woo! Damn, how much is that? 139. Jeez. So here it is again. Vitalik ban. IBD removing Marvel position. That's from a 13F. Good post. Marvel dropping. You got a fund exiting. Happens when I include emotes in the super chats. I got to go through by just copying, restarting YouTube app, and then pasting. The founder's hilarious. He's kind of a dork. He's literally a genius. Like, that's why, like, everybody tells me, like, Elon is very, very smart, but, like, if I had to draft, I would take Vitalik. I would take Vitalik over, like, if it was, like, intellectual, like, Vitalik is crazy. He coded Ethereum when he was, like, 16 or something, or 18, or he was, like, it was crazy. It was crazy. So he's the dork I want on my team. Is he Canadian? Canada's finest? Like, he's a prodigy. Like, and he's just, think about it. Like, the nature of Ethereum and everything else, it's like, it's just insane. Yeah, I thought he was Russian or Ukrainian. But here's the Abivi drips are going to come in here. We went over this the other day. Remember I showed you our first Abivi dividends were coming in at 118. So fast forward now, pretty much a year and a quarter, our latest dividend comes in at 139. Is that exciting, or is that just me? Am I the only one who gets excited by this $2 increase? I think it's groundbreaking. Do you notice that? Like, look, it went from 120 to 121.85. Then it shot up to 135.84. Now we're at 137, and then 137.52 to 139. Is that just me? That drip adds up, bro. That drip adds up. You know what I'm saying? So ever since we've gotten 6.9 share, we're about to get another share or two for free. Almost 10. Think about that. Almost, once we get 10 free shares, if you bought 100 shares, that means we've gotten about 10% of our total holdings paid back to us. I like it. 137 or 139. That's slowly just increase. The extra $2 here, $2 there, an extra $18 from last year. We'll take it. Damn, it's already been 3 hours here into the day. Jeez, bro. That's crazy. Ladies and gentlemen, We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you subscribe. You're on mobile. Press high chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly Watchlist and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Keep it positive and respectful. New guys, don't be too shy to say hi or too high to say shy. We are glad you're here, but you've been here for 3.5 hours. We got 3.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. I need you to get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. Can't do 10, you do 5. Can't do 5, you do 4. Can't do 4, you do 2. Can't do 2, you do 1. Can't do 1, get on your knees, do a push-up, plank the worm, anything, but get the body moving. Then, optometrist recommendation, stare at object 10, 20, 30 feet away, blink a few times, relax those pretty little eyeballs, bang, 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 bang. Bang, 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 bang. Oh, feels good. Feels good. Oh, wow. We need 50 more likes. Can 50 people, if you hear me, do your push-ups first and then like the video, okay? And make sure you relax your eyeballs. And next thing I need you to do is to drop your shoulders. Relax your shoulders. Fix that nerd neck, okay? Tuck the hips in. Flex the core. Pull your muscles back on your shoulders. Just relax. Oh, we hit 2,200, man. Oh, dude, the perp skirping away, dude. Oh, dude, now make sure you get a little bit of the relaxing of the shoulders, dude. With your hips tucked in, dude. Oh, man, you look great. Oh, what if I did this from now on? Do you guys mind if I ran you through the push-ups here? Because I can show you how to do the Fibonacci push-up sequence. And, like, once you really get it, dude, you're going to realize how, like, oh, my God, my body feels great, dude. You know, you're going to perp skirp your way into the push-ups and all that, so... Okay, yeah, chest to the sun, dude. Your legs in front of you. Stop looking like a croissant, dude. Are you trying to ride like... you look like you're trying to perp skirt the dolphin. So please just relax there for a little bit. Legs should be in front of you on the table. Oh wait, no, is that right, Josh? No. Okay, no, it should be on the legs in front of your chair. That one's gonna make you feel like so relaxed, dude. You're gonna feel like you're perp skirping, you know, all the way. So like, do that one. And then relax your jaw, go la, you know, la, 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 you know, relax your jaw, your tongue like that, go la, la, la. Now breathe in really deep. Now breathe out with your tongue out, do the dragon breath, go ha. I can't, it's hard to breathe like that. You know what I'm saying? But do that, it's good. Okay? And then that's it. I think that's it, man. Let me go get my resistance. Oh, where did I put it, dude? Hold on. Found it, dude. DVR is on unless you refresh. Biden, Harris, and Psaki AWOL amid Kabul chaos. I saw the funniest meme. I'll show it to you. Let me see if I can find it. It's on my phone. Yeah, where is Psaki? Psaki should be the first one. What happened to Psaki? Make sure you're live. DVR is enabled. You may be tagged. You say she's fighting with them? I doubt it. Roblox acquires Discord competitor Gilded. Ooh, that's a good one. That's a great acquisition because the Discord valuation shot up recently after that McDonald's fiasco. Spending some cash there. Yeah, this was the meme. I laughed at it. How this week started, how it's going. That's what reminded me of Psaki because she made they made like a marketing TikTok dance thing. It was funny, and then it turned into this. Well, not directly, but yeah. Vislink closes 18 million acquisition on Mobile Viewpoint. NIO's mass market brand to rival VW and Toyota. Yeah, I see the Afghanis. Hold on, the plan. I did, and it was probably one of the saddest things I've probably witnessed in 2021. I know there's a lot of things to be disheartened over, but I identify with my Middle Eastern people heavily, especially as, my parents were persecuted for religious freedom. So if that happened today and my parents, so what's happened right now and what it's shifting to, my parents would have probably been on that runway looking to dip, just because that's where it's taken that shift back towards a lot of different things there. So I support them regardless of any belief out there or anything. That's not what it's about, but a lot of it highlights, if people are willing to hang on to a cargo plane, I think it highlights a lot about the situation there. It is hard. I mean, I want to see the response. I mean, whatever happens from here, we will see as it plays out. That's just the crazy part, is that we are very early in this situation. I mean, we are months. What would have expectedly happened in months has happened in it's happened in a couple of days. So that's where, any response, what they do from here, that those are going to be the keys. The fact they let them walk in and take it all without any resistance is weird. It's not weird. I mean, have you guys ever seen Scarface? You ever see the movie Scarface? You remember that scene where Scarface is in the auto dealership and then he had that one boss and then he clapped the other boss, and then there was the other security guy in there and he's like, "Hey, Manny, you want a job?" And then Manny's like, "Oh, okay, yeah." And the other guy thought he was going to get clapped. So imagine that now in a hostile country situation like that. That's pretty much how it goes. Or Frank, was it? Yeah, he clapped Frank. And then he gave Manny a job. Or he said, "Frank, you want a job?" I don't know. It's one of them. I thought it was Frank or Manny, man. I don't know, man. Hey, you want to tell me what happened? Okay, that's fine. You want to say, okay, it was Manny. It was 20, 30 years ago, man. What do you want me to remember, huh? Huh? Come on, go get a long term, you prick. But that's what I'm saying. Like, some of it, and what happens over there. A lot of people are put in a position where it's either you can resist or you could kind of defect to the other side, and everything's kind of chill for some people. Otherwise, it gets pretty hostile. Check out the hood on Roblox. There's another game. Another earthquake. 5.1 in Vanuatu. And a bunch of 13F still coming in here. Again, Marvel, we saw a state cut. They dropped. Coin, Roblox. Let's see. Dizzle. Xbox. Sam wants to come up. AMD. Yeah, Myrna and NVAX got really clapped. A lot of people ignore when Bush went to war, he had almost 80% public support. Well, yeah, that was because that was following 9/11. So, I mean, it's going to be this is a weird situation. Again, 20 years. That's when it started, 2001. The last time the Taliban had full control over Afghanistan was 2001. So that's why it's literally been 20 years. So now it's it's a very, very interesting situation. Because now the course of action is going to be very, very difficult. McDonald's popping right there. McDonald's is Nigerian. CODX is up. Yeah, Biden to address nation on Afghanistan this afternoon. Iran, did you email tradingfraternity@gmail.com? I don't think I see anything there. There's no the in it, just trading fraternity. Say Ethereum will probably crash to $7. This Wizard, what's for Wizard? Okay, listen. Don't you talk about Ethereum like that. Wizard, I love you, man. I hope everything ends up being okay. But that negativity, I'm trying. I tried. It's not even negative. You could say anything's going to go to zero. That's fine. But I just feel like your heart's not in the right place, man. I feel like it's okay. That was the last straw, though. So, Ethereum to 7, that's what I bought it at, dude. Don't do me like that. I don't want to break even. Those Walmart Septembers came down to 27. Apple was really, really strong on Friday. Not stock. I haven't looked at it. They had their earnings, didn't do too well. Kind of been chilling here at the bottom. $7,000 Ethereum before $7. Yeah. I think so. Give me a second. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. When I remix, I'll be missing you. Every trade I make, every stock I play, I be getting clapped, but I got a long term and it comes right back. Every trade I make, every play Okay, sorry. I can get into it. That was a good one. R&B stock mix dropping. We're working on it, man. I gotta work with Uncle on that. I just do the ad libs, kind of like the chorus, you know, like choir. You ever cut your losses on options? Not really. Usually the plays are smaller to the point that where I don't, and then even by the time I do get clapped on a bigger trade, I'm thinking like the UWMC. It's just kind of already there, but usually no. It's not bring home the troops. Everyone wants that a failure they couldn't take over. Well, get ready. I mean, if you guys, I know some of y'all don't like the politics, some of you do, but this whole situation just is just brings in a whole nother level of political issues. You're gonna have everybody arguing. You're gonna say, I thought you wanted the troops home. I thought you didn't. They're gonna talk about execution. Like I said, I mean, it's very hard to put blame on anybody. Again, the execution of it and how they decided to leave, that is now clearly getting highlighted. But it's just, at the very least, you're gonna get a lot of back and forth. This is gonna be a new baby mama drama on the political front. And I really wonder what it could do to the budget there, too, but I'm sure that one's a little bit ahead. Oh, do they have an Afghanistan update page? Neo cooperating with investigation in a car accident. Those coin plays clapped. The second one I grabbed, I don't think it's down that much. Down, no, it's down 27%. And the first ones are really, really clapped. I got it near the top there. But I mean, as long as Bitcoin and Ethereum kind of stay up here, I mean, and that report from JP Morgan on Friday, I like it in general. And then even the overseas, sadly, I think Afghanistan and the Middle East conflict is bullish for crypto. Why bullish? Because, I mean, this is what crypto is literally made for. I mean, if you think about it, no borders, no control by outside government. Again, when these situations happen in the Middle East, any country, when there's a problem, the thing that you want to do is you want to translate your money into dollars or protect your wealth. So, I mean, the dinar, I don't even know what currency they're using there, but it is probably clapped. Let's see. Yeah, so here, so like the dinar, oh no, I'm looking at Iraq, not Afghanistan. My bad. What's the swap? One Afghani? AFN? Goats versus dollar. So here it is. I mean, you could even see from 2019, even the beginning of this year wasn't bad. But now you can see in the last few days, since all of this stuff started to happen, the currency is getting weaker. So that means whatever you own here, whatever you own in Afghanistan, you're literally, your currency is getting weakened. And anytime, any country, when there's ever a problem, currencies start going all over the place. So if you're about to lose purchasing power, you're living in Afghanistan again. Imagine trying to leave. Imagine you got on an airplane You know, you don't have time to go to the bank. If you're going to have control, you're losing government stability, you know, what is going to happen? That's where Bitcoin and crypto becomes very, very advantageous because it allows people to quickly and easily move their money. And then that way, you know, they have a reason to not hold the domestic currency. Lennar moving. McDonald's still up on the high there. Yeah, Lennar up 1.6. You got home building data this week. Final trades. Roblo made the list. A big volume. I never thought about it that way. Yeah, it's interesting because it's like Bitcoin becomes very, very useful in this situation with what's going on overseas. Again, that's why I say, like, you know, it's a common adage, you know, most people in another country, when there's a problem, you want dollars. You know, if your country ever becomes unstable, the first thing a lot of foreigners, this is what my dad told me, you know, this is back in the day, whenever there's drama in the market, you know, you always want to rush to grab a dollar. So if that's harder now, thankfully you have this ability to switch over into to Bitcoin or Ethereum or even Dogecoin. I mean, again, it was a joke, but I wouldn't be surprised if people over there were even using Dogecoin or anything to transfer money, get funding, whatever they need. Twitter says crypto developer Jay Graber to run Blue Sky effort. Decentralized project Blue Sky from Twitter. That's coming out right now. Roblox getting some steam up there. Yo, Twitter's popping a little bit. Jay Graber to run Blue Sky. So Twitter's popping on some sort of, it's not that big of a pop, but it's related to crypto. That's it. You're getting volume. It's there at the bottom. I put out a stream alert. I don't know if I'm going to play it, though. It is only Monday. Many blessings to the cult. It's not Sky, is it? I think they're calling it Blue Sky. No, it's Sky Champion Corporation, but they're creating I think their DeFi project or their decentralized project is going to be called Blue Sky. Blue Sky breakout, dude. Oh, dude. Ethereum's dropping on that. QQQ. Twitter actively looking to fix for its new chirp font. Users complain over eye strain, headaches, and migraines. Jeez. Burry might be betting on Elon to F up the stock. Well, that's the thing. So I put that on the watch list. People are starting to talk about that now because Elon's 3-year suspension from any board positions is expiring now. So it's been 3 years since the fake buyout situation. So now he can hold a position at Tesla now. So a lot of people are speculating whether he's going to do it or not. When he had control, Tesla had more wild downswings. Oh, yeah. It's a big deal for my friend. Euro ended their 14-year winning streak. Yeah. It was looking good. They were, you know, you remember when we started hitting highs, they were like 2 or 3 weeks behind us. No interest in mags. I haven't looked at it. Tesla, Rocket, Sonos. You think Elon's stated goal to get out of Tesla at some point? Yes. You know, I think his stated goal was that he wants to exit Tesla once there is a mass-produced, affordable electric vehicle. He said that years ago. That's why I've always viewed the Model 3 success as kind of his exit plan, but, you know, we will see. We will see. AXP, did those bounce? Square, Visa came back up. Payapal, I can't believe eBay had a epic move. I'm surprised Overstock didn't go up with it. So weird. Even CNBC is calling, CNN's calling out Biden. Again, I mean, if you could be, you have to be fair in the assessment. I mean, it's not like he's the only one who called for this type of shit to remove, but it does get, you know, considering what has just developed in the last 48 hours, you know, responsibility does lie in his court, but it's not, I wouldn't say he's solely responsible. But that's what I'm saying. Over the next few days here, you're going to go back and forth. Why did we invade Afghanistan? Because everybody in America was driving Hummer H2s at the time, and they were only getting like 9 miles per gallon. So we needed that gas money. You know what I'm saying? I think that's about it. That was like 20 years ago, though. So you remember the Hummer H2? You know, I remember everybody, they were like, everybody was cash out refinancing because their house went up so much in value. And then they started buying Hummer H2s. Oh, we loved it. It was a dark twist. A very, very dark twist. Who would have thought? And the H2 are spinners. They keep spinning. Oh. It's funny. I mean, some of y'all get mad at this situation. I mean, I encourage unity above all, because at the very least, like, if you thought you didn't like the current administration, I guarantee you the Taliban hates all of us more. That's so there is enough hate for American politics in the world right now. So you're good. Now's a good time to be friendly now to everybody. Because now there's somebody who hates both Trump and Biden a lot more than you. 1 million times more than you than you ever could. Neo Shore Powell speak is that's not today. It's on Tuesday. Facebook, Google Play, and subsea cable system. Yeah, Taliban taking control of Afghanistan is bitter. That's Merkel. Merkel. German counselor comments at press conference. That's not good. Man, when's that? Biden, hurry up. The last thing you want is every single government making a statement before we do. I guess it's not about speed, though, as much as efficacy, and I wonder what is going to be said. Oh, Angela. You think Powell could handle this Afghan situation? Current invasion is transitory. We'll print more drones. Nah. Powell isn't going to say anything. This is thankfully not Powell's job. Well, thankfully for him. Hopefully he'll get asked a lot less question. But again, Powell's going to say, we see the situation. It's not that big of an effect. If it does continue on for the next few months, Powell will be there. But you guys don't realize it, man. Oh, my God. I just realized it right now. I just looked at the date. Today is August 16th, 2021, ladies and gentlemen. Do you know what's going to happen in the next 2 to 4 weeks? You got something happening in 2 to 4 weeks. So something very, very specific. I forgot about the debt ceiling too. Oh, yeah. Powell's not out, but the new year is coming around. Not the Fed decision. The government's decision on what they're going to do with Powell. So that's expected to come out in September. So by September, we're going to start hearing the tax plan, the real tax strategy, who's getting fucked, who's not. Then we're going to get Powell, whether or not he is going to be reelected or not. And that right there will be, that could be crazy. They're keeping him, but that's his decision. At the end of the day, that's why I think a lot of people got to, everyone's talking about what Biden is going to do. But at the end of the day, it's up to Powell whether or not he wants to serve again. So that's in September. We're going to get a lot of what was announced this year. Think about all the executive orders at the beginning of the year. Think about any of the taxes and what they said they want to bring about. A lot of that gets hashed out in September. That's when you really start to see who's going to win or not. It's going to be Lael Brainerd. She will be the one. I was suspecting that from early on. A lot of analysts agree with that statement, that because she is both progressive as well as an OG. She served many times. She has a good history. She's a female, so she meets the diversity check mark. And she's technically a progressive, and she wants to increase regulation. So she has, again, from the progressive side, she gets a lot of people on board with that. Powell is going to retire. I think he is. I don't think Powell is going to serve a second term. I hope I'm wrong. That's why I like that bet, because if I'm wrong, then at least we still get Powell. But if I'm right, it's going to be an interesting market there as the markets adjust. Who would replace it? Lael Brainerd. She is the number one contender. Powell is going to ignore. He'll ignore the Afghan situation. He's not going to. Powell's slow when it comes to, he'll say we see the situation, but it's not. That's more political. It has nothing to do with fiscal or monetary policy. Will market react to Powell leaving? Oh, yeah, because it'll make things uncertain. So imagine we've been listening to this guy for 4 or 5 years. Everybody is talking about inflation and this, and then you just get a new boss. That's it. So now it goes from whatever Powell, and then the market's going to have to, if we had a new Fed chair, market would have to get used to the new one, the terminology, the wording. It will be it would be very, very volatile for a little bit until the market adjusts. But a new chair would have the potential to change the trajectory of a lot of things. They know how Powell operates exactly. So you already have a base case with Powell. You know what I'm saying? Like you at least know his plan. So if a new person comes in, you get a new plan, the market is going to have to get used to that. Oh, dude, the market's simple, dude. Just follow the Fibonacci, dude, and you'll be fucking golden. Well, yeah, dude, a little bit of perp skirt, it'll be great. Not my job. Raphael Bostic. Well, that's the thing. Raphael Bostic already holds a position, and he is not. So usually, it's a common courtesy to resign. So if you're not if you are not the Fed chair, your position expires, but you're supposed to resign essentially. But you can choose to stay on board. So Bostic, there's been talks that Bostic is actually going to stay on board. His term expires already, but Bostic wants to stay in the position that he's in. So it looks like Bostic and then Barkin, I think, are both going to stay. And they're, and it's positive, but Powell is the only wild card. And then usually, historically, by tradition, the announcement usually comes in September as far as who will be nominated for Fed chair. Paul Volcker to return here, right. The Volcker button. Excuse me. Mags. Oh, Mags. Magal Security. So someone asked me about this right on that first pop. I don't know much about it. Did Palantir mess up the Afghan situation? Probably not. I don't know. It's hard to say. Very, very hard to say. The Taliban have already started going house to house in Kabul to look for any Afghan special forces who fought alongside the U.S. Yeah, so that's their version of cancel culture. Like I told, it's very dark. It's very grim. That's what I was saying. That's where things get a little bit wild. They're recruiting? No, they're killing anybody who spoke. Think about it. That's just how it works. So literally, they're gonna go door to door, and they're gonna go search for anybody who opposed what they did, and they're gonna kill them. I mean, that's again. I mean, my family was thrown in prison for reading a Bible. So what do you think they're gonna do over anybody in the last 20 years who supported the United States and is against their regime and what they want? They're going to make a public example of them. That's just again, there's a reason why people would, holding onto an airplane was a better option than staying. They said this, USA may have all the watches, but we have all the time. Yeah, that's sad. Sad. Why not recruit those trained soldiers? Because they need to make a point. Again, that's what's gonna be. That's why this situation it's a powder keg. Whatever could happen from here and how it's gonna develop, but they want to that's what I'm saying. That's why some people are like, wait, how did they take over the Capitol without that much violence? It's again because people know what's gonna happen. If you oppose something that they opposed in the last 20 years, you don't want to stay there. That's it. If you thought that women working and women having education was a good idea, and you were vocal about that in Afghanistan in the last 20 years, and you didn't leave, you're probably going to get killed. You overreact to the situation there. Yeah, probably. Maybe. No, no. It's a wild development. Again, in the last 20 years, what's happened is unreal. You said this wasn't a black swan. Why? Just because it's not related to Oh, UWMC. There you go, baby. Ooh. Just because it's not a what's it called? It's not like a market event. Like it won't necessarily affect the global economy too much. It's not as if they're really big with oil as much versus like they'll have some effect, but then it's not, we don't trade a lot with Afghanistan. A lot of people don't. The implications of what it could lead to politically is important, but it would take some time. Usually the market brushes off Middle East conflict. I mean, we've seen thankfully, not thankfully, we have a lot of history in the Middle East. So a Middle East conflict doesn't instantly result in a stock market going down. It's just kind of more. It's a little factor. It's kind of an X factor where it could come in. It could worsen situations at bad times, but it's not necessarily it's not like too crazy in the sense that it's gonna shut down economic trade. It's not threatening certain exports or imports. It's not it's not gonna tighten up economic factors. So I hate to view it only economically. It's a black swan in a social setting, but for finances, this isn't whether Afghanistan does good or bad. It's not going to affect the global economy as much. This reduces profits for BA and Lockheed. No, it could probably help. GDP is 20 billion. Yeah, that's like Amazon's quarterly profit. So is it the same war that's been going on since we first got stationed there? Yes, that's the problem. That's why it's so disheartening for a lot of people, especially the veterans. I can only imagine. Like, how many people went to Afghanistan? They had many tours there, and they went out there. They came back with a lot of issues from what happened early on. It was really, really bad, but it's the same exact situation now. So that's why people are so shocked at it. Again, that's why that time, again, they even said America may have all the watches, but we have all the time. They literally sat on it for 20 years. It's actually insane to think about if you really, really think about it. That in this last 20 years, think about how much has changed. They stayed there and they just, for the last 20 years, and just waited for the opportunity. They're literally just extremely crazy. I mean, they're committed is, I guess, what you could say at the least. No PHILO just yet. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Let's see. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. Oh yeah, follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. I'm peeing now. Gotta get ready. I'm in a cult. Hey, happy Honda days. Is Taliban considered left or right? Habibi, it do not work like that in the Middle East. Habibi, what do you mean left or right? Did you know left is haram? Oh, you don't know. You are in a different country, my friend. I know you don't know my culture. This guy said left or right. Habibi, go read about what the left is, huh? Left is haram. But I'm not speaking political. Ya Abid. Ifham. Ifham. That was a high-level joke. If you got it, I'm proud of you. Or you're Middle Eastern if you got it. They're not more conservative, but no, literally, like in Middle Eastern culture, there's you could call it superstition or you could call it religious, but they think the left hand is from the devil. That the left. So if you're left-handed, then you won't be left-handed. It's like it sticks out. Like the left is not good. They view it differently. It's not political. Some of you are like, what the fuck? This is crazy. That's crazy. You're left-handed. Get him. We got one. We got a lefty. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, regardless of what is happening in the world, man, I hope you know you can still get PHILO, man, and I hope you could not take it for granted. Amen? Amen? Amen. I think it's important, you know. There's a lot with this PHILO. I got a couple things that we're going to talk about, but I do think that is very, very important. Again, you see it. What could happen in a day? What could happen in a weekend? You know, I really hope your hearts go out for the people over in Afghanistan, especially the young children and the people who, you know, in the last 10, 20 years, you know, how their life and ideas of what's going to happen, it could change in an instant, you know. So the fact that you guys have the ability here to speak, to voice out your opinions, the fact that I could read my Bible to some of you guys and I won't get shot at, I think it's a real big blessing. So, you know, keep that in your thoughts and prayers. You are very, very blessed. Don't take it for granted. And, you know, I hope you guys wish good vibes upon everybody. And this is why, you know, pray for the world, pray for everybody. You know, we say that even without a crisis, you know, pray for everybody. So run it, baby. But that's the first part. So just realize how much blessed you are today. And I'm sure the headlines over the next few days will remind you of that. But the second part, I talked to my mom yesterday. She has a message for you. I don't, it was so weird. It keeps getting brought up. Remember, we talked about it on PHILO, about, you know, what to ask for, right? The all that, you know, even in praying and all of that. And my mom said, you know, she was very shocked at the positivity. We were talking. She was saying, let them know I'm praying for them. Let everybody know. And she said, and she wanted me to tell you this, that, you know, the verse in the Bible where it says that if evil people can give gifts for their children, right? If even an evil, like imagine the most worst person ever, you know, they know how to give a gift to a child, one of their own kids. You know what I'm saying? So she said, just don't forget that, you know, you got something good, you know, and just keep faith. That's Mama answers his message. All right. So keep that with you. And now to the point of your philo. I had a very interesting experience over the weekend. It was like, I don't know if it was trippy. It wasn't that trippy. Maybe I was just overthinking it. I was just in philo mode. But I'm gonna talk about something today. I wanna know what is close to you. So it kind of sounds obscure for now, but here's the point. Have you guys ever listened to something like an audio? Does anybody like listen to anything in the shower? Like, do you ever put on the stream? Do you put on like a church service or whatever you're into? Like, do you listen to stuff in the shower, or do you like kind of walk around your house and kind of have music playing, or like a Jordan Peterson video? Hell yeah. You know, like, is that, you guys feel me? That's your thinking time. I feel you. I do that too, and sometimes I will turn it off because I do like the time to think. I do like the shower. It is nice for that. Tons of audiobooks. I listen to Philo. Amen. Ex-hamster. Wait, is that? Oh, you got me. Like, that sounds familiar. Get him. Who is that? Yeah, we need to. Yeah, that's it. Clap him. He got me. He got me during philo. Amen, though. Amen. We'll take it. Anything. That's weird. In the shower? Come on. Beyond registered trademark, Beyond Milk. Oh, Beyond Milk. Hold on. Beyond Popping. Beyond registered, Beyond Milk. Beyond Milk? What the fuck is that gonna be? That's crazy. What do you mean Beyond Milk? That's good. Yeah, wait, watch that. Watch Oatly. Yeah, Oatly's kind of moving on that. But anyways, so you guys ever listen to stuff there? In the shower? I think I'm not the only one. So how easy is it to listen to something in the shower? Or like if you're ever walking around your house and you have something playing, you know, how often do you is it easy to listen to? Like, how much do you think you're missing, or are you able to capture all of it? Let's see. I'm very curious about this. Is it hard? Yes. Can multitask. Sometimes it isn't. I'm in the shower looking at Beyond right now. I listen 2 times faster. No big passive listening versus active. Working on my focus, but integrating can be hard sometimes. Capture it all. That's why I pick something I could submerge myself into. Music, easy. Spoken word, difficult. No such thing as multitasking to learn. Interesting. So this is what happened. So this is today's philo. Because I usually listen to stuff in the shower. Sometimes I use it for my thinking time. It's just really relaxing. But then a lot of times I like to just listen to different stuff. I'll either listen to like a T.D. Jakes, any old, you know, philosophy. You know, we go through the Marcus Aurelius all the way down to just other stuff that's kind of just philosophical. Sometimes I'll listen to some JP in there. You know, whatever I could come across that I'm interested in. And it was on the weekend. On Friday, I didn't shower. I don't know if you needed to know that, but I was laying in my bed. I was relaxing, and then all of a sudden, this thing came up. I was looking at my YouTube app, and a video I wanted to watch came up. So I clicked it, right? And I remember I would only watch the videos when I was in the shower. And I think it wasn't TD Jakes, it was somebody else. And I click it, and I'm sitting there in the bed, and I'm just looking at the screen, and it hit so much different. It was weird. It was very, 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 very weird. Essentially, in the middle of all of it, I was just looking at this screen, and it hit 20 times different. Like, I really couldn't explain it, but then it really did get me thinking there. So that's where I want to ask you, what's close to you? Because it was the same thing. It was the same exact thing I would listen to, but there was no visuals on the screen. It was just audio in general. It wasn't even like a video to keep me engaged or anything else. It was literally just audio. And for some reason, me holding it, not doing anything, and literally having the sound close to me, and I even tried it. I got up and I put the phone on the sink, and then I walked away and I laid down again, and it didn't hit the same. Maybe I was tripping out too much. Maybe I was getting too into it, but it just made me really, really wonder here, what are you keeping close to you, and is it hitting the same thing? You see, this is where I take it a little bit deeper here, because I'm just wondering, where else in life is it like that? Or maybe even with God, honestly. Whether some of you guys have goals to be a good person, you want to grow and improve, you want to get involved with your finances, do it better. You all have these things that you're listening to if you think about it, right? But I really want to know, are we keeping these ideals close to us, or do we kind of just go about doing our thing with those kind of in the first background spot? Does that make sense? Because that's what it came down to. Because I was realizing the difference, because I could listen to something if I'm not showering, if it's not in the background and I'm not doing something else, I was focused. I was listening. It was very more personal, honestly. But then I was like, it's so crazy to think about. I'll just throw my phone up there. I'll throw it on the side. I put it in like a corner so it amplifies the sound. But then I'm doing something. My hands are moving. My body's moving. I'm having this thing in the background. It's the first thing I'm listening to in the background, right? It took that first background spot, but I'm still not fully immersed in it in a weird way. So that's what I wanted to open up this week with. I think very, very simple. Really, what's close to you? What are you actually holding in your hand? And what's that noise? What's that sound? The ideal that you hold close to you. What are you actually focusing on? And really, I would, it's a reminder to myself. It's a reminder to all of you, wherever you are in life. If you feel like you could be doing something better, maybe you feel like one of your goals has been slipping. My question is, are you holding it in your hand, or, is it kind of just in the background spot? Does that make sense? Because that's just the big key here. There's a lot of stuff. Some of you guys, you may be saving money. That may be a goal, but if you haven't been saving as much, is the idea of saving money, is that in your hand or is that in the background? Right? Some of you would say, I want to improve as a person. I want to get better in every way. I want to wake up early. Is that in your hand, or is it kind of in the background? And it's a very simple logic. I don't know what I could tie this to. I'm sure it could factor into a lot of things. But if anything, I would just encourage you to go listen to something this week. Go listen to something you want to hear, and just hold the phone in your hand versus just go stick it somewhere in your room and see how you get it. Because what are you going to do when your hands are available, right? It's in the background, but your hands are still moving. And then your mind is thinking on something else. You could do so many different things, and it might change. And that's something right there. And that's the exciting part about all of it, because I did realize all it takes is a small position shift. All it takes is one little small thing. And if I could go from having it in the background, to simply just sticking it in my hand and looking at it, that could make the world's difference. That right there, for some of you, I think you should be excited by it, because it's not like you need to get anything new. You don't need to go somewhere far. You don't need to do anything, but the small good decision of keeping whatever that ideal or logic, whatever you're listening to, the question is it right in front of you? So very, very simple here. Kind of a short philo. I don't know what you were expecting for Monday. I could have give you something with a lot more deepness. We could have dove really, really deep on this. We could have. There's a lot of deep philos I got, but I'm telling you the experience that I had with it over the weekend. I really, really want you to try it, and I really want you to see what happens. And my question is, by this whole weekend, I want you to really ask yourself what's close to you. If it doesn't hit yet, I think you will. I think you'll see it. I think this one might be a delayed reaction philo. And avoid an accident is what I'll tell you, right? Keep it in the front so you don't miss anything, because, a lot of you are like, oh, I could rewind it, I could go back, but that's not how it's going to work. So keep that in check, keep that in mind, but that is your philosophy. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on press high chat, X out the chat. Hit that thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watches and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Keep it positive, respectful. New guys, don't be too shy to say hi or too high to say shy. We're glad you're here. Amen. More philo. No. That one, it's going to hit you. Trust me. It's going to hit you later. I'm telling you, this week, in the next 7 days, maybe in the next 7 weeks for some of you. But I know a lot of people in the next few days, just do it. Just watch what happens. Just listen to something, and even if you don't, I think the world will show you. Meaning, I think something will happen, and you'll get reminded by this. Philo low-key got hands. Amen. My computer needs an update? How do you know? Why are you looking at my computer, man? Relax. Uncle, baby. All streaming platforms. It's the power put called Howard Shuss. How we gonna pay the debt? Keep the AAA credit. Get the people all fed. To the people all dead. Get the people all meds. Do we really need the Fed? Trade the freedom in for cash. Freedom 4 double tap. I'm going to leave it at that. Ooh. It's the power put called W. Bush. We need to start a war real quick. Our top export is armaments, the land of free that sells the death. Oh, Uncle. Uncle, he's an old man. He's been talking on all of that. Crazy guy. Michael Berry bet against Cathy Wood. Indeed. Bowen hit record profit, so I'm gonna get that jivvy check. What I'm saying is the power put call Howard Schultz or W. Bush. It's either or. Is who you should call. Isn't it funny how Biden waits till market close to address Afghanistan? Again, the situation in Afghanistan is insane. So, in the most respectable way, and what I'm saying is it kind of in defense of him, is more or less, it's better that they better say the right thing. That's all. It's you don't need a rush to say anything, but at the same time, it's like what you say and what you do from here has to be a lot more planned than what led us to this situation. I think that's the simplest answer to all of it. You see what I'm saying? So that's where we that's why it don't matter when it is said, but whatever is said is going to be important. It has to be, and it should be a lot more specific and defined. So we will see. But it's dominated headlines again. Right at European close, we washed away everything. Nasdaq's still struggling, but S&P and Dow, they're probably going to go green here or we might close a little bit red just to keep the trend, but you could see it a lot like last Monday. Obviously crazy to cut Camp David. Oh, yeah, that right there says a lot. Some people weren't expecting, they were expecting him to address it in Camp David. So the fact that he left Camp David, I mean, that's a good sign. That it's a good sign, and it's just showing the, you know, how grave this situation is. Uncle appreciates the People Choice Award because it's really about the fans. Hey man. Uncle, just get ready. Uncle, you know, Uncle, I got him working a little bit. It's coming. A little bit. We got you're gonna get a couple of back-to-backs. You haven't been waiting for no reason. You know? You haven't been waiting for no reason. It'll hit at the right time for you. So you'll love it. Shout out to Cole, baby. Uncle loves you. I love Uncle. Uncle's great. I saved long term. I put a little bit. I still got a little bit of the deposit left for the long term that we could allocate. The UWMC, I think they popped with something during the call. I love you. God bless you. tradingfraternity@gmail.com. It's a tough life. Hospitality crisis deepens chef shortages. That's an interesting one. A chef shortage. Walmart. Is Walmart in the morning they report, or is it after hours tomorrow? I have they're up 114%. It's a decent amount of money. I want to hold them. I may want to trim a little bit, but I like Michael Burry's. Michael Burry has 50,000 or he has 50 million in call options. Walmart could be a big leader on the market. My Texas real estate course with Kaplan. What do I do now? Send an email to the cultrealestate@gmail.com. And you could join our brokerage, or you could totally ask them what brokerage you should join, and the guys will give you a good feedback. You know, a lot of the cult brokers or the cult agents, they operate on EXP now, but they all started at like Keller Williams and just all the other real estate brokers. So your next step is start there, and that's it. You're not worried about Walmart with the Amazon sell-off? No, because Walmart is declined comparatively. So Amazon has valuation went up 100 times in the time that Walmart went up 50. Should we bet against Burry? I mean, I think Burry's right. I think Burry's just early like last time. Burry is literally betting against the like hype. He's betting against Tesla and ARK. He's literally going crazy on it. And then he's doubling down on the TLT short. I agree with him on that one. Apple September 155 call sweep. Maybe he's still there. I don't know. Burry is interesting. Biden talking points. So this is what people are talking about what Biden could bring up here. The president was not willing to enter a third decade of conflict and surge 1,000 more troops to fight in a civil war that Afghanistan wouldn't fight themselves. It's clear from the past weeks that that would have been necessary, more troops for an indefinite amount of time. Administration knew there was a distinct possibility that Kabul would fall in the Taliban. It was not an inevitability, it was a possibility. POTUS said in July, Afghan military had the capability to fight the Taliban, but they had to demonstrate the will. Sadly, that will did not materialize. Administration planned for every possibility. We had contingency plans and for any eventuality, including a quick fall of Kabul. That's why we had troops pre-positioned in the region to deploy as they've gone. We focused safely evacuating the embassy. We have deployed 6,000 military troops. Indefinite war and unacceptable to the president. SIV applicants. Why we did not evacuate more Afghan civilians sooner is that many did not want to leave earlier. Many Afghans to whom we gave visas to come across chose to stay in their country. Still hopeful. Nearly 2,000 SIV applicants and their families are in the United States, and the administration is prepared to evacuate thousands of American citizens. Was this an intelligence failure? It was not an inevitability. It was a possibility. Administration knew there was a distinct possibility that Kabul would fall. Other capability it was not willing to do. Enter a third decade. So yeah, they're gonna he's gonna focus on he might double down. And then when POTUS, so Trump, there was 13,000 when Trump made the agreement, and then Trump had drawn them down to 2,500. This United States faces terrorist threats in countries around the world, Syria, Libya, and Yemen. We don't have boots on the ground to those countries. We have over the horizon counterterrorism capabilities, and that's what we'll do in Afghanistan: prevent, detect, and disrupt terrorism threats with over the horizon capabilities. Damn, so they might just leave. I don't know. It's going to be interesting. He's going to double down on it. Amazon, not pop. Not pop. Could still, I think that I think the situation looks crazy, but I don't think they're going to. No, I think they're gonna. I think the situation looks bad, but I think they're gonna try to take the route of saying that they're gonna just say we don't want people there. That's what we wanted to do. It happened faster, but they're going to say the people didn't want to leave. The question is, they're not going to, U.S. won't escalate, but I think we're just going to leave it alone. I think they're going to just, it's interesting that he's coming back from Camp David, but if those are the talking points and they take that rhetoric, it's going to be kind of what he's already been saying. U.S. CDC lowers COVID advisory for India to level 2. UWC. DMS retains financial advisors to maximize shareholder value. They're looking to sell. Yeah, DMS is popping on that. Expedia call options rise October 15th, 150 calls. UMC bought 1.5 million shares. The buyback, that's it. Buy more. Y'all got a couple 100 million left. Come on. Mm-hmm. They got 291 million more. Then they only bought like 7 million shares. Come on, DraftKings on the high. I forgot we have a random DraftKings playing the random account that went up. DraftKings I liked. They used 12 mil of the 300 mil. Yeah, I know they said they wanted to wait a little bit. Vivaldi Asset Management reports 1.3 position in CAI and a 1.7 position in Soliton. Oh, I forgot to try the map. Apple going new high of the day. What was the news? Didn't it just get something? Or was it just ripping? No, there's just a call sweep. Let's see. Yeah, you could. Yo, I got people in my snap maps in Afghanistan. What the hell? I got friends in Afghanistan on my Snapchat. They're listening. I'm looking at the snap maps. No, these are in the last 4 hours. They posted a lot of driving videos. Yeah, they look chilling on the snap maps. It looks they're just going on with daily life. It looks like, but I guess you're not seeing anything too groundbreaking. Rosengren expects inflation to run over 2%. I didn't know he was speaking. Fed Rosengren came out with a bunch of statements right now. Just flashed across the wire. Lindsey Graham. Yeah, Lindsey. Yeah, Jeff Bezos suing NASA. He wanted that one, man. He wanted that deal. UBS lowers LifeStance Health Group to 21 from 34. Maintains buy target. Make sure you hit the gym a couple times this week. Amen. Amen. I'm looking. Bloomberg chat now. They're fighting over Afghanistan. They've been a lot of drama lately. Burry added to his TLT position. I want to thanks. Well, God bless you, baby. Is there logical discussion in the chat? Honestly, I would say it's quite equivalent to our chat. So you'll have some people will factor in. There's comments that are like related to the market, and they're really good comments. Like someone saying, "Wait a minute, how are house prices going up?" And then they're posting data on bonds, and then they're talking about this, and then like 6 people will just be arguing about politics, and then another guy will put stock news or stock info, and then they'll talk about that for a little bit, and then the same guys go back to arguing. So it's kind of a lot like our chat. It's very, very similar. We got some people just posting the news, that's it, and then the politics. Some people can't let go of it. It's just crazy. See, and then somebody just posted Tesla. They posted Tesla's stock quote down 4, and they said, "Can this give us some common happiness?" Everybody hates Tesla in there. That's the other part too. Everybody hates Tesla. That's what I've noticed. They shit on Elon more than I do, and then anytime Tesla's down, they all love it. They love it. Jeez. And somebody there, here's the latest one in the chat. They said, if you think about it, the Taliban rising up against the foreign occupiers no different than Americans rising up against the British. And the next comment says, huh? I'm adding a little bit of fuel to the flame. It's totally Chad, though. Totally Chad. We did annex Afghanistan. I mean, it just we'll see whatever happens from here. We'll see. We'll see. We will see. It's again, Afghanistan has just been the center of a lot of countries in the debate and the argument and the involvement for a very long time. What's the Roblox play? It was mentioned on CNBC, but nothing else. I don't know if we're gonna do it. Tropical storm Fred. Man, Fred. U.S. American Express consumer credit card delinquency steady in July. 0.6, that's not bad. 0.6% of American Express clients are delinquent. It's really not bad at all. AMP. I get confused easy. Yeah, Burry has TLT puts, and he added to them, and he added to his Tesla one. Heady partner. What it means when TLT drops, that means rates are coming down. So that's the beauty of, even though TLT is an inverse, it highlights the situation with bonds in a sense. You know, so if TLT goes up, that means yields are going up, but that's what's it called? Or excuse me, when TLT goes up, that means yields are coming down, but that's bullish for the bonds, and then vice versa. If TLT drops, that means yields are going higher, but when yields go up in bonds, that's a bad thing. So that's the number one thing. Does everybody get that? I would love to explain it again very, very quickly. This is just where a lot of people don't realize with bonds. You followed my Ford play last week. It's going to print. No, dude, we're clapped. That's the $80 is gone probably, sadly. SPY's hitting a high. But bond yields. So if a bond is yielding a lower amount, that's actually that's the bullishness. So when bond yields go down, that means people are buying them. So even though the yield is going down, most of us, if we see the price of something go down, we think that's a bad thing. But when the price of a bond is going down, that means people are buying them. So that means there's high demand. That's why TLT reflects it as going up. Because technically, even though the yield is going down, it is bullish. So that's why if bond yields are coming down, TLT will be bullish because that's bullish for bonds. And then vice versa. So if bond yields start to go up, that means people are selling out of them. AN on the high. Auto Nation, pop. IMAX 2. Could be a 13F if they're both moving. Auto Nation is popping. IMAX as well. Check news on that. Tesla as well. Tiger Global reports 2 stakes, 2 million sponsored in DD. Oh, jeez. Tiger Global. DD moving off that. I don't know what's going on with IMAX and AN. It looks like it could be a 13F, though. Hey, man, I'm not seeing any news. No one's talking about it on Twitter. Let's check here. Tiger Management coin also. 5 million Class A shares. I'll check coin in a little bit. Auto Nation, no news. 5.8 million Tiger Global shares of DoorDash. So now they're up to 10 million shares total. 6,000 volume IMAX leaps. Yeah, so Tiger Global, I haven't got the update yet, but they already own 1.74. AN Swing Trader IBD Idea. That's what it's going on. Auto Nation. IMAX had leaps. Coinbase, apparently Tiger Global, and then Dash and DD both got stakes from Tiger Global. Yeah, they add P Core, Path, Coin, DV. I'm going over the Tiger Global one. I'm trying to get something here. TLT goes on means investors are buying into bonds for safety. It could be for other reasons, but it's bullish. It means people are buying into bonds. I want to see how much coin they bought. Because they already had some. Tiger Global is where Billy Huang came from. They're a very big hedge fund overseas. They started in Asia, but they're pretty big. I think they got like 40 billion under management or something like that. And Coinbase of 2 million. So I thought they already have 2 million shares. I already see that they have 2.62 million shares. So that's new. It says it's from filing date 6/30th. Coinbase, new stakes, Coinbase, DD, UU Path, raised stake in DoorDash, lowered stake in Roblox. Oh, come on, man. How they going to do us like that, man? Yeah. So they got 2.6 million shares valued at 665 million on Coinbase. Coinbase UiPath, they have 2.4. Precore, they have 2.4. They exited Academy Outdoor Sports at 47 million. They increased holdings in DocuSign, DoorDash, Zoom. They added up their Zoom shares. Shopify, they have 1.27 billion in there, and then Snowflake decreased holdings in Salesforce, Tao, JD, New Oriental, Roblox, and then GDS. That's not good. Why they cut their Roblox by 30%, but they still own 5.3% of all of Roblox. And their top holdings are JD. So they decreased their JD, but that's still one of their top holdings. They have 4 billion. Microsoft, they have 3 billion. CLTD, they got 2.7. Roblox, they still have 2. So Roblox is still one of their biggest positions. So for Tiger Global, actually their top holdings are JD, Microsoft, C, Roblox, and DocuSign. So even though they trimmed, now they have 53.8 billion assets under management. But these are all the changes. Oh, shit. I have all of these. So then there's Ohio employees, their public retirement. We could go through all of them. I forgot I had the alert set up. So new buys, Blackstone, DraftKings. That was another one. They got 9 million. This one's smaller. GameStop exited holdings. GoPro increased holdings. Nvidia, Alphabet. Dude, they made a lot. Top holdings: Apple, Microsoft, Facebook, Alphabet. That's the Ohio employment. Like, that's the pension. Tiger adds Precor, Niterum. Tiger Globe. But yeah, Tiger got some more snow. Added a Cerner, new buys, PaySafe, Peloton. This is from Niterum. Increase there. Decrease Fidelity, Sealed Air. Top holdings, eBay. Cerner and Canay. Putnam, VK. Yeah, we have a lot to go. I forgot. I totally forgot. I set up the alert this weekend. So I have all of the, what's it called? It'll alert me of any new 13F that comes out. So we have to go through all of these. Lakewood, Darsana, Healthcore, Nomura. Nomura is actually big. And a graphic packaging. Dude, 600 buys. Dude, they did a lot. Like, see, some of the smaller funds, they just did a ton. Jeez. Decreased Amazon, Alibaba, Aramark, Airbnb. Somebody probably got into Airbnb. UiPath looks kind of sick. My Airbnb is popping. My Airbnb is cool. It's not popping, man. You got me excited. Yeah, it's disclosing the buys and sells of hedge funds or any companies with over 100 million in assets, or if the company owns more than 5 to 10% in the stock. Sick as in 2007 compliment or the major concern of 2020. It's a good one. Apple, whoa. Is that like a new dance move? The Apple, whoa. Whoa. T. Rowe Price adds UI. Generation Invest adds Intel. Lakewood adds T-Mobile, exits Apollo. Hudson Bay adds Apple, exits Apple. Apple exits Aerojet. Darsana adds Amazon, exits Alphabet. Oh, yeah, let's see where we're at here today. Let's get our market wrap. Stock traders shrug off early jitters. Bonds climb. Market wrap. Citigroup's Levkovich warns of volatility on Fed and tax hike. Economic reports show global recovery may be losing momentum. Stock market wiped out its earlier losses, led by an advance in so-called defensive companies. Treasuries climbed. Healthcare and utility shares led the S&P 500, offsetting declines in the commodity and retail stocks. Apple rose to a record. Equities fell in the first few hours of trading after softer economic data and the spread of coronavirus Delta sparked concerns that the global recovery is faltering. Tesla sank as the U.S. opened an investigation on the electric firm's autopilot system. Traders awaited signals from the Federal Reserve with a town hall by Chair Powell Tuesday, potentially acting as a precursor to the Jackson Hole Symposium in late August. The market has viewed the event as a venue for the Fed to lay out the timing and contours of its expected move to the taper bond buying. Let's see. The big question that's hovering over the market is about the Fed. When is the Fed going to move? When is the Fed going to taper? Said Fiona Kinkoda, senior financial markets analyst at Citi Index. What we do know is that the recovery is going to be bumpy. It's not going to be a straight line. Halfway through August, the S&P is on track for one of the calmest months ever. Under the surface, anxiety about what's coming shows few signs of going away. A measure of implied volatility in VIX options has advanced for 5 out of 7 weeks, even as the CBO volatility index keeps falling. So even though the VIX is dropping, the options are going up. Citigroup's Tobias Lakovic warned that investors should be bracing for more volatility as Fed tapering, the possibility of higher taxes, margin pressures, and persistent inflation become forces that the bond market has to respond to. We're a bit more cautious, Citigroup's chief U.S. strategist said in an interview on Bloomberg, adding that these 4 potential issues could cascade into one another around September as valuations are extended. Here are some key events this week. Fed Powell on Tuesday. China's top legislative body is going to meet with Tuesday. We talked about those two on the watch list. Retail sales due Tuesday. Reserve Bank of Australia is scheduled on Tuesday. Reserve Bank of New Zealand on Wednesday. FOMC on Wednesday. And then Bank of Indonesia rate decision on Thursday. That is your market wrap. Let's see what else we got. Let's see. Nothing else. Yeah, but VIX traders refuse to say all clear halfway through August. Measure the VIX options advanced 4 out of 5 weeks, or 5 out of 7 weeks, kept falling to put the measure known as the VVIX index at a level that's 7.5 times the VIX on Friday, a reading that was last seen a couple months before COVID-19 began. Prior instances when the ratio was above the current level haven't ended well for stocks. On the 7 occasions since 2006 when the ratio has been higher, the VVIX always rose 10 days later, advancing by average of 16%, according to a study compiled by Chris Murphy, co-head of derivatives at Susquehanna. Can we pull it up? No. Alaska adds Workday, exits HCA Health. Alaska Investment Group, they bought Workday, 500,000 shares, Willis Towers, Nike, Fortive, Custom Truck, and ResMed. They exited HCA, Norwegian Cruise, Analog, T-Rain, and Spirit. Increased holdings in Paycom, Costco, Alphabet, Palo Alto, Lumentum, and ShareCare. Decreased holdings in Adobe, Intel, TGX, Activision, Veritiv, and Lowe's. Top holdings are Paycom, Alphabet, Workday, Electronic Arts, and Palo Alto. They manage $8.5 billion. Let me see. Ripping low key. Ooh. Love to see it. Love to see it. RXT pop. Rack space, yeah, RXT pop. It's moving up there. I remember they had bad earnings the other day. It's down for the 6 days, set to its longest losing streak. That was the only update. It just hit a record low. Yeah, raise stake in Shopify to 8/22. I think they have 1.28 billion or 2 billion in there. They have a lot. I haven't seen I haven't looked at the coins yet. Activision Blizzard confirms Call of Duty game titled COD Vanguard. Are they trying to advertise financial investments? COD Vanguard? What do? You either could like fight in the war, you could balance Excel spreadsheets in the game and diversify your money into safe allocations. Sounds like an exciting game. Or you guard vans. That'd be exciting. Sean Bogle, the main character. It's good. It's good. Afternoon melt up. I mean, European stocks closed. We brushed it off. Defensive names, they're very good. The Dow, a great leader right now, just flash green. Same thing. SPY's about to go flash green too. And then a lot of the 13F started coming out. People are chilling out. Oil went up as well, too, so that chilled some things out. But overall, the rest of the world was kind of sketchy. To MYOV pop. I'm checking news. Nothing on there. They had a new business advisor a couple days, CEO. Chief Financial Officer. But they're popping over there. I don't know if there's news on that. AMC pop, pop, pop. Even Apple's pop, pop, pop in. AMC, bro. The best thing that could happen right now is that AMC just rockets up. We're able to, our covered calls expire, and then that's it. We just take it home. That would be so hype. So remember, these are the covered calls. So I could cover them now for $30. I could cover them out whenever I want. I'll just wait. They expire by the end of this week. I'll take the free $30, but you can see here, if these expire, we get to keep $3,000 profit. We only spent $1,500 on our shares. And then now, if it starts, even if it shoots up this week, it's not going to go to 70. If it does, and there's volatility, we could sell those contracts again. I mean, even if we want to look right now, let's take a gander. Well, let's say we went out to like end of the year, December. Bro, what? Dog, you could still make $1,200. Get out of here. Bro, get out of here. Bruh, are you serious? Bro, you could sell the same 70s and get another $1,200. Oh, man. What? That's actually crazy. Close it out. Well, I'll just wait. Why not? I mean, the premium is hype on these. These went up 15%, but it's held the bottom here at that same price. So I'll give it the end of the week. We'll open up our collateral, and then it's fine. Be careful. Who knows where the memes go? That is true. You never know what's going to happen. But remember, I started off by selling 40s. So even though that, I close it out. So even though I have the 70s, remember, we started off with like the 40s or the 50s, I think, closer. And then we were able to roll it over. Yeah, I know. That's what I was saying. I'll wait because once AMC is like running, that could be crazy. So we got opportunity, but it's just working out very well. Expiring below the money. Hopefully, if you were able to do the rollovers like we did throughout that time period, it should be good. Viking Global and Jana ads. Is that Jana Capital? So Jana Partners, one new buy. They bought Cornerstone on demand. 4 increased holdings. Sirius 1, they increased up by 213%. Vonage, Spider, S&P 500, and then Encompass Health. They decreased LabCorp by 50%, Conagra by 26%, and Treehouse Foods by there. Their top holdings are still Conagra, Treehouse, LabCorp, Vonage, and Encompass Health. That's Jana Capital. And then Viking Global. Viking, they added Figs as a new one. They bought 10% of the shares outstanding. No way. Amazon's running. Again, a couple people took in a stake with Amazon. Figs someone took a 10% stake. Viking Global, $780 million. JD, they grabbed Humana, Brookfield. They exited Abacelera, Biologics, O'Reilly, Moody's, Nuance, Otis, and HCA. Increased Amazon holdings up to 162% increase. ServiceNow, their decreased Bank of America, Alphabet, Microsoft, UNH, T-Mobile, and Visa. Top holdings are Amazon, BridgeBio, Fidelity, Microsoft, and GE. Google Pop, yeah, I think this is from the SC13s. Google and Amazon, but again, a lot of companies have been adding, especially Amazon. HD. HD Pop, yeah, they got earnings this week. BX on the high too. HD's up a nice 1%. Let's check McDonald's. TLT coming here towards the bottom. Pretty much flip-flopping from earlier today. McDonald's is up nice. Walmart. Mickey D's looks nice. Nautilus went up a little bit here today. I don't know if it held up. Yeah, right below 8. Chip makers, are they still down? Victory has taken. It's taken, baby. Lind option volumes rise, led by August 20th, 290s. Mudrick Capital. They got their 13F. I don't know if there's anything in it. I didn't get an update on it. So Mudrick, the guys who were involved who gave AMC that loan. I'm waiting for the full update of it. New high on DraftKings. They're green now? About to be. Dollar Tree on the high as well, too. Dollar Tree just went green. You need 100 shares to sell calls, correct. Mudkip. Mudkip Capital. You think chip makers will meet their goal? It's hard to say, but I do think whatever the chip makers do, I think it shows I think it's a leading indicator for global economy. As the chip makers do good or bad, I think it reveals a lot of different things. This worst case for selling covered options, selling your 100 shares at the strike price, yes. So, like, in that case, like AMC, at one point, I mean, again, you've seen me do a couple of these plays. You know, premium is a dangerous thing, but I sold the 70s, so at one point it went in the money, and I was, you know, I would have had to agree to sell my shares, but then you could roll over. If you wait over time, it's all about where it expires. So at one point, we were losing money on those 70 calls, but then once the stock came down, we were able to do what we needed to do. Nice play profiting off the memers. Well, I mean, it was both. I got both sides. I mean, the covered call play was the wisest way to play the meme hype. I mean, I remember I made a big deal on it. I kept making the videos. Remember I told you guys, I was like, this is going to be the secret to playing everything, because we bought AMC at $3. So we bought it really, really cheap, and it allowed us to hold through the voting, hold through the everything, get all of our money back, and now you're seeing I could still pump out another $1,200 in dividends just through holding it. So it was a win-win. It wasn't, you know, we got to play on both sides of the coin. We got to profit off of high premiums. We got to profit off the shares going up, and we stayed in the game the whole time. And even better now, even if it goes down to zero, we could hold those shares. They've paid out 100%. You know, again, I spent $1,500 for all of them. That covered call, I got back $3,000 in cash. So the covered call strategy is the clear winner here. Now the stock's still holding up. If it gets momentum, they expire, we'll be able to do everything all over again. You don't need cash if you roll over? What do you mean? You don't need cash if you roll over, close and open at the same time? It doesn't. No. Well, it's the same thing because you have the same collateral. So your collateral stays the same. So whenever we did the rollover, I had to, because I would have expired in the money. I had to buy back the play, take the loss. But then since the collateral stays the same, you could open the same play and collect more premium than when you lost. So that's why rolling over actually benefited me, because it led me to selling more premium on the same collateral. Then the collateral ended up dropping, so I got to keep $3,000 of premium. So all you need is your shares. Your shares are the collateral. You could sell credit against, as long as you maintain collateral, you're good to go. So I still own 300 shares of AMC, so I have the same collateral. Do you need cash to buy back? If you're down on it, if you want to close the trade, you will. But if you open it as one trade, you don't need the cash. So essentially, like, let me show you. Robin Good. So again, here's the play, right? So let's say you needed to buy this back, though. So if you went and did this, so let's say you needed to buy back one play to roll over, but you own the shares. This is a covered call play I'm talking about. This is where it makes sense. You don't need the cash, because what you could do is go to the play that you have. So you see here, I'm -3. Let's say we're going to buy it back, right? But then you don't have the money to buy it back. What you do is you go and you open up the other trade that you'd want to roll over to. So if you go and now go to another trade here and you sell this, boom, your trade would wind up with the credit. So even if you don't have the cash to buy it back, you could make money off of the next one and take the cash from there and then still wind up with a net credit. Collateral stays the same. No money is required out of your bank account. And then boom, you have rolled it over. So again, in this case, hopefully you guys understand why watching this live is so important, because this example doesn't hit the same because now we're on the back end, right? So if you take a look at where we're at now, this doesn't matter about rolling over, spending money or anything. You're not going to, because you've already won, right? So that's why, like, in the beginning, when it happened, you had to see what happened, and then we did the rollover twice already, I think, or about one time. So you got to see it, but now you're on the back end. So now you're kicking it with your feet up. The rollover situation just doesn't apply. So it doesn't, even though that trick I showed you works, you're getting to watch it play out a little differently here. So now, as we move forward, my plan is let this expire on Friday. We just looked at the premiums, and we're like, yo, what the hell? I could go open the same play with 3 months of time or 4 months of time, and I could get back another $1,200. That means we'll be up at like $5,000 profit just from premium on AMC without ever selling one share. So rolling over is the best way. If it's a covered call, I told you guys it's easy without a doubt. Remember, how many of you remember during the AMC hype, I started making those videos, and I said this is the best secret. This is how you're going to play the hype, and you get to be on both sides. You don't even need to be an ape. You don't need to claim loyalty to anything. I was able to hold all my shares. I was able to make money on the premium. And then even when the stock would just keep going up 50%, 100%, we would just keep rolling it over, get more and more premium. And then sure enough, if it doesn't close there, it drops right back down. Yeah, LT. So LT he pulled out. I wonder where he's at now, but he could do the same thing. He still has another 1,000 shares. Isn't that crazy? So LT could go and make another $4,000 off of this same call now. So he already took out 20-something thousand, still owns 1,000 shares. He could go right now and sell these and make another $4,000 just by holding the stock, and just because the premium made a run up and then came down. He should, but somebody brought up a really good point. Now, after August 20th, we'll see where the premium's at. We could either, once ours expire, we could open up that next trade, or we could wait. Because that's the thing. What's going to happen if AMC starts getting back to 40, 50, those premiums will go crazy. Crazy. So AMC biggest winner. You got the covered call strat. Again, you could always sell out too. So you got to realize I could take out now. I have like what? I think I have like $10,000 in this. So I could still walk away with $10,000, go take my $3,000 in premium, and we could close the trade out. But as you see, holding your shares still have value, but this is allowing you to get dividends off of it, play, and that's it. Did you open? I opened up AMC a long time ago. Long time ago. I think it'll show you the shares. Does it not say? It shouldn't say on there. I thought it does. Yeah, so here's the overall position. But I bought 300 shares at $4.95 in August. Yeah, August 7th, 2020. Around this time last year, last week. So then take a look at what happened. Do you guys see how we play this? Look at what happened in January. This one was Lending Tips. I think it was Lending Tips or somebody else at the real estate office. They accidentally sold a covered call this first time. So I had to buy it back at $9.50, but then I resold this other one at $6.30. So I made back a little bit less, but then that one expired, right? And then this is where we started in May. So remember, look at what I sold. I sold a $40 call. You guys remember that? I sold 2 of the $40 calls for $4.80. So then I was like, damn, what was our issue? Because remember, by June 18th, what happened? The stock was above $40. So what did I do? I bought it back at $18.70. But then what do you notice I did? I took the loss on this play, but then I rolled it over to the August 70s. So even though I had to buy these back at $18.70, I sold these ones for $19.80, which is more money than I even had to buy it back for. That was the situation we showed. And then I sold another one at $9.70, bringing me up to about $3,000. And then that's it. We just held them all the way through. So I did a rollover. Otherwise, I would have been forced to give up my shares at $40. I still would have been in the money. You see that? But then as long as the premiums were up, we were able to refinance, and that's what I did. So we literally just bought back, extended the strike price, got more premium. I even averaged and sold another one to get even more. And then I just waited from June to August. That's crazy. It's been 2 months. Damn, it didn't feel like that. So from June till now, 2 months later, we get all the premium. And as you see, I still own all of my stock. So I've never sold this once. Not only did I need, so yeah, the entire position is up. So not only do I have $9,000 in profit on the actual position, I also have $3,900 or $2,900 total return on the options for the covered calls. So now if I sold out, I could take the $10,000 profit. Otherwise, I've already got $2,900 profit, and my initial investment was $1,500. So I still get all of the AMC shares, still collected all the premium, and then now by the end of this week, we could sell more premium. SPY is now green along with the Dow, baby. So that one was a good one. It's crazy that was only 2 months. It felt like a long time, didn't it? Just sent you my lending tip. Send me AMC. Yeah, so here you go. You can see a screenshot from LT's account. You only did 4? I think you sold out some of the shares then. So you could see LT got 10K off of the covered calls. So send me your original position. Then I think he sold out 15K of stock in value. But do you see it right here? Bro, this was $10,000 right off the bat. So he sold the credit at 25 a pop on 4 of them to agree to sell at 145. So think about that. For August 145s, he just got $10,000 cash by just holding the stock and agreeing to sell it at a ridiculous price because of the premium. So that's what I'm saying. Covered calls, you only lose your shares if it goes in the money. If it doesn't go, and then as you saw, I was there right there with you guys. If it did go in the money, you had the opportunity to roll out of it. It was very hard to lose on this play. So as long as you gave yourself time and cushion and you own the shares at a crazy price, you were able to bring it home. So he says, wait, I think he did 2? Let's see. Oh, he did 2 of them. So that's where the other 3 came from. I forgot. He said, remember, it shot up. So not only was there the $10,000 one, here's another $7,000. So he had the same August 70 call that we did. He just sold them for way more money. So we got $17,000 off of the covered calls, and then he sold another 200 shares at around 60 or 70. Or 200 shares, so that's like what? 6,000. You got another 12,000. So he took about like $29,000 by selling shares. Got 17,000 from here off of the covered calls. Again, a 140 and a 70. So he sold the first 70s, and then it kept shooting up, and then he sold the 145s. But again, his investment in the stock was probably, what, $1,000 or $2,000 invested into the stock. So he got back $17,000 in cash straight up front, sold another $12K in shares, and then now he still has about 800 shares remaining. But that's all covered call strategy. That's why we were saying, even if you fucked up on the first one, remember, you were able to roll out of it. And then again, we played time to our advantage. And then everybody still owns the shares. That's the crazy part. He trimmed a little bit of the shares, but even without it, you were able to have a decent amount. This helps when you have 200 shares. Yes and no, because you got to realize, my guy, look at the price he sold this shit at. He sold this at $2,500. So if I waited, I just did mine earlier. He sold these 145s for $2,500 a pop. Even these ones were $24 a pop. So even if you owned 100 shares, you could have got back $2,500 pretty much. And again, that was my whole investment. I spent $1,500 for my whole investment on that. Yeah, he could have sold the 100 call probably for like $4,000. That's bananas. It's bananas, but it is very good. I mean, hopefully you guys realize that that's the way to play the meme stocks right there. If you get a good entry and you get to hold it, that's it. Then you get to sell. And then if the meme hype keeps it really, really up here, you could always roll in and out of it. You could update it and do what you need to do. As long as the premium's there, you could refinance. You still don't get it? So what happened is we bought AMC at a very low price. So before you saw AMC everywhere on the internet, we bought it right here. We bought it in August at about $5, and then it dropped again, and we still held it. And then LT got in at like $2, and a lot of other chads, y'all like to play the wait till Josh gets clapped, and then you could buy in. That's a very good strategy. You could get most of what I get at a discount unless it goes instantly crazy. And then it shot up. So we owned the shares at dirt cheap. So when the stock was trading at like $30, $40, what did we do? We went to the option chain, and since we own the shares, we agreed to sell them premium. So somebody said, hey, I'll buy AMC at $70 a share, and they would pay us for that option. So we agreed to sell them AMC at $70, and we bought it at $5, and they paid us $3,000 to do that deal. So now, come August 20th, if AMC is below $70, that contract expires, but we keep the $3,000, and now we get to keep our shares. So now we're talking about it because by the end of this week, those covered calls are going to expire, but we still own the shares. So now we could go and agree to sell it to people at higher prices. So that's all the deal was. It's a covered call. When you own the shares, you can agree to sell your shares based on an option, collect the premium, and it's all based on where you want it. 2023, baby. So it was a cool play. You got to see how it played out, but I think it's crazy how that was only 2 months. Didn't that feel like such a long time ago? But it was just 60 days ago, and you see how it's put you in an optimal position because we got to ride the whole AMC wave. So when AMC was going 50, 60, 70, we were in it every single step of the way. And then even when it comes down now, we're still in the game. We've taken all of our premium, and now we can restart it all over again. Weiss, Maverick, a lot of the 13Fs are coming in. What happens if it goes in the money and you can't roll over? Then you agree to sell the shares. So in that case, let's say it went up to 70 and there's no available option to roll over, which is unlikely. Again, if a stock doubles in value, you saw what happened. They added 145s to that damn chain, and people were paying $4,000 a pop for them. But even if it doesn't, you would agree to sell the shares at $70. So in this case, I would have taken the profit, but I bought the shares at $5. If I had to sell them at $70 a share times 3, I would have been forced to take a $21,000 profit. So that's the beauty of the covered call. By selling it so far off the money, even if I did get called and it didn't end up like it did now, I would have been able to take a $21,000. I would have forced to sell the stock at $70 a pop. That's the best part. So there's no way to lose. Yeah, I would have been forced to. It would have been better, though. Think about it. You know, in this case, I have $10,000 in the stock, and I got $3,000 from premium. If I sell out now, I'm walking away with $13,000. If we just sold the stock at the top, we would have got $21,000. So it goes both ways. But then again, if I sold out at $21,000 and it mooned up to $100,000, who knows? You would have missed out on that. So you get the best of both worlds. I wonder how many of your listeners are apes. I think we have a lot of them, and that's where I think it's not like as apish as it is more the sophisticated apes, like, you know, Planet of the Apes, We got the apes who could kind of like, you know, they're reading and they're more, you know, it's the sophistication. They're kind of more the, what's the word? The diplomatic apes, I guess. Sophisticated into a degree. How are covered call gains taxed? Talk to your tax professional about that one. Yeah, orangutans. I'm just hairy. Gang members. I wonder how the taxes are, but I have somebody for that. Taxes stress me out. Covered calls of GME during the run-up. If I don't own that many shares of GME, we just bought AMC very cheap, and it allowed us to hold it, and we held it the whole time. So, you know, the covered call strategy, it was really OP. I'm glad, you know, fast forward 2 months, I was really, really hyped when I was sharing it with you guys. So I'm glad to see it, you know, it came into fruition. We got the best of both worlds. We got to play the run-up. We got to get paid premium, and now we can still milk it for more money. Yeah, Dollar Tree's still going. 11. Oh, wow. It's almost power hour. My goodness. Chainlink rises more than 10% in 10 hours or in 24 hours. Bro, Ethereum Classic still above 70. So proud of you. So proud of you. XLM just fighting. Ethereum. I'm still proud of Ethereum too. I'm going to go get Subway. Hey, can you guys why is it called a sub? So like why is a sub sandwich? Like why is it a sub? Does anybody know? It looks like it's just the shape. Like a submarine. Really? I never thought. Yeah, somebody asked me. I have a foreign friend, and they're like, "What's a submarine? Like, what's a sub?" Like they said, a sub sandwich. I thought it was called a sandwich. I was like, "It's just a sub." I didn't know how to explain it. It's short for submarine. Like what? You eat the sandwich underwater or what? Like I don't. That's what I'm saying. It don't make sense. Yeah. Then what's a burger? A burger. Why don't we call a burger a UFO? You know what I'm saying? Subscriber sandwich. Mm-hmm. See? You don't call burgers UFOs? Nah. Soldiers nicknamed it. Why did so many people get mad at me for that? People were like, "You stupid." He said, "You lame." Like, why are you coming at what? I don't get it. All I said was this submarine, man. Okay, just feel smarter than me. Like, take the W. Like, I don't get it. Just take the W and run with it. Be like, this Josh is an idiot. I'm so much smarter than him. Like, just take it and run. Like, why are you? There was a genuine question from a foreigner. I didn't know how to explain it to my friend. I was like, come on. Like, how am I supposed to teach you about America? I love this country, and I can't explain a submarine sandwich. Yeah, man. I thought I explained a good cover call strategy. I had a genuine question. Y'all just shit on me. Okay, fine. That's why the stock market world is so toxic. You know that? That's why people are like, wait, what's a covered call? They're like, you idiot. Ha! You don't know. You don't know. Ha! It's actually a subterranean sandwich. Oh, shit, bro. Nah, it's getting big. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm. I already joined it, but I could already agree. Mm-mm-mm. It's a sublease sandwich. EV Go, new nationwide plan, new loyalty program. Ain't nobody got a EV Go, Easy Go, whatever it is, man. Mm-mm-mm. Moderna and the vaccine stocks, they got clapped here, but they're definitely going to be important over the next few days or the next few weeks. Because we'll see. I mean, in the next week or two, or I'd say next 4 weeks, next month, if Delta kind of falls off here a little bit, I mean, that's when some people are expecting something to happen. So we'll see. Mm-mm-mm. Roblox might pop. Kids play video games during summer. Roblox went viral with East Brickton. That's all you need. Mm-mm-mm. Amazon faces new class action claim over sales of lithium ion batteries. Mm. Chick-fil-A or McDonald's? Come on, man. What kind of heathen do you think I am? Chick-fil-A all day. God bless America. He said Chick-fil-A or McDonald's. Come on, man. Unless it's Sunday, you know what I'm saying? Mm-mm-mm. Can I make courses on how to trade? It would be a very boring course. It'd be like get a long term and then wait a month. I would make you wait a month between lessons. I think it'd be cool. I'm down, actually. Kind of a good idea. Mm-mm-mm. There's only one course I would ever want to make, just in the nature, because to keep it in line with what we do here and what we support and advocate. The only thing I'd ever, and I was gonna do it earlier, but then the world went crazy and everything else. I would want to make a economics course, like an actual real course towards it, not like a follow this, follow that. type of technical thing, but more so like a real, all of the knowledge, the books and everything for econ and how to apply global macroeconomics to the stock market, essentially. How to literally apply it. But it's a hard topic because I'm one of very few people who look at it in that sense, to take macro and global, pretty much global political economics is what you call it, and how to actually make a, determination of market influences. It's very, very difficult. So it's like, it's a course I'd want to make, but it is also very, it's controversial in the academic sense, just because it's like, even if you know all that stuff, it's very hard to make a claim as to what will happen to the market. You see what I'm saying? So that's the only issue with it, but that's probably the only course I would be there. It would literally parallel a college course is the way I see it. That's why it's like it'd be cool for the stock market, but then at the end of the day, the conclusion is you can never make a conclusion on the stock market based on what happens macroeconomically. There is connections, and some I've seen a lot. The best thing I have is a history of it. So like I could go through the last 10, 15 years, most big economic events I have made a play on. So there's somewhere you could see it, but it is still controversial and subjective. Yes, amen. But we have a couple of videos. I have a couple I have a bunch of videos already that I've put out on the topic, but we've never really formulated it into a course. But, we've liked to, I think if it comes up naturally, we talk about it. I'm open to any questions, free 99, baby. We want y'all here. And again, no question is off limits. So, what I'm saying? It's good. It's good. Walmart Chick-fil-A. There's nothing out there to learn how to trade. It's hard. It's because there's no way to trade. Right? Like the point is, like the dilemma is you're looking for an objective way to trade, objectivity, right? You're looking for it to just be, this is how you do it. You do, like, if you want the objectivity with trading is you buy, market order, limit order. This is how you make an order. But the problem is it's very subjective. There's no right or wrong when it comes to trading. At the end, that's why you see a bunch of people. Some give good ideas. Some are just completely ridiculous. That's why some people balked so heavily at GameStop and AMC at the beginning. It's all subjective. There's no way to be able to say this is correct, this is incorrect. So that's why it's hard to get there. That's why I recommend, go take the boot. We have a 3-day boot camp. It's super simple. I encourage you to do that. And that's why I spend time here, because once you kind of learn how the market operates and see what affects things, you will be able to really find out where you fit in. But the best thing I've always looked at with trading is it should make common sense with business. Trading is still business. You're evaluating the business performance, but even how you would go about managing your trades would be pretty much how you'd manage any other business. And that's why economics and the principles of money and value, if you understand that, then you're able to, get a better idea of how the market works, but there's still not a right or wrong way. FDA approves Abbott's atrial fibrillation device. Biden, is he on? It's not 3:45, is it? It's 3:10. I do day trade. I just, again, I'm not as, I day trade. I get caught up into it. Day trade is fun. I hope you know that day trading is more like entertainment, or if there is like something happening in the market and it makes sense to, and it moves crazy in pricing, I like that. But like I was saying earlier, I just notice if I wait for an easy catalyst, as long as I wait for a catalyst and don't force it, it's usually it's going to be a good play. So the day trading is just, how effective is it going to be? And it's like, what are you looking to get out of it? It's not saying that it doesn't work, but I have noticed I'm prone to overtrade and get into some bad trades. Whereas if I kind of slow the game down, wait for my easy catalyst, you'll be good to go. Day trade and poker are the same. You need to know exactly. That's all it is. It's 100%. 100%. It's just like poker. It's just saying, that's exactly how it is. That's why I notice if I do more trades, it's like me playing every hand on poker, and I'm like, okay, I got a good hand. I got a good hand. Let me ante up. Okay, I'm gonna throw in. So that's why if you got to know, just don't fold until you get a good hand. That's it. As long as you do that, and then that's what I've noticed. If I wait till I got a good set, I bet on it, it's gonna come through. Is it surprising that market is making new all times with everything happening in Kabul? Not necessarily, no. Again, because usually we talked about it this morning. If anything, Middle East scenarios don't really have that impact unless it's like a big oil producing nation. But it's still very early on, and things would have to develop. There's a lot of things going on in the world. People are getting worried. Puts are going up. People are buying some of that, but people are also waiting on a lot with Powell and everything else. I have free shares in BB. BB, I made the grinding look easy. The key is just stay alive. Just stay alive. You build out through there, and then again, before you know it, just crazy to think about whether, it's been a little bit bumpy this year. We didn't have the same success that we had last year. I fell victim to some over trading, a couple of bad stock and premium sells. But what you're able to see here, is you're still alive. So as long as it keeps going, eventually the tide is going to turn where you survive long enough. And that's why buying stocks, holding them. I mean, is it bad if I made a Taliban analogy? I think it would be, but I think you could do the math. And that's kind of the key here, is that you just stay a little bit alive in there, and as you're building and holding on to something, it will it'll eventually it'll build up, and your opportunity to go in there will show itself. How can you learn from me real stuff? Because the stream is more fun, entertaining. I would say pay attention a little bit more. We do have a lot of fun, but, we cover a lot, and there's explanation. That's why the best way to learn from here is if you ever hear me say anything and you don't understand it, ask a question. Just as you started this conversation about a course, it's led into this whole discussion. So if you ever hear stuff as we're going over news, as we're talking everything from CPI to the bonds to the history of the Middle East and how it's had, armed conflict and what it's led to, these are all related to it. You could learn a lot about that. When I start talking about real estate, I really encourage you to listen to it, just because real estate is one of those connections I make where you see business operate outside of the stock market world, and the same premises and logic I use in real estate, I will apply it into the stock market, and vice versa. The same thing I apply with stocks, it goes in there, and the watch list every day. Selling calls, what you mean by selling premium? Yes, or shorting any option. You don't have to do a covered call to sell premium. So when you buy an option, right, when you have a call or a put and you buy an option, you buy a contract with the right to buy or sell the stock at a certain price, since you are paying for the contract, you're agreeing to do something at a certain price, anything above the price you're agreeing to is called a premium. So a premium is also the definition for what a contract is going for. So when you buy a contract for $5, 5 cents, you're paying a premium because you're agreeing to buy the stock at a certain price, but you're also paying an additional to have the contract. So when you sell premium, it is shorting options. You are selling the premium, whether it's a covered call or a credit spread, you are selling the premium. So people say if you're buying premium, you're buying an option. And then any option that you buy has a premium because the option itself, you're paying above the agreed upon price to buy or sell. That's why it's a premium. Clove pop. Clove pop. How many accounts you blow up? Oh, a lot. A lot. I still learn every day. I'll say blow up an account like once every, it depends how you space it. I haven't blown up the long term. And then that's what I started to, I started separating the accounts and stuff like that when I want to approach certain strategies. But you're going to blow up an account probably as every experiment you play with. You'll blow up an account every 1 to 3 years, I would say. If you're exploring with your strategies, if you're trying certain stuff and you're going up there or until you realize, okay, I'm going to put most of it into the long term and then I'm going to set aside 10, 20, 30% to gamble with and everything else. I'm in the process of blowing up my account. So are you ready for this? Here's a skill you could learn in it. Don't capitulate. Learn how to defuse the bomb. Right? So if you see your account dwindling, I see it on some of mine here. That's why I'm getting the premium. I have to go it, but this is what you want to. You want to know how to defuse the bomb, and if you could learn to handle that situation where now you got to really watch your cash, and then give yourself time, buy some time, slow down the clock here, see what you can do with the premium. But however you could stay alive here, that is a very good skill to learn in the process of it. You're not going to get to experience it till you're there. What does capitulate? Capitulate. It means giving up. So it's like you ever in a fight, let's say you're getting jumped by the market makers, right? You're just getting kicked by the weeklies, the premium sales, right? And then you're on the floor and you're like covering your head, right? You see you got your elbows up near your face, you're trying to block the hits. Capitulating is putting your hands down eventually. So then you just keep getting the shit kicked out of you. So instead of trying to block some of the hits, you eventually just say, I'm getting the shit kicked out of me. I'm going to capitulate. And then you just put your hands down and just keep getting hit. But you stop fighting back, essentially. When we say something is popping, does it relate to volume, percent loss gain, just dollar change up and down, whether it's going up or not? With this analogy, Josh was in East Brampton. East Brickton, baby. Unit! On! Oh, he's throwing in every day. He holds it down. We love you, baby. LEA. Lear Corp. Thanks for the knowledge. Of course. So that's it. I mean, again, any of you, whether you are new or old, I hope, even if we go over news, please ask as many questions. I'll get to them. But that's, really, I got what you need, man. If ask me. That's it. If I can't answer it, I won't. Sometimes as the market's doing a lot, we'll do some stuff. We're going to have fun. We're going to do all of that stuff. But, if you have your questions, we will answer them as best as we can. So ask away and see what you learn. How to trade, trying to figure it out. I'd say it took me from like 14 till 18 is when it started to click and I kind of fell into stuff. And that's where I was like, okay, I did learn the importance of holding long term. Again, I don't say this for no reason. A lot of people who have made a career on Wall Street, they will stand by the importance of, yes, day trading, high hedging, high risk, high reward strategies are great and all, but at the end of the day, when you have that long term and you have equity, you're going to get a lot there. Taliban, Afghan have neared agreement on ceasefire. How do you stay in without blowing up? I blew up a lot of accounts, but I never blew up the main source of the capital, if that makes sense. So I wouldn't take, after I had long term when I was young and I never touched it. And that was my first, that was my rookie experience. I read a Jim Cramer book. They said, buy this, buy that, right? You know what I'm saying? So I started buying it and then I held it. And then I'm a young kid and it was different than what it is now. But I started seeing penny stocks. I started seeing day trading, how to make this much money. So I tried some of that stuff. I made a lot of money once as a kid. It was I hit like a GameStop situation. What was it called? What was it called? I forgot what it was called. I made a lot of money on it as a kid, and then it went back to zero. And then I gone through it, and then eventually I spent years, didn't really, up and down just to see nothing. And then I saw the long-term shares, and I started getting into that. I was like, okay, let me try some other stuff. So I kept buying more long-term shares. I would try to day trade certain stuff. That's where I started getting into the news and all of that. And then we started advancing into options. I started seeing options without owning equity. I was amazed. I was like, hold up. And then you slowly go in there. But as I would start to explore, once I realized what worked, I just stuck to the long term and I just made sure that we were adding to that and that I just held equity to own, because I realized over time, as I was going older and older and older, that was working for me and that was doing its thing, even though the market was awful at that moment. But it was better than me I realized I was the biggest risk to my money. So it didn't stop me because, again, I'm a human and I would see a lot of stuff. I was young. I would get excited. I would get depressed. I would get all these things. So I started playing with different strategies. But the point is, I wouldn't make accounts with all of my money. After that point, I realized, okay, I'm young. I'm seeing this result. I'm already having success here. I'm going to double down on what's working, but I still wanted to try stuff. And thankfully, that's what led me into strategies, even like options and all of that. But options was even tied to the long term, believe it or not. That's why I say, and at one point I realized you could trade options without the collateral. I was like, what? That's crazy. So that's what you're going to realize here. It's understand what risk really is. That's it. So if you really want to not blow up accounts or you want to move forward, you're going to blow up something, but just understand what risk really is. So then once you realize that, you'll be like, okay, I'm going to keep most of my money here. And then on top of it, I could go back and I could get higher risk strategies, but I know I'm not going to, I'm going to get rid of this rosy view that I'm going to become a millionaire off of this crazy strategy. You see what I'm saying? And trying to go, if I'm going for the big gains, big returns, I don't need to bet that much money and it's not worth it risking my financial future. Dreamville, baby. 2 weeks. Thanks for motivating. I saw your other one. I was going on that rant there. You gave a nice little comment up there. Where we at, baby? Where was it? Love your stream. 2 weeks in this stream. Really want to level up my life. I'm committed. Thank you. So listen to what I just said. You're going to get a lot of strategies here. We're going to talk about a lot. Everybody on the internet got something to sell you. This is free 99, baby. Free 99. Get the long term. Build it up. Best of all, we started the account for my sister here. You see that? We still got $5. We still got profit. Oh, hell yeah. So we started this one $1,500. I mean, again, little by little, set aside money for your long term so you can buy equity. So that way, think about it. If you started here 2 months ago, 2 weeks ago, and this is your first experience in the stock market, you're never going to get I want to make sure you never spend your time knowing about the stock market and walking away without owning equity. Again, this is what I just explained. I was 14. I bought stocks, and then I started gambling. But I held the stocks because I forgot about them, right? I just thought that's what you do. As I got older, I started gambling, experiencing other stuff. But then it all boiled down to that long term because, again, if you know about the market today, 1 year, 4 years, 5 years, 10 years down the road, that's where it's going to really, really compound there for you. So get the long term. It's free 99. You can see every single one we have. And thankfully, we're starting another account. You guys should thank Sister Answers, bro. That's it. It took her a year and a half to do it. So let's see. So this is what I'm saying. This is what we want all of you guys on. This is the accounts. Here's the small one. We started this one with $500, and then we added $200 a month. Then we moved up to the big one with $2,000 a month. And then now we have made Colt's sister. She deposited $1,500, and then she's going to deposit $200 a month, and then we're going to add to it. But she has no holdings in there. But you could see between all of it, it's built up very, very nice. It started out very, very slow, not much. But this is what I'm saying. This is almost 2 years. So if you just learn this whole time, yeah, you got to hit options, you got to lose on options, you got to play everything. But essentially this whole time, in the midst of all of it, if you were adding up, you were saving your money, applying it to equities, but now you got to own stuff and you got to see what happened. So this is why we say it's so powerful. If you are just starting, you are here, you're ready to better your life, get the long term, and it will change you and your family's life forever. I promise you that. In the next 5-10 years, if you are owning stocks like this, the trajectory of your life and your family's financial history will change. I could almost say that without a doubt. You're preaching of the power of the long term. Definitely not gone unappreciated. I got to start mine, my dad's and my mom's. That's why I'm telling you. You will. Some of you. That's why the best thing I could say, man. I don't know if I give it enough appreciation. It's the parents in here. The parents out there who've never been exposed to this, but they take the step forward and they've now built up these. They own stocks in their family. Like some of you are the first people in your family to own stocks, and now there's a younger generation who is going to be owning these stocks right there. That is it's going to change a lot. You know what I'm saying? That's what I mean. Your family's trajectory will definitely change. The difference, again, my family did not own one single equity ever. I've never heard of nobody in my family. They came to America. We could talk about all this, the religious persecution, whatever it was. I learned real estate. I got to see that, but never once did they own a stock. So that's why I'm saying I was never born with that. So for some of you being able to offer that, it goes a long way. That's why I'm saying if you want to change the life, whether you have kids or not, whether you're married or not, owning these equities, it will go a long way. And that's why we're talking quality equities too. Companies you already known about and you'll see, but it's great. Own equities is the only free lunch in America. Only one. Well, no, 2 accounts. I realized long term on my 401k from work. Way to go. Shout out to chat. Amen. And again, never lose faith in what some of the trades can provide. Again, the point is there's going to be up, there's going to be down. As long as you don't spend all your money and you space it out, the moment is going to come. It sucks in the meantime, but that's why you still got your baby in the long term working. If you stay alive long enough, don't go too crazy. Know where your money maker is. You're going to be able to supplement it through the trades, but it's a balance of everything. You're going to be good, but I really like the long term. So again, some of you, if you're new, if you're trying to change some things in here, just don't ever, just don't sleep on the long term. And again, it's never too late to start it. The longer you hold, the less riskier it becomes. So if you start now, it's going to have a little bit more risk, but it's better to start today and we could lower that over time and go from there and see what happens. It's going to be good. Got you in the lawn tire. Thank you, man. Be a beacon. This is how you're going to affect future generations, and all of you will be able to get me a house. I do not doubt that. That best is yet to come. It's crazy, bro. It's crazy. What Jim Cramer book did I read? The book was called Mad Money, Watch TV and Get Rich. I read it during independent reading. So I convinced my teacher. I said, I'm getting into stocks. I said, can I read this book for independent reading? And then by that end of that, after I read the book, I made my first trade. And I went from there. But that book was all about fundamentals. It was talking about balance sheets. I read my first balance. I learned my first, assets and liabilities. That was the first time I got exposed to it. And it was talking about finding, book value and companies that are good to own. It used Caterpillar as an example, all of that. So my first logic, thankfully, my first exposure was get into, buy stocks and hold them. ATAI, CNBC, psychedelic play. Biden on in 15. I wonder what he's going to say. My first exposure was people talking about Tesla to the moon. That's why it's a blessing and a curse. You guys got exposed to it in a different market. I got exposed to the market, I would say the right way, the long term, but then it cost $20 to trade for commission. There was no iPhone that existed. You barely phone internet on the phone. Now you have way more information. You're not getting told to buy the long term. You're getting told to gamble a lot of it, but you have free trading. You have access to information. You could hop on this stream right now, and I've never had anything like this in my years of trading, where there was somebody vocally that you could hear, look from, get an outline from. All of it was just crazy. Sonos is dropping. Yeah, they're on the downside. It's ooh. It was a previous administration, you prick. Not my fault. Huh? You sent we're gonna send Corn Pop there. You're gonna come back with details. Huh? They can take care of themselves. What do I look like? Am I like babysitter Biden? Huh? We're gonna watch from the horizon. We got bigger things to focus on. Huh? You know what I'm saying? You guys are assholes. Don't put me on the blame. I'm just as mad as you. These guys are, it's just, I don't. Where are we? Huh? Why, I thought I'm at David camp. It's bullshit. Amazon last chance. Amazon. Again, and this was right off the bat. I mean, no coincidence. Look at 11:30. You had your run up here, so that means America is much more bullish than the rest of the world. So the last couple weeks, we haven't moved too much. The euro has been taking the lead, as well as China. So you could see it right off the bat. But this looks like a lot like last week, just kind of reversed. Pelosi has been in government. She started when Gerald Ford was the president, I believe. So she was serving office when Gerald Ford was the president. So that was 1974. So she was like a teenager then. She was like a young Yancey. Mm-hmm. Dedicate. I don't think she was always making trades at that. But I think what's it called? I think in the last 12 months, I think she actually increased 50% of her net worth. I need to double check that. I saw something. Let me see if I can pull it up on here. Yeah, Pelosi. Or I think at least in 2 years. So she was worth about $50 million, but she's had about $25 million in gains just in the last 2 years. She went long at the right time. ATI, I'm not. I am not. SE Limited, good. A lot of companies added to it. I muted myself? I don't think I did. Can't hear you. What time is it? 12:30, bro. The day. How is the day almost over? This is unreal. Yeah, he's probably not going to come on till after the close. That's crazy. The State Department. Oh. Hey, you know what I got to say? Fuck the Taliban. I don't give up what they do. You want to come around here, America? Huh? I'll you up. Yeah, it's my country now, you little. Yeah, you want to play with me, huh? Huh? With your little, you got a little cowboy hat, huh? Yeah, I got an AC-130, you little. So don't with me, okay? Yeah, we're America, huh? I'll show you in 20 years. Yeah, I'll eradicate your ass in 20 minutes. Don't play with me, huh? Yeah, I'll send Hunter out there. He'll go monkey up on your. So don't with me, okay? Sick of this. And we're saying, Biden, what are you gonna do? I'm gonna them up. That's what I'm gonna do. Okay? This isn't a game. I've been in office for 100 years. I got 100 bombs I'll them up with. Okay? America. Okay, any other questions? Good. Sit the down. Sick of this. Okay? It's ours now. Relax. Just chill the out. Thank you. You prick. Sorry. I can't help it. I genuinely can't help it. I'm sorry. I really am sorry. I just can't help it. I just can't help it. It just really just happens. The likes increase. That's good. That's good, baby. Josh wanted to be an actor. Nah, never. I remember I took a drama class and in freshman year of high school, and like the teacher was like, you have to do this because like I loved improv. I actually liked it. I had fun at improv, and she was like this, and I was like, lady, I'm not no weirdo. I play sports. It wasn't as cool back then. Back then, when I was growing up, if you were doing that, it wasn't as tight. Nowadays, it's like artsy, it's hipster. They're like, yeah, but back then, it was different. She was like, you have to do it, and I was like, I don't know, lady.
You're not that guy, pal. Trust me. You're not that guy. Okay?
Biden is I have it up. I'm waiting. You could tell you had the actor high. Oh, I was a hit at the improv. I was good at it. I like it. Improv is fun. Like that is like, honestly, we should probably all do that one day. We'll do it. It'll be a small one. A couple of cult guys, we should go to an improv and just have an improv day. I love improv. It's fun. It's really, really fun. I just have an imagination. Okay. It'd be great. I think some of the chads would be good at it, but some of you guys are really funny. That's why some of y'all come up with stuff on the spot. It's great. But it just was not cool back in the day. It just was not. You would get made fun of, and people back then would make fun of you because it was socially acceptable. You know, at one point, bullying was cool, actually. Nowadays, it's not. But back then, oh, yeah, dude. Like, you would just get, they would roast you, bro. They would roast you. An Iron Condor for HD. They moved a lot. That could be decent. Not enough roasting these days. I think it's good, though. I mean, I think it's just different, though. I'm still like, I still expect people to be mean. It's kind of what, like, LT said that before. He said he doesn't like it now because he said people are like, he's like, people would, like, he's like, I know they want to be mean to me, but they're not. So, like, they're just, like, really fake to me. But I don't know. It's like, I expect it now, but it is kind of nice, though, if you think about it. It's like some people, it's like, that's good. Like, people don't get made fun of, like, the same way. I'm like, I wish they could have done that, like, 10 years earlier. You know what I'm saying? But it's fine. It's fine. Nice thing about East Coast, people are still straightforward. Yeah. There's still a lot of backhanded remarks. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Even then, even when they're not, that's what I'm saying. Even when people are, like, nice, like, you could see it. You're like, man, you don't give a shit. It's like a passive, it's like a passive aggression, I'd say. People still get offended. Yeah, but it's, again, people used to be really mean, though. It does make sense, though. I see why there was a shift towards people being, like, soft in a way, if that's what you want to call it. But people were assholes back in the day. Like, it was really, really bad. But it's still, like, we came out fine, kind of. I'm just a little traumatized and a little psycho, but that's okay. I just don't trust anybody. I don't like getting physically abused by my peers, banging. Well, you gotta learn. I had to learn how to defend myself, not like fighting. I used what's it called? I used the verbal. I was talking about that because, like, I used to, like, I've only been in a couple fights, but, like, I should have gotten a lot more fights, but I would just make fun of the people before. Like, that's it. You just destroy their soul before they, it eliminates the will for them to fight you physically. That's what I had to learn. So I was small. I was always small. So I had to just, that's it. I would just roast the shit out of them until they just wouldn't have it in them. That's all you have. That was my only defense mechanism. Yeah, the words would hurt more. Oh, yeah. Like, you could punch me. I'll get over that in a week. Like, I'm going to say something. You're going to remember that the rest of your life, dude. Like, I know some kids still out there, they're thinking about what was said. They shouldn't have came at me. That's it. So bullying, yeah. Bullying, when we get, it's like you had to, again, it was either I was going to get my ass beat or I had to, I had to defend myself. That's all. Make them regret their life in the shower. Yeah, it'll do it to them. I'm 6'7", 385, never got bullied, but couldn't fit. Yeah, you never got bullied. You got recruited. He's like, no one ever bullied me, but I had a lot of opportunities on the football field, and everybody wanted me to come. You were recruited, man. I wish I was 6'12", man. You got to go everywhere. You got to do everything. You probably had people trying to adopt you. They're like, I'll adopt you. I'll be like Sandra Bullock. What you got, man? Come on. How much you bench? That's hype, though. That's hype. Is Biden speaking? I have it up. All I get is, yeah, chill the out. I'm not speaking. I'm getting ready. I got to put baby powder on my face because the glare, it makes my shit look crazy. Oh, my bad. How come you didn't edit me, you idiot? Huh? What do I pay you guys? What did I give you a stimulus check for, you prick? I'm not going to share. Okay, sorry. They're getting a little aggressive back there behind the scenes. Don't worry. God bless America. Is it on? No, it's still not on there yet. It never gets old. I don't know why. It's so bad. I'm scared for the day it does become old, I'm just scared. I don't know if I could face that day. I don't know if I could face that day. Losing money but still laughing my ass off. Amen. Do you realize that's a beautiful trait? Some of you may take it for granted. But do you realize that's one of the scariest things in the market? That's how Wall Street bets pretty much got its influence. Nothing is scarier than the people who could get clapped and just are enjoying every minute of it and could laugh and smile. It's just like the fucking Joker, bro. What do you imagine? You just like punch somebody in the face like 20 times and he's like, that's a scary person. You know what I'm saying? That's a scary person. And you should probably stop messing with them. You know what I'm saying? So it's bittersweet. It's bittersweet. That's all I'm saying. There's nothing. You're like, why he should be dead? This doesn't. Why so serious? I can't do that one. The story of the three Buddhas come to mind, indeed. A few of my friends were like that. Speaking of that, I said that, I told you that story. One time I got clocked in the face outside of a club once, and then I just smiled at the dude, and it was just funny. And then he got his ass kicked. I didn't do it, though. I had my 6'8" recruits with me. They were ready to go. But I just smile. They're just crazy. You gotta give them the crazy eyes. So if the market ever hits you, just smile. That's fine. Go ahead, hit me again. Come on. They'll be like, damn. Security. Oh yeah, he was 6'12". He was huge. And then Walmart, I think I'm gonna keep it. I think I might trim it a little bit. Let's sell 3 of them. They're at 87. Yeah, I'll sell 3. I sold 3 of the Walmarts. I'll hold 2 for earnings. I already made them free in the first place. Biden's going to wait till after the market, bro. Just gang. Thoughts on when September 6th and employment, retailers are going to freak out. They might, but September has way more deeper implications. Like, I'm more worried about September bringing in the tax bill, what's going to be included, Jerome Powell, and there's one more thing. I think it's related to the budget, the debt ceiling as well. So there's a lot of other things in September where a lot of clarity is going to come in, and that Now with the benefits, the tapering talk, all of that, September is a little bit more scarier for that in that sense. They were supposed to do the food stamp thing today, but I think other issues came to light. SPY is going up, and I know there's at least like 30% of you just like punching the air right now. How does it keep going on? Huh? You mother. I feel you. But today was slow. At the very least, you're kind of glad we didn't follow along with the rest of the world. It's unreal. NASDAQ can't go green. You got 8 minutes. Got people faked out. I was more worried on Friday. I was more worried on Friday than today. I think Friday had way more monsters in the water that you didn't know if they were going to come up and eat you versus today. Today we got news, you got even Europe and everything else. You got some of the China data, but Friday was more ominous than this morning, believe it or not, for me personally. Yeah, now we saw some of the monsters and they weren't that bad. Okay, all right, Biden, they got the camera. Oh, I was going to make fun of this guy. Oh, yeah, hey, fuck you. Stop making fun of my people, okay? We need unity, not this little, this dumb you got going on. What are you trying to do? Okay, I'm done. I gotta leave. They're gonna me up. Okay, I gotta go. Damn it. So are we gonna have to wait till after close? Today, more autonomous. Just think of what China is thinking. They're licking their chops. Yes, but we didn't know what China was gonna do leading into it. So, China was, they came out with some stuff today. Again, the situation was more, we didn't know what was going to happen in Afghanistan. That got worse, but a lot of stuff with travel, with airlines, Delta, in a weird way, Afghanistan is going to take off some of the focus from Delta, if you think about it. I mean, again, it's a full, I don't know if they're wearing they're wearing masks, but they're not. I don't know if they're vaccinated over there. But that's where I think it could have more of an issue there. Yeah, I want to hear what he's going to say, but I'm not really going to. I don't know if we'll stay around on it. I'm in Florida. COVID hasn't existed since July 2020. Well, I went to Miami in December, and that shit was packed. It was nasty. Well, I didn't get anything, so that was good. But Miami was cool. It's not that nasty down there. Bro, Miami is a giant music video. Even anywhere where I go out to eat, the 70-year-olds look like they were in a music video. Like, they all got, like, they only wear, like, one button on their shirt. They got, like, girls surrounded by them. I'm like, dude, this shit is a damn music video. I was like, let me get up in this. Let me make a cameo. That's it, bro. They wouldn't. Bro, I got dress coded. That was the first time I got dress coded in, like, a decade. Probably. Or maybe since I was, like, 20 years old. Maybe. Before I even knew dress coding. I was like, are you kidding me? Bro, I gave him attitude, too. I was like, what the fuck is wrong with you? I got dress coded to go out to eat. We had the biggest table in the restaurant. I even told him that. I was like, what are you saying to me right now? It was crazy, bro. I was like, they're like, nah, man, you look like you're on the cast. You don't look like the main character. I was like, oh, shit. Damn. What'd he say? He made me wait outside. I said, fuck you, I'm leaving. And then the owner came out, and then they gave me a different mask. They wouldn't let me wear a blue medical mask. I was like, I can't wear the most budget-friendly mask. You want me to wear this fancy-ass mask that you're providing me? Really? Really? Okay. Got it. And then I humbled myself, and I went into the restaurant when they let me in. But I was ready to leave. I had the Uber. I told him, I was like, bro, that's fine. I said, God bless you. I freaked out on him first, though. I gave him a little bit of Yash came out. I was like, bro. I started flexing. I was like, look at the diamond, son. I was like, all right, and I was like, I need to control myself. That's it. I was ready to go, though. I was like, screw this. I said, I could go do many things right now. We in Miami. You're just an asshole, bro. A Reddit moment. Kind of. My parents are worth $2 million. I should have hit him with that. Oh shit, did I hit the wrong button? All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're making our final approach here. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please stow them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seat. We'll be coming through the house with a trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal in the description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover. Then we're going to be taking out promptly around 5:30, 6 p.m. Pacific time 6 a.m., at a sunny San Diego, California. But as we make this final approach, we're landing here in the San Diego International Airport. It is about 84 and sunny, clear skies, cool breeze, looking as beautiful as ever. But unfortunately, we are still under COVID guidelines, so please make sure all masks are worn and exit from one row at a time. As always, we appreciate your guys' business. If you're interested in your Call Rapid Rewards program card, please fly down your flight attendant. We'll get that to you as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the Colt, and hopefully you have a wonderful evening. Spot busting, bro. Spot busting. I'm the funniest trader I've ever been following. Never regret resubscribing. What the hell you mean resubscribing? I didn't even know we had beef. The fuck? 1 minute! That was a 10, baby. Nah, it's cool. Thank you for resubscribing. I don't know. That's like a girl coming back up. She's like, okay, we're back together now. I'm like, what you mean? When did we break up? I did not even know that. That's crazy. That's crazy. My heart wasn't in it? That was a 10. Are you serious? Bro, did you hear how long I held the minute for? Man, you crazy. Bro, this is rigged. This is rigged. 2, 1. Ding, 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 ding. Horn. Let's go, baby. Let's go. We did it. We made it. We did it. We made it. Ladies and gentlemen, the day is over. GG in the chat. GG in the chat. Before you go, I have a special message. I got a special message. Do not go. Do not leave. Do not leave. GG in the chat. GG, GG, GG. Hey, don't matter if you made money or lost money. Everybody learned something and everybody gets to try again tomorrow. Oh, thank you for putting you on ETC. Let's go. Can I get an ETC in the chat? Can we get Ethereum Classic in the chat? Not a recommendation. I own a lot of it, and that's it. Don't buy it. You will lose money. Can I get an ETC in the chat? Come on, ETC. ETC. Get me ETC in the chat. Do it for the algos. Do it for the algos. Oh, yeah, ETC. ETC. Oh, yeah, ETC's popping. Oh, yeah, ETC. GG, baby. So let's see what we got. Oh, 2,500 likes. Oh, let's go, baby. Let's go. Let's go. I'll take it. That's beautiful. So thank you Ladies and gentlemen, before you head out, I love all of you. If you've liked the video, thank you for supporting the channel. Thank you for showing your love. But above all else, man, thank you to every single person who was here. If you put me on in your car, your speakers, your work, your home, wherever you put me, you gave me an opportunity. You lent me your ear. So hopefully you got something from it. And like we said today, man, if you guys really want to learn this, I've been doing this for a long time. So ask me some fucking questions, okay? Get me some questions. Get me some good questions. We'll answer them all, baby. We'll answer them all. Well, hey, we got you, baby. So we love you. God bless you. Thank you for being here. Shout out to everybody who gave me the opportunity. Shout out to all of the members. They got the badge, baby. They looking pretty. They support the channel. They hold it down. They've been with us through thick and thin, and we love it. So God bless you and thank you. Thank you. Shout out to Stream Alerts. First link in the description. We make sure they got everything they need, but they hold it down and they support, and they've been with us for a long time as well. So God bless all the Stream Alerts, all the members. They help make everything possible. And above all else, baby, don't ever forget, we don't care if you got a badge. We don't care if whatever you're, wait, hold on. Let me say this. It's all free 99, maybe. Okay? So shout out to all the people. Even if you don't got a badge, man, if you show up here with a good attitude, you got good questions, all of that, we love it. We love it. So thank you. Check out the links. Follow me on Instagram. But breaking news here. Breaking news. Hold on. Let's hear it. I'm going to keep it on.
Al-Qaeda could not use Afghanistan.
Who the fuck's Al-Qaeda? Oh, shit. Oh, fuck you, Akita. He sounds like an Akita. I degrade them.
We
pricks.
never gave up the hunt for Osama bin Laden, and we got him.
I'll find him and I'll kill Osama.
A decade ago.
Osama land.
Our mission in Afghanistan was never supposed to have been nation building. It was never supposed to be.
We just wanted to
creating
fuck
a
up
unified,
Osama.
centralized democracy.
Kind of like
Only
crypto.
vital national interest in Afghanistan remains today what it has always been:
Fuck him up.
preventing a terrorist attack on America's homeland.
And get
Our
Obama.
argument for many
I mean,
years, our
Osama.
mission should be narrowly focused on counterterrorism, not counterinsurgency or nation building. That's
not
why
Uno.
I opposed the surge when it was proposed in 2009 when I was vice president. And that's why, as president, I'm adamant we focus on the threats we face today in 2021, not yesterday's threats. Today, the terrorist threat has metastasized well beyond Afghanistan. Al-Shabaab in Somalia, Al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula, al-Nusra in Syria, ISIS attempting to create a caliphate in Syria and Iraq, and establishing affiliates in multiple countries in Africa and Asia. These threats warrant our attention and our resources. We conduct effective counterterrorism missions against terrorist groups in multiple countries where we don't have permanent military presence. If necessary, we'll do the same in Afghanistan. We've developed counterterrorism over-the-horizon capability that will allow us to keep our eyes firmly fixed on the direct threats to the United States in the region and act quickly and decisively if needed. When I came into office, I inherited a deal that President Trump negotiated with the Taliban. Under his agreement, U.S. forces would be out of Afghanistan by May 1, 2021, just a little over 3 months after I took office. U.S. forces had already drawn down during the Trump administration from roughly 15,500 American forces to 2,500 troops in country. And the Taliban was at its strongest militarily since 2001. The choice I had to make as your president was either to follow through on that agreement or be prepared to go back to fighting the Taliban in the middle of the spring fighting season. There would have been no ceasefire after May 1. There was no agreement protecting our forces after May 1. There was no status quo of stability without American casualties after May 1. There was only the cold reality of either following through on the agreement to withdraw our forces or escalating the conflict and sending thousands more American troops back into combat in Afghanistan, lurching into the third decade of conflict. I stand squarely behind my decision. After 20 years, I've learned the hard way that there was never a good time to withdraw U.S. forces. That's why we're still there. We were clear-eyed about the risks. We planned for every contingency, but I always promised the American people that I would be straight with you. The truth is, this did unfold more quickly than we had anticipated. So what's happened? Afghanistan political leaders gave up and fled the country. The Afghan military collapsed, sometime without trying to fight. If anything, the developments of the past week reinforced that ending U.S. military involvement in Afghanistan now was the right decision. American troops cannot and should not be fighting in a war and dying in a war that Afghan forces are not willing to fight for themselves. We spent over $1 trillion. We trained and equipped an Afghan military force with some 300,000 strong, incredibly well equipped. A force larger in size.
Man, what did y'all
than the
do with that
militaries of
ETC
many of
chant?
our
What the?
NATO allies. We gave them every tool they could need. We paid their salaries, provided for the maintenance of their Air Force, something the Taliban doesn't have. Taliban does not have an Air Force. We provided close air support. We gave them every chance to determine their own future. We could not provide them was the will to fight for that future. There's some very brave and capable Afghan special forces units and soldiers. But if Afghanistan is unable to mount any real resistance to the Taliban now, there is no chance that 1 year, 1 more year, 5 more years, or 20 more years of U.S. military boots on the ground would have made any difference. And here's what I believe to my core. It is wrong to order American troops to step up when Afghanistan's own armed forces would not. The political leaders of Afghanistan were unable to come together for the good of their people, unable to negotiate for the future of their country when the chips were down. They would never have done so while U.S. troops remained in Afghanistan, bearing the brunt of the fighting for them. And our true strategic competitors, China and Russia, would love nothing more than the United States to continue to funnel billions of dollars in resources and attention into stabilizing Afghanistan indefinitely. When I hosted President Ghani and Chairman Abdullah at the White House in June, and again when I spoke by phone to Ghani in July, we had very frank conversations. We talked about how Afghanistan should prepare to fight their civil wars after the U.S. military departed, to clean up the corruption in government so the government could function for the Afghan people. We talked extensively about the need for Afghan leaders to unite politically. They failed to do any of that. I also urged them to engage in diplomacy, to seek a political settlement with the Taliban. This advice was flatly refused. Mr. Ghani insisted the Afghan forces would fight, but obviously he was wrong. So I'm
Up here on the right, this is Berkshire's 13F. Warren Buffett and Berkshire Hathaway.
How many more generations of America's daughters and sons would you have me send to fight Afghanistan's civil war when Afghan troops will not? How many more lives, American lives, is it worth? How many endless rows of headstones at Arlington National Cemetery? I'm clear on my answer. I will not repeat the mistakes we've made in the past. Mistake of staying and fighting indefinitely in a conflict that is not in the national interest of the United States, of doubling down on a civil war in a foreign country, of attempting to remake a country through the endless military deployments of U.S. forces. Those are the mistakes we cannot continue to repeat because we have significant vital interest in the world that we cannot afford to ignore. I also want to acknowledge how painful this is to so many of us. The scenes we're seeing in Afghanistan, they're gut-wrenching, particularly for our veterans, our diplomats, humanitarian workers, for anyone who has spent time on the ground working to support the Afghan people, for those who have lost loved ones in Afghanistan, and for Americans who have fought and served in the country, serve our country in Afghanistan. This is deeply, deeply personal. It is for me as well. I've worked on these issues as long as anyone. I've been throughout Afghanistan during this war, while the war was going on, from Kabul to Kandahar to the Kunar Valley. I've traveled there on 4 different occasions. I've met with the people. I've spoken to the leaders. I spent time with our troops. And I came to understand firsthand what was and was not possible in Afghanistan. So now we're focused on what is possible. We will continue to support the Afghan people. We will lead with our diplomacy, our international influence, and our humanitarian aid. We'll continue to push for regional diplomacy and engagement to prevent violence and instability. We'll continue to speak out for the basic rights of the Afghan people, of women and girls, just as we speak out all over the world. I've been clear that human rights must be the center of our foreign policy, not the periphery. But the way to do it is not through endless military deployments. It's with our diplomacy, our economic tools, and rallying the world to join us. Now, let me lay out the current mission in Afghanistan. I was asked to authorize, and I did, 6,000 U.S. troops to deploy to Afghanistan for the purpose of assisting in the departure of U.S. and allied civilian personnel from Afghanistan.
Yeah, Buffett
And to
trims
evacuate our Afghan
General
allies
Motors.
and vulnerable Afghans to safety outside of Afghanistan. Our troops are working to secure the airfield and to ensure continued operation of both the civilian and military flights. We're taking over air traffic control. We have safely shut down our embassy and transferred our diplomats. Our diplomatic presence is now consolidated at the airport as well. Over the coming days, we intend to transport out thousands of American citizens who have been living and working in Afghanistan. We'll also continue to support the safe departure of civilian personnel, the civilian personnel of our allies who are still serving in Afghanistan. Operation Allies Refugee, which I announced back in July, has already moved 2,000 Afghans who are eligible for special immigration visas and their families to the United States. In the coming days, the U.S. military will provide assistance to move more SIV-eligible Afghans and their families out of Afghanistan. We're also expanding refugee access to cover other vulnerable Afghans who worked for our embassy. U.S. non-governmental agencies or U.S. non-governmental organizations and Afghans who otherwise are at great risk, and U.S. news agencies. I know there are concerns about why we did not begin evacuating Afghans civilians sooner. Part of the answer is some of the Afghans did not want to leave.
This is Appaloosa. David Tepper. Here are some of the updates. They added Uber for $100 million.
And its supporters discouraged us from organizing a mass exodus to avoid triggering, as they said, a crisis of confidence. American troops are performing this mission as professionally and as effectively as they always do, but it is not without risks. As we carry out this departure, we have made it clear to the Taliban, if they attack our personnel or disrupt our operation, the U.S. presence will be swift and the response will be swift and forceful. We will defend our people with devastating force if necessary. Our current military mission will be short in time, limited in scope, and focused in its objectives. Get our people and our allies as safely as quickly as possible. And once we have completed this mission, we will conclude our military withdrawal. We will end America's longest war after 20 long years of bloodshed. The events we're seeing now are sadly proof that no amount of military force would ever deliver a stable, united, secure Afghanistan, as known in history as the graveyard of empires. What's happening now could just as easily happen 5 years ago or 15 years in the future. We have to be honest. Our mission in Afghanistan has taken many missteps, made many missteps over the past 2 decades. I'm now the 4th American president to preside over war in Afghanistan. 2 Democrats and 2 Republicans. I will not pass this responsibility on to a 5th president. I will not mislead the American people by claiming that just a little more time in Afghanistan will make all the difference. Nor will I shrink from my share of responsibility for where we are today and how we must move forward from here. I am President of the United States of America, and the buck stops with me. I'm deeply saddened by the facts we now face. But I do not regret my decision to end America's warfighting in Afghanistan and maintain a laser focus on our counterterrorism missions there and other parts of the world. Our mission to degrade the terrorist threat of al-Qaeda in Afghanistan and kill Osama bin Laden was a success. Our decades-long effort to overcome centuries of history and permanently change and remake Afghanistan was not, and I wrote and believed it never could be. I cannot and will not ask our troops to fight on endlessly in another country's civil war, taking casualties, suffering life-shattering injuries, leaving families broken by grief and loss. This is not in our national security interest. It is not what the American people want. It is not what our troops, who have sacrificed so much over the past 2 decades, deserve. I made a commitment to the American people when I ran for president that I would bring America's military involvement in Afghanistan to an end. While it's been hard and messy, and yes, far from perfect, I've honored that commitment. More importantly, I made a commitment to the brave men and women who serve this nation that I wasn't going to ask them to continue to risk their lives in a military action that should have ended long ago. Our leaders did that in Vietnam when I got here as a young man. I will not do it in Afghanistan. I know my decision will be criticized, but I would rather take all that criticism than pass this decision on to another president of the United States, yet another one, a 5th one, because it's the right one, it's the right decision for our people, the right one for our brave service members who risk their lives serving our nation, and it's the right one for America. Thank you. May God protect our troops, our diplomats, and all brave Americans serving in harm's way.
Yeah, shut up. I don't got shit to say. Yeah, wait, aircraft. Yeah. That's it. Boom. In and out. All right, let's cut back to the screen here. Do we got anything else? No. Okay. All right. Fade out. Good. We're good to go. Good to go. Saki, you could come back next week. It's fine. But that was it. You got Berkshire Hathaway additions and ads. They didn't buy anything new. And then Uber was purchased by David Tepper's Appaloosa Management. But GM got cut a little bit. They exited Exalta, Biogen, and Liberty. This is Berkshire Hathaway, Young Buffett. Well, not our Young Buffett, but like Young Buffett in general. You know what I'm saying? But what else did they did? Apple is their biggest holding, 41%. of all of Buffett's assets there. And these are their top holdings, but nothing too crazy. Trimmed a lot of the other ones. They even trimmed some AbbVie, unfortunately. He'd been day trading that AbbVie. Then they increased positions in Restoration. He's been building that one up. Kroger and then AON. I think AON is what they grabbed. Was that the one here? Or OGN, they added his stake, but it didn't show up on that for some reason. But Roblox had earnings. They came in below expectations. Not that bad. I think it was good. It only counting up till June 30th, so it's kind of behind here. I mean, you're kind of, again, they're reporting a little bit later, so we will see. But otherwise, it's chill. But, ladies and gentlemen, that is it. I got to get going here. We got to watch a little bit of Biden. I was getting hungry and poopy at the same time. Where is it? Where's show less? Show more. Say less. Second link, nightly watch this. We already went over this. The new channels, code PHILO. Follow me on Instagram and the prayer request wall. That's it. Just fill out the prayer request wall. My mom told me to remind you that she's praying for all of y'all. And she said, you know, if a evil person gives good gifts, imagine. Just imagine. Oh, that's Mama Answers for you. That's Mama Answers for you. So listen, I love all of you. God bless you. I'm starving, and I feel like I need to poop. So I'm hungry and poopy. I'm hungry and poopy. I got to get going, but you know what you need to do, man. Okay? You got to wake up with that energy tomorrow. It's game time. You're going to wake up and drive. It don't matter what's happening in the world. Y'all going to pray for them, but you're in the game. And hopefully y'all pray for everybody too, okay? Pray for good, man. Pray for good on everybody. If it can't flow through you, it won't flow to you, baby, okay? Okay? But just wake up and drive. And listen a little bit, okay? Don't forget today's PHILO, okay? Just is it playing in the background or is it in your hand? Just see, it's going to hit you. It's going to hit you. I won't say too much on it. I'm going to leave it right there. But I love all of you. Go read Richest Man in Babylon, Proverbs New Living Translation, and The Strangest Secret in the World, and Lead the Field by Earl Nightingale. And last but not least, baby, don't ever forget why we're here, why we show up, why we keep going, why we're excited no matter what, and why we have an expectation of good. Oh, they don't feel me, man. They don't feel me. Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen, baby. Let's fucking go, Chad. So, I love all of you. Have a wonderful evening. I will see you on the watch list. It was a beautiful Monday. I hope you're ready for the rest of the week. Stay prepared. Stay ready. And I love you all. Have a wonderful day. Peace out. Hey, Josh. I want a pony, huh? No, hey. What? Fuck, bye. No. Hey, I want the pony. Okay. Love you. Bye.